All right. We should be good now, y'all. Yellow. What's up? Are you a Trump supporter? Cool. What do you like about Trump? What do you like about Trump? Sure. What made you vote for Trump? You want cuts in the entitlements? Why? How much of a how much of a burden is it on our taxpayers? Well, that's from tax cuts. That's not from entitlements. That's not true. Not really true. The taxes don't really go up or down with the entitlements. In fact, like taxes we're paying is like we did just cut a bunch of stuff, but we really don't have much to show for it. Like Trump is responsible for trillions. I think like a quarter of this economy's debt, and it's not because we gave a bunch of people free stuff. It's because we gave a bunch of money back to rich people. I I guess you can say that, but I mean they also provide extortion. I don't know, the roads, balancing out the economy to make certain jobs even like viable. Like farming is not even viable without taxpayer money. uh, I would say schooling, fire departments, police. We could have healthcare, but some people just don't know how to do math. Hmm. But you understand why we do that though, right? You just don't see, you don't get it. It really hurts your feelings because it's a taste of socialism. Yeah, but it's necessary. It's necessary. It's it's not necessarily at capacity, right? Like you've been saying this whole time, right? America first. We need to boost domestic industry, and whether that takes taxing people to move their feet to make them purchase domestic goods, which are more expensive, or we just take that gap in price and we inject it into the economy and make it viable for ourselves. Yes. Don't do you not see the problem with not having any domestic homegrown produce? Like what about wartime? It's not for 5 people to. It's not 5 people getting a job, but there are tons of reasons why we should do that too. Like other countries are running circles around us, like China, because they have central planning and they've dedicated all sorts of funds and development to this. And we're just sitting around hoping the free market can compete, and we now see that it doesn't. It doesn't. The free market cannot compete with China. What they're doing, we need to start picking up part of their playbook and start figuring out how to do some long-term like planning, like boost and inject things into the economy to make things more viable. Now, Trump said that he wanted to pass like a infrastructure plan. That's what that is. He didn't get it done. He golfed. I know they do this with roads. They do this other stuff, but like, what about I? No, we when we do that, you call it socialism. You guys fight against it tooth and nail. I get that. I get that. I get that. I'm talking about like where we actually talk about like manufacturing microchips, like Biden passed the Chips and Science Act, where we could take a ton of people can go, ooh, there's a lot of competition in the microchip industry right now. Hard to make money, but when a giant business venture or like a billionaire sees that there is a huge tax incentive to do it, the margin for making profit is that much bigger. So they're going to go do that and industrialize there. That's why we do that. Yeah. I'm for targeted subsidies, like this is the same thing that you're doing, but it like that Trump does. He just sloppily gives everyone free money. Everyone gets their money back, and we just cross our fingers. We hope and pray to God they go make jobs with it, and they don't do stock buybacks like they always do. Sure. Sure, or just tax incentive, or like, or subsidies in general, the things Republicans cry about constantly. Cheap groceries. There you go. I don't know, but whatever we keep here is cheaper because of it, and that is good. A subsidy inflates the price of goods. When we subsidized milk back in like the 80s and 90s, what did that do to milk to make it more or less expensive? Do you remember the Got Milk commercials? All of them. All of them were government subsidies. All of them. They literally reduced the price. Made it more accessible to the end consumer. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah. So say you're on farmland, and instead of paying 10 grand a year on taxes, you pay 2 grand a year on taxes. So now you get a giant, leg up on all of your neighbors and all of the competitors that are farming, and you get to charge just a little bit less than everyone else, and you get more customers because of it. It's exactly how it works. What? Explain to me. Give me an exact scenario where that happens. Explain to me what your thing where you're explaining how it drives prices up. Tell me exact mechanics of how, like, do it for eggs. Do it for eggs. Go ahead. Go ahead. So what does that do? Make corn cheaper or more expensive? So, dude, the stabilizing corn makes it much more easy to profit. It makes it much more easy to set a price. So therefore, like twice a year, you're not looking at $30 corn. You don't get it. You're gonna have to. I can just Google this. I'm almost certain I can just literally Google this, and like Google will make my case for me. Can you show me where? Okay, do government subsidies increase prices? Government subsidies do not always increase prices. In fact, their primary goal is usually to lower prices for consumers or to make it easier for producers to operate. What I just said. AG, agriculture. Government subsidies do aim to reduce or stabilize prices. It's exactly what they're meant to do. That's what it says. Here, I'll just show you what it says. Why would they want to increase the price? What makes no sense? Okay, and they probably aim to lower prices for agriculture. I, I don't know, to stabilize the industry. I don't know, man. Yeah, yeah. Same thing. Same thing with oil, right? We can't drill way too much oil because it then just the price of oil gets way too low and people will go out of business. You don't think we do the math on this? Like, we do the math, like, just like you told me we do planning. Take that concept and add it to this. They do that. No, no, no. I'm talking about here, right? So it's not the big scary thing that you think it is. It's Trump looked at Mondani, the communist, the other day, quote unquote communist, and he said he's going to do good. Going to do great. No, I think that your version, like whatever, like negative IQ MAGA version of communism is, I'm sure is good. Yeah, but it's just social democracy. He's a social democrat. Mamdani. So here's the metric that always shocks people. How much of our federal government's spending goes to like food stamps? Well, this is the stuff. Believe you guys fucking explode the defense budget. So I obviously just don't assume you're talking about that. But when we're talking about like food stamps, it's 1.6% of our budget, and this is what y'all cry about all the time. No one, when you say entitlement, no one ever thinks you're saying defense spending. That is an unfair, that is a dishonest position. Sure, yeah, okay. No, it's not. I don't get anything from that. That is welfare for rich people. Yeah, that is where you can see people have obviously gone way too far and invested in defense to make their stocks go up, and y'all love it. You love it. Your side does it. You guys do it last time. You guys did it this time. You love it. Did you look at what Trump did to the budget the first time? 8.3 trillion, 8.3 trillion. And then he, like the first 200 days, another 5 trillion this time. I don't know if it's the poor people who are taking all your money. Just saying, I don't think it's them. Okay, whatever people you point to that are entitled to things, it's not them. You're preaching to the choir. My side again will never get someone elected if they say they're going to start pumping money into the military industrial complex. That's your side. That's your side. You're preaching to the choir. 1.6%. 1.6%. Dog, listen, if you want to vote for people to make a living wage, you vote blue. We do that too. Uh, we also try to tax Walmart instead of give them $8 billion of subsidies every year because they underpay their employees. You're on our team. Yeah, we do that. You guys want to strip rights from people being able to demand a living salary or demand 40-hour work week. That was all liberal stuff. We did that for you too. You're welcome. All of that stuff. No, we don't, dude. I think that's a lame position. We've got 14 billionaires in Trump's administration, and they're not trying to make sure the little man is getting their fair share. I promise you that. They're out there gutting the NLRB for the first time in like history. It's got two Republicans running it, two people from the right wing running it instead of one from the left and right. It's completely a partisan organization now. Uh, and it's ran by the party who is notorious for stripping people from labor rights and fighting for big companies to have huge welfare and cut all the red tape that they need to operate more efficiently and to put toxic ash in our waterways and to do all of that bullshit so they can make more money so that Trump can look at the GDP and go, look how it went up. Look how good I am. I think free college for everyone was like 70 billion a year. I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's a matter of national security. I think that if we don't have that, we're going to have a very uneducated populace that believes things like drill baby drill and I never met her. Like things like that. We need we actually heard recently why they cut funding for the Department of Education recently, $286 billion. It was 20% of my state's budget. We learned why they did that because they want people to reproduce. A dumber populace reproduces more. They would invest more in college. I think you're just strawmanning the idea of a central plan. I don't think it needs to be any sort of way. Every country that's done it has seen huge benefits. Social mobility is much higher. People, even the poorest of the poor, if that poor person is Albert Einstein, that person would have rocket fuel straight to the top. Straight to the top. Okay, but all sorts of other countries did what I'm talking about, and they did see benefits, economic growth. All right, we can just look at before and after for all these countries. That's all you have to do. Yeah, you want to create a brain drain, go for it. But we want the next Einstein on our side. We want the next whoever on our side, and we want them to have the tools to get there. I alluded to like how China is doing better than us, and we should pick up some of the like some of the plays in their book. Like instead of like fumbling around, I was just like trying to weigh into how good it is to do subsidies instead of just giant tax breaks for everybody. Pointing to the Chips and Science Act, pointing to I don't know, and just saying how that's much better of an idea than going into trillions in dollars in debt and looking at the mild, lukewarm thing that's happening in the economy right now. I don't. Again, for like the 30th time, we're just looking at the wage gap and the wealth gap increase. We're not really seeing much come out of this. Yeah, yeah. All right, man. What's up, Nemo? Happy Turkey. Guys, if you're friendly, get out of the box. We love you. Guys, if y'all enjoy TDS, if you enjoy Soy Boys, give me a follow and tap the screen. Let's get to 50K really quick. Caller isn't being heard still. This is fucking crazy. Um, Hello? What's up? I'm 37. How old are you? Sick. Are you a Trump supporter? Cool. What do you like about Trump? Cool. All right. So right now, I don't think anybody knows uh, how the economy is doing. They didn't release the jobs report or any statistics from the BLS still. Uh, I'm looking for it. Yeah, we don't have anything to go off of. But no, the economy hasn't done anything really great, right? We've seen a reduction in GDP growth forecasted by the Atlanta Fed, and it's come through. It's come true. We in fact had to reduce interest rates because the economy's not doing so good. So I don't know about that. And also, I don't know about like World War III, but Trump came in directly into office and started trade wars with the whole world with an executive order, and then threatened to invade Canada, Greenland, and fucking the Panama Canal on the first month. so he's a liar. Nobody should believe him anymore. When wait, what part? He's not gonna. When did we invade Greenland? We didn't invade Greenland though. So we didn't do what he said he was gonna do. So when people see this, they should like, especially if you're Putin, you should be like, whatever. He's talking out of his ass. If you're a human being like you are, would you continue believe like Trump when he says these things? That's not true. He I don't know what that means. He didn't really do anything with affordability. He put taxes on everything, didn't he? Oh, okay. Mm. He's also made 40% of all of his wealth since January. Do you think that might be the reason he's doing some of this? Like billions. He's made 40% of his wealth since January. Do you think maybe that's what he's doing? Here. Fox News says it. Fox News says it. Sheesh. His family's net worth has increased 2.9 billion. That was in May. Jesus fuck. Uh, no, it didn't. Biden wrote a book, and he got a book deal for like $10 million. And he's worth $10 million. He, have you? Yeah, Trump is worse than Biden, bro. Yeah. Have you heard him talk about sharks and batteries? Have you heard him talk about how magnets go poof underwater, or how there are airports in the Revolutionary War, or that we should nuke hurricanes, or that there was a different president for Puerto Rico? Trump said all of these things. Okay. Okay, sharks and batteries. Let's do it. I haven't had a good one. It's not AI. This is. What a smart man. What a brilliant smart man. Yeah, this is a stream of consciousness that Trump is telling that to make himself sound smart. He starts off by saying like this is something I posed to an MIT professor once, and like this is how profoundly stupid he is. That doesn't mean anything. Stupid people win votes all the time. I do interview every one of them all the time. I interview thousands of them. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. No, I'm saying you're confused. When you make allegations that Joe Biden couldn't put a sentence together, we have Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter and fucking nuking hurricanes, bro. Biden had a gaffe once. He doesn't know. You think nuking a hurricane does something? What are you talking about? Joe, dude, Trump is literally on tape He is on tape on a deposition pointing to a woman he grabbed by the pussy and said it was his wife, Marla. He can't identify his own wife. That was in 2023, 2022. Dog, I'm talking about his deposition. This is a video of him pointing to a picture of E. Jean Carroll and saying it's Marla. He can't recognize his own wife. This is your standard for how bad somebody is at thinking, and your president does it. Now, he is not the person I chose. That's not what we're here to talk about. We're not talking about who gets a, like a one up on somebody. I'm here to talk about how bad of a decision it is to vote for this guy. Okay. Was that a sufficient answer when Joe Biden was president? Could I just tell you that, hey, he's your president, and you just would have felt better? Okay, dude. Yeah, I know. We're here to talk about whether or not we're going to keep doing this. For sure. For sure. That's what we're here to talk about. So next time someone like Trump comes up, what do? We don't believe him. We say, "Hey, you sound kind of stupid. Maybe I won't vote for you." Maybe somebody talking about this nonsense all the time isn't someone we choose for president. Hey, he was your president. Plenty of y'all did. I I was here. I watched it. You guys stormed the Capitol. You guys cried. You guys killed people. You guys smacked people with flagpoles and tased them. You guys did that. Okay. So why did Trump pardon all those FBI agents, man? Then why did Trump pardon them? Founder of the Babbitt booster shot? Was she FBI or was she Republican? And by the way, it was Trump's FBI that was there, right? It was still Trump's presidency. But Trump pardoned all of them, so that just breaks that whole idea, doesn't it? Everything we talk about is in the past. Unless you know some way to talk about the future, I'd love to know how. Y'all killed Melissa Hortman. She was a exactly. Y'all don't care. No, Trump didn't even care to acknowledge it in the media. Nothing. It was a state legislature. She was Democrat, and one of y'all crazies went around with a list of pro-choice legislatures, and you were just assassinating them. So spare us. This was like a month before Charlie. He was a piece of shit, actually. He united a bunch of people on white supremacy and homophobia and misogyny. It was beautiful. I think it's silly. Yeah, yeah. Christianity is a doctrine, so technically you're the brainwashed person, and I don't have any spectacular beliefs at all. Oh, amen. He's reading you the Bible verse. He's reading you the Bible verse that is literally instructions for abortion. So if you're a real Christian, you are Mm. Mm. Amen. Amen. Chat, can I get an amen? God, I feel invigorated when I hear that. What does it mean? Then how are you the authority on what it means? I really don't know how you can get out of the literal like instructions for abortion in the Bible. I just don't know how, unless they're talking about watching intergalactic TV and that's something you shouldn't do or something. That there's no context that makes this any better for you. So you're just opinion shopping. I got it. Hmm. I thought God's divine word, how could he just not, did he not have the foresight to make it just a little more clear for us? Did he not, instead of having to like talk, like just guess and read all these contradicting things in the Bible, do you think that something divinely written would be a little better than this? Mm. So you know Greek or Hebrew? So you do the same thing I'm doing? Have you ever asked ChatGPT the criticisms of the Bible? You should check that out. Why not? Is it because you're brainwashed a little bit, or I'm sorry, I'm brainwashed. You're right. You're right. Got it. Got it. Got it. That's a big claim, right? You have to prove all these things. When I make big claims, I just straight up expect people not to believe them unless I have a lot of evidence. That's the way normal people go about their days. I don't know. Good for you though, for being sold on this so easily. We're still waiting for Trump, right? I don't know. It seems like when Trump actually wants something done, he does it, and then he asks for forgiveness. He waits for people to sue him because he broke the law. In this instance, it just so happens that he just wants to be by the book. It's pretty crazy. Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, chat. I do have a Cash App and Venmo in my bio. If you want to help me continue my life as a DNC grifter, That's how you do it. I want to surf the web with you real quick. I want to surf the web. I want to go to your favorite person's website, donaldjtrump.com. Ah! He's selling merch? Isn't he a billionaire? And look at this. You can just go contribute. That's the biggest button on his website. It's twice. You can contribute. He's just begging for money. He needs it. He's the richest man to ever be president. He's a billionaire. Why is he need everybody's money? Same here. I want to make America great too. I'm gonna start running for my for TikTok ranking #1. I think that's where this all starts. Yeah, that's why we're on YouTube too. Say hi to YouTube. Will, thank you for the $6.66. Uh, your money that was in my bank account, aka the grift. Will, thank you. W Will's in the chat. Anyways, well, listen, bub. If you want to come back, you're welcome back anytime. I think I'm gonna get to my next guest. Okay. All right, bub. You too. Yellow. What's up? Are you a Trump supporter? No. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Ah, damn it.
Was a they kind of centered it on Yahweh, and Dan McClellan goes into this on some of his videos. I would definitely look at his scholarly perspective, as it's well more thought out and in depth than mine, but it is definitely a tactic, you could say, to use to try and shame women, and it's really abhorrent.
Um, Sorry, I'm also quietly troubleshooting my YouTube audio. Um, YouTube, can y'all hear my guest yet? You can hear it now? Chat, I'm so fucking smart. All right, let's go, baby. Sorry, not to SIOD. But yeah, guest, if you want to come back up and talk, you're welcome to. We're actually out of. I thought we had uh, more MAGA in the box, but we don't. If you're MAGA and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. We're kind of chill. We're kind of nice. But yeah, I'm sorry, Kin.
Yeah, no
It's
worries.
nice to meet you. Say something in chat so I can follow you if I don't follow you already. There's just dust and potion of water with a prayer. Tony Ravioli, dude. How's
Yeah,
it
it
going?
was definitely it was like the dust of the floor in the sanctuary and holy water present in the holy of holies, and then um, a curse basically.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
What's
I am
interesting
out in the middle
is
of.
some biblical scholars have mentioned that silphium is a possible uh, source for the dust. Because, like, obviously, literal dust, that doesn't really make sense. But
Yes.
silphium was a
Yep.
plant that was farmed to extinction, and it was used as an abortifacient back during that time period.
Huh.
So,
Yep.
some biblical scholars have mentioned silphium as a possibility.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, you're right about that, and that's the thing is they say dust, and the only evidence that someone could say that we have for that is the fact that it is written in the Bible. So there's not really any other external evidence that says otherwise.
Well,
So you're
thank
right.
you.
It's
Thank you
totally
so
different.
much. Thank you so much for coming up, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too.
Later, man.
Chat, if you're a Trump supporter you want to debate, hop in the box. I'm sorry, my mic sounds so fucking poppy today. I'm still figuring it out. Larry, dude, you are so far gone. I really want to talk to you one day. You are so. The things you say are crazy. Larry's lost in the sauce. That's so true. One of these days, we'll talk to Larry. We'll work on him. The first thing he said in my live earlier was how somehow it was Democrat policy that got the woman set on fire in that subway.
What?
Would love to hear how. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they pin this on us. It makes no sense. They did it. It's crazy.
Apparently, Trump is about to pardon uh, somebody who's basically like Pablo Escobar uh, for Honduras. Have you heard about that?
It doesn't surprise me, no.
So I can't remember the guy's name. He's a notorious um, Colombian Bam Bam connoisseur and dealer, and apparently Trump's about to pardon him. He's former president of Honduras.
Trump says he will
Um,
pardon former Honduran president serving sentence in drug trafficking case.
yeah.
Hello, Jamie. Are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm muted because he's speaking.
You're good. You a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. I guess while we're talking about it, how do you feel? Have you heard about this? Do you know about this thing where he's pardoning all these insane people, like the Colombian former president? I'm sorry, Honduran.
I don't know about that. I don't even know. Yeah, no.
Do you know that he pardoned somebody that injected $2 billion into his business after he got out?
Nope.
Yeah. Openly the most corrupt president I think we've ever had.
He's not corrupt.
Selling pardons?
Okay, what? Sorry?
He's selling pardons.
Who did he pardon?
This huge crypto billionaire named CZ.
And you think the only reason that he pardoned him was because he paid him?
Yeah, when he was asked about it, Trump didn't even know who he was.
When was this? Sorry.
This year, it was like last month.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that because I don't know about it. But I don't think he's corrupt.
You'd have to get past this, Ali. I mean, in the $400 million jet and making 40% of his income since January and having a crypto coin that you can just send him money, and then whoever sends him the most money gets a meeting with him in the White House.
Sorry?
If you send him enough money, you get a meet with him in the White House. That's not corrupt?
No.
Okay, what is corrupt? Like, what do you have to do to be corrupt? Do you just have to, like have a bag full of money that just says bribe and hand it to someone?
Corrupt isn't taking money to meet someone, because obviously he's a celebrity. So if like he won't just bring people in.
You can't excuse that. Like, if you're sitting president and you have if you have a way to make money using the presidency and you do that, that's corruption.
If like a singer or whatever, singers do it all the time, by the way, in like during concerts and tours.
They're not running countries and they're not subject to
Just let me
this.
finish my sentence, please. During tours, they for like VIP tickets to go backstage and meet the singer, or like have a question and answer before the show or whatever. You have to pay for that. So is that corrupt?
No, because they don't have any power. They don't have any power, so we don't really have like they don't.
Well, they do.
They're not in the public eye. They weren't voted to a position to serve the public. So when we have all these transparency laws to serve as a public servant, and you find a way to go around those using cryptocurrency, that's corrupt.
Donald Trump isn't just a president. He's a famous figure. He's a big figure. So
there's no way he can be corrupt because he gets to just invoke that status every time he does something corrupt.
I'm talking about singers, right?
He's not a singer. He is literally a real estate mogul.
I'm sure it's a terrible thing, to be fair. A singer does have power because they can, post something on wherever and people would listen and kind of idolize that.
Okay, sure. But we're talking about somebody who can directly pull the levers of our government. So like if Trump has a decision to go to war with somebody or give a tax break to somebody, we want to make sure that he's doing it without being pushed in a certain direction. We want him to do it for the betterment of the people, not for the betterment of his business. And he's openly shown that that's not the case. He wants us to fight over this. He doesn't care. He wants to do this at the expense of us fighting over it. He does not give a shit.
He cares more about his country than anyone.
That's not caring about your country when you're politically dividing everyone.
Politically dividing, sorry. What does that mean?
So when he says like he hates his enemies and that we're the enemy within and that we, like Charlie Kirk would always espouse, that we want to make this nation less white. Like the rhetoric has got insanely divisive on the right. They say that we want abortions 2 weeks after birth. They say that, we're Antifa and we're radical terrorists. All of this stuff, politically divisive. Like, people have ended their marriages over Trump, and it's a very unique thing to Trump, right?
Okay, I just want to pull you up on something. Charlie Kirk, right? You said that he wanted to make America whiter. When did he say that?
Like 2023 in May.
I can guarantee you he didn't.
He did. It was a tweet.
Charlie Kirk's policy, well, not policy, but idea for policy was that illegal immigrants get deported.
That's a nice, cute little way to put it, but no, he says Democrats want this nation to be less white. It's the great replacement theory. That is literally white supremacist talking point. Just Google great replacement. Google. Here, I'll do it for you. I'm going to show you my screen. I'm going to type in great replacement theory. What is it? It's debunked far-right white nationalist conspiracy theory. Falsely claims white populations in Western countries are being intentionally replaced by non-white immigrants. Charlie Kirk espoused this multiple times. He says great replacement theory is not a theory, it's a fact. He was part of the white supremacist movement.
Well, America is a traditionally white.
All right, and here you go defending that. This is why our country's slipping into fascism. You just went on to defend white supremacy.
Charlie Kirk never said that he was a white supremacist.
Of course, because that's not allowed. His quiet, palpable version was what was allowed by y'all.
Huh?
Like the more like Christian, like watered down version of white supremacy is what he sold y'all. Yeah.
Well, he didn't, but okay.
He did. You want me to pull it up? Here.
Charlie
Kirk, great replacement theory. His own words. God, he was horrible too. Here's one that says, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. That was Charlie Kirk Show 2024. Yeah. If you're an NBA pot-smoking black lesbian, do you get treated better than a United States Marine? Charlie Kirk Show 2022. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people.
Why Charlie Kirk said that he'd be scared?
Yeah, why?
Because there was talks about a new rule being put in that 50% of pilots should be black or female, or just not a white male.
Did they reduce the requirements for that?
No. Don't believe so.
No,
because it was.
So that's why that's racist. That's how he got away. That's the great tiny little seed of truth inside the lie that he sold everybody. You have to have the same amount of hours as a black pilot, as a white pilot, as a brown pilot, all of them. So yeah, you can't just say that. And you also just can't say blacks, like in this sentence. Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. That's what Charlie Kirk said. Prowling, but we stopped using that term in like the 50s. Blacks.
Well, that's what they are.
Okay.
They are black people, blacks. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
well, that's dehumanizing. That's like,
how is that kind dehumanizing?
You're calling someone a blacks? Like, do people call you a white? That's dehumanizing. You say black person.
If calling someone is someone calling a man. Is someone calling someone a man?
That's inherently human.
So is black and white.
It's not. And there's no such thing as is black inherently human. No, it's not inherently living.
Is calling an XL bully dog an XL bully? Is that
and when you yes, when you start referring to them the same way you refer to dogs, it is dehumanizing. Like saying that they're mixed breeds, or saying that this measuring their phrenology. Yes, that was racist.
How is it racist to call someone black?
It's not to say blacks. The term blacks is outdated. We don't say that. You can just ask the community yourself. Chat, if you're in the comments and you are black, type 1 if you think saying blacks is outdated and offensive.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. How is blacks offensive, man?
Well, we learn every day. It's just Charlie Kirk. He's not really championing this type of rhetoric. He doesn't give a fuck what's offensive. He's got a political agenda. And here's another good quote. If we would have said that Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. Now they're coming out and saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. What do all of those people he listed in that sentence, what do they have in common? Are they black?
They are blacks, yes. Oh, sorry, black people.
And what about Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson is so obviously like underqualified? Like, what are they showing that makes them so underqualified for whatever they're doing? Like, especially Ketanji Brown Jackson, I think she's literally the most qualified pick on the Supreme Court, like by far. Did he run? It's hard to support somebody whose words are in, like, they're for all of perpetuity. They're on the internet. We can go see these things, man.
What's wild is
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you like about Trump?
He's not scared to say what we're all thinking. I think is a big one, and he's very, very precise and consistent with his beliefs. He doesn't play both sides. He's not a code switcher, if you would say. You know what I mean? Like,
Of course he is.
He's not.
He flopped on pro-choice. He flopped on H-1B visas. He flopped on all sorts of stuff.
Okay, and he's definitely was the better candidate compared to Kamala. So
how so?
I think just experience. I mean, one's done so much more. One's a billionaire.
Wait, Kamala had 27 years of experience doing government stuff, and Trump just inherited millions of dollars.
So did she make $1 billion though?
Why would she need to make $1 billion? Wouldn't you hate her even more if she was a politician that made $1 billion?
No, I wouldn't, but I'm asking you. I would think experience is reflective of your bank account. If you say you're a pro TikToker, if you say you're pro at whatever the heck you do, and you're not as wealthy or making a lot of money, I think that reflects your experience.
How much money did Trump inherit from his dad?
Only a couple million, I would assume.
$422 million.
But by that point, he had already made billions.
No, he did not actually. He was notoriously ran his businesses into the ground until the 80s and 90s until he was bailed out by the television producer that wanted to make The Apprentice. He was literally the lowest point in his life until that television show bailed him out.
Okay, you can believe that, but I know
it's fact. It's history, dude.
Prove it.
Okay, just go, have you ever been to trumpcrime.com?
No, I don't want to go to that website.
It's actually not called that. It's something else. It's like Trump's timeline of criminality, but his whole life, he pretty much ran rackets, and he did huge, crazy, grand ideas.
George Bush?
No.
Okay.
Why would I support George Bush?
I was going to see how you stand on that because I know the weapons of mass destruction and all that. I was good to see if you're.
I'm a Democrat.
I know. I'm just trying to see where you're at on the fence. What about Joe Biden?
Joe Biden was great.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, when did he sleep?
All the time, every day. Am I wrong?
No. You're right. You're wrong.
Okay. No. I'm right.
You're wrong.
I'm right.
We actually have Trump sleeping at his trial, but I don't think we have Biden sleeping anytime when he wasn't supposed to be sleeping.
So you're going to sit here and tell me directly that you think Trump is a worse candidate and worse debater than Joe Biden, who goes like,
Yes.
"Eh."
Yes.
What? You know what Joe Biden's most famous quote is?
What?
What?
The one about the America is the finish
No,
line.
that's
I think it was
it.
a great
That's
quote.
it. That's it. What?
No, it's America is the finish line. We own the finish line. It was a really good speech. It's empowering.
Oh, this.
What's Trump's favorite quote from? What's your favorite quote from Trump? Like where he just brags about himself. I am
What's
a
wrong with-
stable
wait.
genius.
Oh yeah.
I am very rich.
Yeah,
Sharks
yeah,
and
yeah.
batteries.
So you're telling me right now, right? So you're trying to say Trump can't debate, right? And he throws insults. But what's wrong with being a confident person when you have everything in the world to stand on? His family is successful. He has a good marriage. He's
No,
He's
wait,
insecure.
Jose.
You don't need any of that. And first of all, no, he's cheated on all of his wives, including his current one.
he's a billionaire.
So
He inherited that.
Okay, yeah, cool, bro. What do you mean he inherited that? How do you inherit a wife? He's not. It's just
He
he's
bought
not a
his
Muslim.
wife, dude. You can literally find her on the back pages from like 1990s. If you go back to Wayback Machine, one of my favorite TikTokers just did this for us. She's on this very gross international website where you just buy wives. Her name is Rebecca Becca May. She's fantastic. She did a really good deep
So
dive
so
on
you
this.
have a claim up here. It says Trump Trump sucks.
He does.
So can you give me your basis on why he sucks? Oh, and you have tattoos. You have tattoos,
I do.
which already tells me you're at a lower competence. But tell me why Trump sucks.
I'm at a lower competence.
Yeah, you put ink in your body, so I would assume.
Yeah, it's awesome as fuck.
Cool, yeah. No, you definitely are functioning at a lower level. But can you tell me why Trump sucks?
Yeah, Trump is a horrible leader and extremely insecure, and we are pretty much are just at the mercy of whatever crazy emotional state he's in every day. We wake up to his 2 a.m.
So do you
TikToks
think he's
or his
bipolar?
tweets. No, I think he's a narcissist.
And what's wrong with that? You understand that the majority of rich and successful people are narcissists and
Okay.
sociopath.
Because they don't function well.
So someone who's
There's
the
harmful
president of the
outcomes.
United States of America twice isn't good at functioning?
Yes, somebody who's
Oh.
had his bank put him on a giant, pretty much an allowance because he just kept spending all of his goddamn money. They had to put him on like a $250,000 monthly allowance because he just spent all of his fucking money. Yes, I don't think that somebody who has to lash out at everybody who says something not nice to him, even as president, is not a good leader. I think he's a baby back bitch.
Oh, he would never say that in his presence.
Yeah, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would.
You're a liar. All right, so it's number one, you think being a narcissist is bad, but I think that's a good trait, especially if you need to lead something. You need to
No.
disregard other people's feelings for the overall
what is a
outcome.
narcissist? What is a narcissist?
Someone who's self-centered, only cares about themselves.
Yeah, so when they're making decisions for our country and it's for themselves, that's not good.
But have you ever heard the trait Machiavellium? And this is how I think Trump actually operates. Every step he makes is to make something else happen. He can't do B before doing A. If A is done, then B has to happen. If B is done, then C has to happen.
That's not
He can't put his left foot forward without putting his right foot forward.
Cause and effect.
So
That's not
understand, that is
Machiavellian
how
at
he's
all.
operating. That is how he's moving. So give me an actual prime
What are you
example of
talking
how.
about?
Give me a prime example of how Trump has hurt this country. Because all I can see, we are respected more. We have been put on a pedestal. When we go to the
That's
UN,
delusion.
when we
That's
when we go to
delusion.
when we go to the UN, they actually respect us and they let him
That's
speak.
delusion too.
He's the shot caller. Okay,
No, he's not. They
we're
have
having
to. They
people
have
from
to
the
bow down to
Taliban.
him.
We're having
They
people from the
have to-
Taliban come to the White House. I'd say that's pretty
That
bad.
is-
Yeah, that's fucking insane. Do you hear what
Terrorist-
you're saying? I'm glad you brought up the Taliban. I'm really glad you brought up the Taliban.
I think right there that shows you he's not a narcissist because you say someone narcissist.
You just said
someone
he was a
self-centered.
narcissist.
But it shows that
I thought
we
you said
as
it
a
was
country-
good.
It is good, but I think
Oh.
that it shows something way more from that party. If we can forgive someone after the worst domestic terrorist attack in U.S. history, after only 25 years, that should
It
tell you
wasn't
something about us.
Taliban.
That should tell you something about us.
The Taliban didn't do 9/11, dumbass.
I never said they did. Al Qaeda
The
did
worst
that, but
terrorist
they're
attack
both
in
but they're
American
both
history?
but they're both jihad, right? So I think if we can forgive a part and a sector of jihad, therefore we are forgiving somewhat.
Didn't Trump just run on how they killed 13 soldiers, and it was all Joe Biden's fault? But don't worry, the Taliban are cool. But we still hate Joe Biden for that,
Joe
right?
Biden's fault. I
We
mean, you
still
saw
hate
the
Joe
way he
Biden for that.
left.
You want to forgive him yet?
Who?
Joe Biden.
Absolutely, because
Cool.
we can. Because here's the thing: since Trump did it, now it's acceptable. Now it's okay. He's the trendsetter.
No, he okay. He says unforgivable things all the time. You're absolutely right. He is the trendsetter, and we have a bunch of people coming up here on my platform, like young kids like you, who probably can't state a single
young
law.
kids.
Yes,
I'm 24, buddy. I'm not a young kid. Born 2001.
That's a young kid.
Oh, you're just old as hell.
Yeah. People who have no idea anything about politics or laws that were passed. You just have these
so this
weird...
is your argument? Just
Okay.
age me. Be racist about my age. That's your
Racist?
argument?
No. I'm talking about people who have no business talking politics at all. There's 20-year-olds who know far more than me. But you...
Oh, I know far
can
more
tell.
than you.
You do.
Bro, you think because you have glasses on, you're smart. That's not how this world works. Maybe actually debate me. Maybe actually give me proof for a month. Maybe actually give me
Let's
sources.
talk about Trump's let's talk about how the world sees him. You said we're more respected with Trump in office. Let's see if
Absolutely.
that's true.
Have you seen the footage from the UN?
No, I'm talking about, like, can you see the metrics on this? Can you show me where you've seen the metric? Like, where can we see this? Where can we prove this?
Absolutely. I can't share my screen because I don't have enough followers. But if you go and you look at the UN video of him speaking to all the countries, they applauded him. He was like the most important speech. Everybody was applauding him. He was making jokes. People were laughing.
That's not a thing. I'm talking about, we have like things like Pew Research. When you talk to a liberal, this is what we're talking about. Like, not just videos of propaganda, like actual research.
Okay. What?
You know that Trump demands respect and loyalty, undying loyalty from his people. They glaze him more than anybody, and it's unhealthy. So when we look at this stuff on the world stage, you can't really tell. Like, when Maduro or when the French president comes over here, do you really think he likes Trump after all of the allegations about his wife being trans from your side? Do you think that he loves Trump's like anti-trans rhetoric haunting his wife?
I think what can I answer?
Yeah.
I think he truly does not care, because I think he understands that is the part. You don't get to be the big guy without being able to throw punches and take them. And so the fact that he's able to
Trump
take
does
them,
not exhibit those behaviors. He
What do you
cries
mean?
every time, right? He cries every time somebody attacks him. He stays up. He's tweeted 40 times in one night, once.
okay,
Like
what's
a
wrong with
child.
that?
What do you be?
Well, I don't get what your problem is. He
There's
has
no way
millions of
you're real.
followers. You don't think he should utilize the internet?
He's
How are you
like,
going to be a young guy and not
you need
understand
to be,
how
listen,
he has won?
it's not
because
that
of his-
he won, it's that he utilized the internet. Is he cry like I would have to crack down on my 15-year-old brother for doing this, not a 80-year-old man. Like, hey man,
Crack
maybe
down
you
on
should
your
delete some of
15-year-old
those.
brother,
Yeah, maybe
like
you should
you're
delete some of those
speaking of
tweets. He was
hurting
he was tweeting in all caps attacking a woman that accused him of rape, and he called her horse face. He is not there.
That is. Do you not get why he did that? You don't even understand what you said. It says she's accusing him of a really bad crime, and then you're mad he says horse face. He should have said 10 times worse. He should have said horse without the S face.
Okay,
That's what he should have said.
and when someone accused Biden of this, you just praised the French president for this. He said, "Hey, let's hear a case," and he reacted calmly, and that's what Trump does not have. He has no chill. He's a baby.
Well, yeah, because he's 90 years old. He doesn't act calmly. He acts almost dead. Like,
No.
what?
They're
Yes, he
they're like
does.
3 years apart.
They have his coffin ready. I mean, dude, he's literally
They're 3 years
falling
apart.
asleep on
Trump
the
is literally also the same thing. Trump is literally, he has no idea what's going on. He has some weird vein shit going on his hand that nobody wants to talk about. He praises and sucks his own dick about passing the fucking
So now you're being
Alzheimer
ageist.
test.
Now you're being ageist.
That's what you
Again.
just did. You just called Biden like old on the edge of his deathbed.
Is Biden old? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so what did I say that was wrong?
That
Okay, you
weren't-
just
you weren't
audited
just
me.
calling him old.
For saying things about someone's age, and now you're defending it. Can you track this conversation, man?
Yep. I just think your prompt is very delusional. I've brought up multiple points of how he does not suck. He's been elected twice, and
That
you
doesn't
can't
prove
debate
anything.
me. You actually all you do is say, "Oh, if my 15-year-old brother did that, I'd crack him" or something weird like that.
Yes, Trump is immature.
And you have no proof
He's-
of that. You can't pull up a quote. You can't pull up anything.
Yes, I
You
can.
haven't.
Yes, I can't.
Do
Trump,
it.
Trump says immature stuff all the time. He lashed out at
Wait,
Ted
so here's the
Cruz.
problem. Here's the problem with you. Immature is subjective. Why don't you talk about something that isn't subjective?
Okay,
Because what you
in the
think is
middle of a
immature,
fight,
I don't.
in the middle of this argument, if I called your girlfriend ugly, would that mean I'm winning? Would that mean I'm more mature?
It depends. Is she ugly or not? I'm a realist.
It doesn't. No. That is called an ad hom. It does not depend if she's ugly or not. That means I'm
Oh,
losing
big
the
words.
conversation. That means that I don't have a good response to whatever point you're making, and that is what Trump champions. That's what Trump did in his
But you don't
fucking
understand. That
presidential
is the-
debates.
Okay, let me ask you something. So let's say me and you talk for 10 minutes, right? And we're talking, and I just rip a crazy slur, right? You're gonna probably kick me off the panel. You're gonna let me go, right? What are you gonna remember the most though? The slur. That's what Trump does. You don't understand. When he had that debate with Kamala,
Yes,
he
that is-
brought up the dogs and all that, which was actually very
Yes,
smart
it is.
because
It
that
is
is what the most remembered thing
fascist
was.
rhetoric. That is what that is. This is big bombastic things that you say in the media that no matter how right or wrong or good or bad your actual policy for presidency is, all you hear about is fucking cats and dogs. And that's why Trump is a baseless president. He has no actual thing to offer anybody. You guys voted for cats and dogs. You have no idea what Kamala's plan was. You have no idea what her plan was for anything. You just know about the cats and dogs.
Which is why he's amazing, because he was able to take something that she worked her whole life on and simply with the reference of a cat and dog be able to unhinge it, put her off the railroads, and almost put her in a box.
You think that's good? You think
The
that was a
Tazar-
win?
the Tazarac.
That was Trump not having a good response in a debate about
He did not have a plan, by the way.
running the United States of America. He's talking about an incident that wasn't even true, something that we had to all fight over, something that divided
Pretzel.
America. And you're saying that's a good thing. Good thing he won. At least he won. Like
Yeah,
that is
you're-
bad.
you're a
That is
pretzel.
selfish.
You're twisting my words. Trump
that's
had a
what
plan
happened.
too. Trump had a plan too, and he's actually interacting.
He
and
didn't
he's
have a
taking
plan.
Illegal immigrants out of this country. He's, as a matter of fact, he's being kind about it too. He's paying them to leave.
He's literally
giving
not.
them money. That's amazing.
Oh my
4,200
God.
people that are in ICE custody have disappeared.
You said what, dude on the bottom?
4,200 people that are.
Why don't you say
currently-
what's your name, dude
I'm
on
sorry,
the bottom?
You asked me a question. I'm answering it.
I didn't ask you a question. I haven't referred
you
to you
did.
once.
You said what?
Dude on the bottom, what's your name?
It's written in text. You can read
Nemo.
it.
and
His
where?
name's Nemo.
Nemo, like the
So
fish.
4,200 people that ICE has arrested have
Say
been
that again. I
disappeared.
couldn't hear you. I legitimately couldn't hear you. Say that again. Okay, well, I guess you can't debate. I'm trying to hear your point.
No, Jackson. It sounds like you can't English. So which part did you not hear?
I didn't hear your prompt because the host was
It wasn't
chewing
a
gum on his
prompt.
mic.
It wasn't a prompt.
I didn't
Jesus
hear your
Christ.
statement. I guess. Hold up. Just say it again, dude. Was it false?
4,200 people that are in ICE custody have disappeared.
Okay. Yes. That's what's supposed to happen when you get picked
No.
up by ICE. You disappear.
No, dumbass. No. This is
Oh,
not like this isn't like the gulag.
You just did what the host said not to do. When you
What,
can't
call
debate,
you a
you throw
dumbass?
insults.
No,
You
no,
just
no.
called my girlfriend
No, no,
ugly.
No.
You just called my girlfriend
No,
ugly.
no. Here's the difference, okay? When he's actually giving you a point against your point, that's different. When his point is only that your girlfriend is ugly, that's an ad hom.
Wait, so let me ask you something. So when ICE picks you up, right? What, do you guys go to Chuck E. Cheese or do you get booted out the country? Which one is it?
Disappear and deported are not the same thing, dumbass.
Watch your tone, fucking goofball. Look at your hair.
You're 24 years old and you sound like a pissant. You want to sit here and say,
you're,
I
bro,
should
you're probably
watch my
24 and you
tone?
look
I'm
like
sorry.
a 40-year-old. You can't even
Yeah,
maintain
no,
your hair.
I mean, I feel like a 40-year-old. Like, okay,
Old ass.
cool.
Why don't you debate me
What was
instead
your
of throwing
point?
insults? Because you have a
All right.
It's not insults, man. It's observations.
Tammy, thank you for the $40 to drop. Tammy, Tammy's all over the chat, please. Thank you so much, Tammy. Yeah. Tap the screen, guys. Thank you guys for the 100K. We're at 1,000 viewers right now. I'll love to see it. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I like defending our borders. I like getting people out of this country that shouldn't belong here. And then I'm also a fan of lowering prices and dropping national inflation and debt.
Well, the debt part is definitely not happening.
Not yet, but we're taking a token out of it. But
Mhm.
so how do you feel about the
Yellow?
yo?
Defending our borders, why is that so important to you? Like, I feel like that's something we've always just kind of done. I don't feel like there's this huge problem that has come about from migrants coming into the country. Can you point
Well,
to
so
a
the
thing
prob-
that makes it so important to you?
Well, so the problem is that you have people on SNAP benefits and government assisted programs and such that are mostly non-American, that are most likely not even citizens.
How do you do that without a social security number?
That you go to these Democrat states that are quote unquote sanctuary states or sanctuary cities that have no repercussions to being an illegal, and they'll
But
hand
that
that
doesn't
out
mean
to
you
you.
get free. Doesn't mean
They'll
get
give
free
you a
stuff.
driver's license.
That's also
stuff.
not bad. Why is that bad?
Why do you want people that are undocumented immigrants driving in this country?
Doesn't that document them?
But just because they're documented doesn't mean they're a citizen. They should have to be a citizen to be eligible to drive,
When-
eligible to receive benefits.
When we gave undocumented people driver's license, hit and runs went down drastically. That's why.
Can you prove that?
Yes.
I mean, I just that we have millions of people that are flooded into this country reaping the benefits off of American tax dollars.
You still haven't told me what benefits they're getting. Being a sanctuary city doesn't mean you get free stuff. That just means they don't talk to ICE whenever you make contact with the government.
So 42% of Afghanistan immigrants are on SNAP benefits. 33% of Somali immigrants are on
Those are legal.
SNAP benefits. I can guarantee you a lot of them are.
No, literally 100% of them have to be, right? If we're tracking this.
Well, I mean, if we're tracking this, but I mean, you can hand out anything in these Democrat states.
No, you can't, dude. That's just a silly thing to say. It's not true.
How is that silly?
In a Democrat state, we stop checking people's social securities when we hand out SNAP. It's not happening.
So do you support?
It's federal dollars. How do you expect? Legal? How is it that let's take your theory. California, the state of California. You're saying that they are what, giving federal dollars to random people?
Yes. Have you seen?
It's the federal government. It's not the state of California that administers that.
The hit and run incidents reduced by 7 to 10%. And it did not increase overall accident rates or fatalities. Double win. This is just a talking point. This is literally, it's exactly what this is, a talking point. The license thing. They can't really tell us what's wrong with it.
So in 2023, this time of Biden's presidency in November, there was an estimated, or actually by the FBI, totaled 2.5 million illegal encounters at the border. And this year, we're at 400,000 roughly.
And why is that so good? Why is it so? You haven't told me why this is like the encounters are bad. Why is it bad?
Why do you want illegals in this country? What's wrong
what do you
with getting that?
Like, I don't feel like it's worth spending billions and billions to track all this down unless you can like really show me why it's worth it. Like, there's people breaking laws all over the place right now. Why are we focusing on this one? Are they out here killing everybody? Are they out here?
Well, I mean, yes, migrants commit crime at a much higher rate. Illegal immigrants do.
No, they don't. That's
yes,
the
they
opposite. Literally,
no, it is not.
That is not.
How is that? How you cannot prove that?
The FBI has literally published stats saying that is not true.
It's literally the opposite of true. They commit crime at a rate 1/3 when it comes to violent crime and 1/4 when it comes to property crime.
The documented immigrants, obviously, because there's a fraction of them compared.
Undocumented.
They don't know. You just said that they can't prove that to apply for any other benefit. How would they be able to track undocumented?
Okay, these are two separate things. Okay, like if we give them a driver's license, right? They're there. They're a person in our system. They just don't have a legal resident check next to their name. That's it.
Okay, so do you support illegal immigration?
I think that we should make it much easier for legal immigration, and I think it's just a side effect of that. So I honestly don't think it's the end of the world if a bunch of people are here undocumented. I don't think it's worth spending a bunch of money or saying very harmful rhetoric to make people fight over. I don't think it's just the same thing as all right-wing politicians all over the world. They just do this nativist movement, and it's gross and just like dehumanizing, and like just like you, nobody can really figure out why they want this, but you want it.
So when
real
they take
bad.
jobs away, so when they take jobs away, since they're undocumented and can work for less than minimum wage, and take jobs away from working Americans, how do you say that benefits this country?
Okay, so when they leave, they actually take more jobs with them. There's not a finite amount of jobs. So when more people move to a country, it creates more jobs.
But the limited amount of, let's just say, a lot of Mexican migrants are working in construction. When you have Mexican immigrants, illegals, working for sub-minimum wage, that would make it easy for these people to hire them, when you could hire an American that would have to work
again,
minimum
You
wage.
think somebody working a construction job is working less than minimum wage?
Yeah, that's not a thing. I used to own a construction company in Texas, and when you're an undocumented migrant, you just get this thing called a ITIN, and it's pretty much a replacement for a social security number. And I can basically pay someone through that ITIN number, and they have tax liabilities. They have the most tax liabilities because they don't get any sort of reductions that U.S. citizens get. They pay a higher tax rate.
Okay, so just let me ask you a question. What do you think you'd be doing better as a country?
I would
if we're
take
not
this
on
$140
policy
billion
now?
and not do this and fix homelessness and have $40 billion left over.
So why should we fix homelessness when that's a person's decision?
1 out of 5
Like-
kids, you think it's their decision?
I mean, that's the foster care issue, but I mean, when you have people on the street that decide not to work and decide to use drugs their entire
What about
life
they're
and decide to
mostly
throw their lives
veterans?
away.
What about all the veterans that were just sent to Vietnam and watched the most atrocious things happen right in front of them? Should they just be left fucking sitting on the street?
If you're not working, if you don't want to have a job,
All right. This is the difference between you and me. Like, we live in the nicest country in the world.
we do.
A
We live in
lot
the
of
best
countries have
country in the
figured
world,
this
and I
out.
want to preserve that.
A lot of countries have figured this out, and we have the money to fix this, and y'all don't want to, and we do. That's why I'm a more patriotic than a Republican in my eyes.
No, you aren't. What's patriotic about wanting my own tax dollars, your own tax dollars, his own tax dollars to go to fixing people who can't help
The
themselves?
veterans?
Veterans?
We have so many programs for veterans already. I'm talking about the bums on the street that want to live in homeless shelters funded
Yeah,
by tax
veterans.
dollars. They're not bums on the street.
Really?
Really. I mean, I'm saying ones that genuinely don't do anything to help themselves.
Okay. So you are saying that there are veterans who are on the street.
There's
And-
homeless anybody on the
and-
street of
and-
any background.
And isn't it like 40 or 50% of homeless people have jobs?
I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
if you can prove that. I don't believe that one bit. I mean, why do you see people begging?
I think you just have this negative view of homeless people, and it's
Well, because they don't work for
it's
their
toxic.
shit. It's not toxic.
Again,
It's true.
no, it is not true. Like I used to be, my mom was single, and we used to draw food stamps, and she worked 2 jobs, and we had to go live with my grandma. If my grandma didn't exist, we just would have been homeless. That's not her
See,
fault.
but that's the difference. You've used that as a way to get on your feet, and you're now off of it, and you said, quote
But
unquote,
she was
own
homeless,
a
right?
business. Yes, but
She would have been
You
homeless.
didn't have them. You didn't claim them in perpetuity. These people that are living their whole lives on food stamps.
It's not true. You can't prove that.
Very true.
You can't prove that.
How so?
First of all, food stamps are like 1.6% of our government spending. Anybody who scrutinizes is just a piece of shit. But I don't mind people abusing it, because the more you try to crack down on the abuse, the more you take away people who rightfully need it. And I think that there's no
Rightfully needed
level
is so
of
rightfully needed is so
monitoring in that
subjective.
sense. Like, you've never, like, no Republicans ever told me a level of abuse that would be okay with them, or that whatever is present now. They
What
just have
abuse?
this mindset that people shouldn't be helped.
But what do you mean? I mean, there's a difference between helping people, and there's a difference between handing it out and fucking the taxpayers.
Again, it's 1.6% of our federal spending. If that's what you're focused on, that just makes you a bad person.
It doesn't make me a bad person for wanting my taxpayer dollars to go to like the military and fire
Oh,
departments.
it
and
goes to
roads.
the military.
Oh, I'm aware it does,
Yeah.
but it shouldn't go to
On
homeless
average,
people.
$5,000 of your
It
taxpayer
should
money
go.
each year goes to the military, and like 300 goes to like feeding people like my mom.
I mean, yeah, it's not my problem if they can't afford themselves.
If you want to go be really rich and not get taxed, there are places like that. Like
I
where
know,
there's
there's
just a bunch of
Monaco
like
and
homeless people, just like a gross like society of just underwhelming nothingness. You can go live in this.
well,
Like you can go live in Uganda,
but see,
and you would be rich.
you claim I mean, obviously we have a homeless issue, but it's all in Democrat-ran states with these programs that never.
It just so happens
they
that
say
they're all the big cities that Republicans
yes,
can't get a hold of.
no, taken
What
over
do
by
Republicans
Democrats.
do that help homelessness?
But see, helping and by
What do
helping
they
you
do to
say,
reduce
give,
it?
okay, so here's the point. You want to give money. You want to give money away to these people.
If Republicans ran California, what would they do to reduce homelessness?
They did run California all the way up until the 90s, and it was
And
amazing.
what did they do to
There
reduce
was way.
homelessness? What do they do? What do they preach on reduce homelessness? Nothing. They just hate them. They don't do anything.
Okay, so here, like Gavin Newsom had a 10-year plan to reduce homelessness, and it's increased by over 50%.
So your solution's nothing. So it would have
Well, when you have
it probably would have increased by 100% if Gavin
I don't
Newsom
have
wasn't
it.
doing
I don't.
anything.
So, but handing out money to homeless people is a way to get votes, not to help the homeless. You think Democrat
That
politicians
sounds like
genuinely
tax
care?
cuts. Tax
Okay, so
cuts is handing out money to
yes.
the rich.
Okay, so
Okay,
the
so
big
then
beautiful
that's just
bill
getting
tax
votes. That's
code
not helping society.
14 point. The big beautiful bill cut taxes by 14.9% for people making
Yeah, tax cuts for the rich is not helping society.
under $50,000 a year. Cut
Yeah,
tax
again, tax cuts for the rich is not helping society.
And then he
$50,000
increased tariffs, right? Then he put tariffs up.
Is
Yes,
$50,000
and
a
tariffs
year
are a
rich?
regressive tax.
Is $50,000 a year rich?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I just said 15%
Yeah,
tax
yeah.
cuts on people
Again,
under
I know that
$50,000.
you're going to hyperfixate on the low end. I'm talking about the upper end, where the majority of the, I guess, tax revenue is going to come from. Cutting taxes on the rich does not help society.
1% of our wage earners pay 47% of United States taxes.
Yeah, because they have a lot of money.
So you think they should pay more?
Yes,
Yes.
Why? They earned that.
because they have all the money.
They earned it off
We-
us. They earned it.
because we've
it's
done
our
this
money.
before, dude.
No, it's not. You spent it on them. They
We've
made
done
a
this
product.
before. Republicans have done this before.
If you think the Democrats and Republicans both aren't part of big business, because I know Republicans you can't claim jack shit for. I mean, they're the same.
No. Republicans are the worst. Democrats are, we balance the budget every time we do tax breaks. We increase taxes where they need to. We always try to do things objectively, and y'all just sell votes with tax breaks. You guys did tax breaks for everybody to get votes. Everyone.
So why shouldn't? Do you believe in a flat tax?
No,
Why should we not all be taxed equally?
because
In
that
a
would be
country of equal
regressive,
represent-
dude. Have you heard of
in a-
marginal
in-
utility?
In a country of equal representation, why should we not all be taxed?
Have you heard of
It's not
marginal
equal
utility?
representation.
What does that even mean? That's a fucking hokey ass term.
Have you heard of marginal utility?
No. If you're so happy, no.
Marginal utility is the idea that every dollar that you make is worth less than the dollar before. So when a millionaire loses $20, it's not as painful as when a homeless person loses $20.
Well, obviously not, because they've made $100 million or whatever they're worth.
Yeah, that's marginal utility. So when we look at every tax system on earth that works, it's always progressive. So when you start making money, when you start to become successful, that's when you can start paying back for all the things you took advantage of, all of the infrastructure, all of the things that we set up for the years, for the 250 years coming up to this point. You owe to pay back what you took advantage of.
Okay. I mean, I haven't taken advantage of shit, but
Yeah, well, you're probably not rich, right?
no, one day. Hope to be.
Okay.
Do you have a problem with rich people?
I think that billionaires shouldn't exist.
So if you were a billionaire, would you not want to exist?
I would probably donate all of it to betterment of society.
So do you think Elon Musk shouldn't exist?
No.
So how about how he betters his country? Do you not think that's a thing?
No.
That's debatable.
Well, I mean, progressing our space movement into the modern era, creating one of the largest car brands in the world.
He's
Tesla
literally
has-
taking billions of dollars. I think it's like 8 million a day to do this because he's gotten close with Trump and whoever else was in office before. I
But he's
could do without
boosting our
him.
economy. Can you agree
I
or
don't.
not?
What is he doing with our economy? Like he
But,
has. He
The
has.
nature of capitalism.
He,
creating products
we're
that people buy
literally.
in
He would
America.
not exist without us literally giving him all that money.
Okay, but because he creates a product that people want.
Okay.
No, it's
Tesla's the
when Pickles
seventh biggest
says
car company
us
in the
giving him
world.
money, he's not saying customers.
Yes,
he's
it
saying
is.
taxpayers.
Go look at by revenue.
He's
by
saying
profit.
taxpayers. Elon Musk is one of the biggest recipients of welfare in this country.
But he pays more taxes
didn't
than
know
you
that,
and
did
mine
you?
and his bloodline
No,
will ever pay.
it doesn't matter. He's also the richest person on earth. He's like a trillionaire now. He doesn't get
He's
points
worth
for that.
He's worth $500 billion.
He doesn't get points for that.
But he's still paying more taxes and gives more to charity than you ever will.
Okay,
And
still
doesn't
doesn't matter.
Is
not the-
is
Why does that?
a half
Why does that not
trillion.
matter?
Despite paying so much in taxes, he still is a half trillionaire. I
So who
feel
should
like
determine?
he has too much
Who should
money.
determine? So once you go down the road of that, us as humans determine who should own what. Then how do you determine how much?
That's literally
Because
how
when you have so much
economic
power that
systems work.
you can he's literally playing with politics in countries. He's playing with entire countries'
so?
politics.
How?
Germany, he backed the AfD, the far right, like Nazi movement in Germany, and
You
then
really
he's
believe
backing.
that?
What do you mean? I really believe he openly did it.
Where? When?
He literally video conferenced them and gave them a speech how you should not be ashamed of your own history.
You shouldn't be afraid of being white. I guess if that's what you're trying to say.
Okay, well that's the palpable version of white supremacy. Yes, that's what they
So
wanted
being-
to hear.
wait,
That's
so-
what
so
he's
saying
allowed to say. Yeah.
So saying I'm not ashamed of being white is bad.
No, we're talking about the history of Germany, dude. It's a
Oh,
little
okay,
different.
well,
It's
that's-
not just white.
Okay, fair. I'm just saying. So how do you determine who should own what? Does the government get it? Because once the government gets to tell you that you're allowed to only earn a certain amount of X, then they can just keep decreasing that until they
It used,
have
to
all
be,
the
it
power.
used to be great, but no, the government wouldn't have all the power. We would, instead of those rich ass people having all the power. Like in the 1980s, we used to tax the absolute, or in the 1950s, we used to tax the absolute fuck out of these people, and they would pay all sorts of things to their employees instead of the thing they do now. Dolphin, thank you for the PayPal right in a second. They would give them retirement packages and pensions, and they would reinvest in their companies rather than pay the egregious tax bill that they were handed every year. That's what I think we should do. Instead of letting them accumulate so much money that they hold hands with our president and cut entire federal departments.
So, but I mean, then you can say that about your own party.
Okay, how so?
George Soros, Epstein.
What has he done?
George Soros is one of the biggest contributors to BLM and Democratic Party.
And what else is he like? That's as a private citizen, you can back private movements. I don't get what the problem with that is.
I just said the Democratic Party. He's one of the largest contributors to the Democratic
You'd
Party.
have to point to me like where he's problematic. He's not doing anything. Like if I were
He's
rich, I'd do
funding-
the same thing, right? I would
He's
do the
funding
same
a
thing.
political ideology. It's the same thing as if I donated $100 billion to the Republican
Yeah,
Party.
and the Democrats, they want to do what? They want to tax the rich. So I think that's a very
But
noble
you can
thing.
say that. But do you think George Soros will get taxed?
Yes,
Okay, so that's just such a.
he did.
That's
Biden did
so
it.
hypocritical because
Biden taxed him. Biden
Okay,
increased
but-
taxes on all companies, corporations making 400K or more, 15% minimum tax. Biden did that, and George Soros said, "Thank you. Keep doing that."
But how can you support these billionaires who fund groups that are genuine terrorism?
I don't know. Trump literally stands out front of the Capitol and promotes terrorism.
No, are you talking about January 6th?
Yeah.
How was that? Have you ever seen? Did you see how he just sued BBC for hundreds of millions of dollars for promoting a fake clip?
It was actually just settled outside of court, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it didn't prove anything because no one wanted to be subpoenaed.
Well, he was they paid him because they know they were fucked up. They both resigned. Both of the
Pete
heads of
Hegseth
BBC.
paid $50,000 to a woman he was alleged of raping. Did he rape her then?
I mean, was it settled in court?
No.
Exactly. So you can't prove if he raped her or not.
Okay, so this falls apart for you too, right?
I mean, both ideologies. But I mean,
Okay.
what you can clearly see the clip of what BBC edited that proves they just slandered Trump. He didn't actually tell people to go fight the Capitol.
Just because BBC said something that didn't align with, or they didn't want to have a legal battle about this, doesn't mean that Trump didn't say very harmful things, and he knew guns were there, and he told them to go fight like hell, or you won't have a country to fight for anymore, and he sat there and watched for 3 hours with a Diet Coke, watched Fox News, while
said
people rushed
said
the
to go-
Capitol.
He said, go down and make your voices heard. Not
And
to
he
go down
sat
fight
there
like
and he
hell.
watched them attack the Capitol, didn't do anything.
How was he going to stop a mob?
He's the president. He's literally doing the military right now in cities against their will.
What do you mean against their will? We have mass amounts of crime and immigration in these cities that he's deploying the National Guard
he's
to.
deploying National Guard like he said he couldn't. He's doing it right now.
Against illegal citizens or illegal immigrants.
Yeah, so if he can do that, he can definitely do it against a fucking mob of people attacking the Capitol, couldn't he?
How is that Trump's fault?
Because he told him to go do it 2 miles away.
He said, go make your voices heard. He didn't say do anything but peacefully
He
protest.
sat there and watched it. So if he didn't like it, he could have said, hey, y'all stop.
Do you know a lot of those people were paid for to go do that?
Why did he pardon all of them?
The ones that were deserving of it, that were just there observing.
He pardoned 100%.
Okay.
Even the ones that even some of them are back in prison now because they were child predators. They're murderers. One straight up just shot a cop on a traffic stop. Horrible people. They were not Democrat. They were Trumpies.
You say 100% of them are pardoned?
Yes.
Okay, I'd have to go look into that.
1,500 people.
So you as a leftist, as a Democrat, what's your big policy? What do you support?
Universal health care.
How? Through taxation?
Sure, yeah.
Cool, great. So take people's money from them.
It would save us all money. So if that's where you're hung up, it's just
how did my family's premium of $300 before Obamacare go up to almost $1,600 during Obamacare, which is supposedly
because
free
Republicans fucked it up.
How is it a Republican's fault when it's a system from Obama?
Because Republicans were it's actually Heritage Foundation, Trump's best friend, did this. They lobbied to get certain things amended in the ACA before it was passed.
Like?
I believe it was like one of the most recent things was like choice, being able to choose your doctors. Also being able to opt out. Opting out is what really fucked us because if we had universal health care, this is what would have happened. All 350 million would be on one insurance plan instead of, just a couple 100,000 like your mom is probably on, and it would be so much more cheaper. We pay twice as much than every country that does this, and we have less, like half the outcomes. It's like a double negative. Do
you think there should be private insurance?
Yeah, you can subsidize your private your universal with private.
Okay, I'm saying like if you're a proponent of universal health care, there's a lot of people that wouldn't even propose that would only want government ran health care.
There's plenty of countries that do what I'm talking about, where you can get supplemental health care.
Yeah, like when you say insurance. So to be clear, we're talking about insurance, right? So like the health care. Like hospitals and shit, that would not be government run. It's the insurance piece, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So so what you're saying is, so with the universal health insurance, like Medicare for all, some people would advocate that private insurance should be abolished. I've heard that. Now, I don't believe that Bernie or Jayapal and definitely not Warren. Those are the three that have basically kicked around Medicare for all plans over the years. I don't believe that any of them have explicitly written into their law or their proposed legislation that private insurance would be abolished. And like Pickle said, depending on the country, you absolutely still have access to private insurance. Like I lived in the UK for a few years. They have what's called the NHS, National Health Service. It's, essentially, Medicare for all. But you can also get private healthcare and you pay for it. And, it's private. So yeah, but you can do that.
I think you run into the problem when you start going to, whatever government health insurance or free health insurance, and you run into the issue that Canada has when you have people on wait lists for months of heart surgery.
This is a lie.
That is not a lie. Read so many countless stories of people who ran into that issue.
That's a myth, dude.
That is not a myth. So I say something.
Have you read about the countless stories of people who can't even walk into the hospital, who can't get anything done, who just die? I haven't seen a doctor in 12 years. There's people. What about all those people? There's just millions of them. They just die. At 12,
what are you saying?
I think 12,000 people will die after Trump rips them away from the 12 million people off of healthcare. Like people die all the time. Wait times are different because they prioritize. So someone with a heart condition would be at the top of the list. Somebody who has a hurt pinky toe would be at the bottom.
But I mean, obviously, but then that's my issue is if I'm, under a private health insurance plan and my own health insurance that is a business rather than government ran, I'd want to, even if I have a toe issue, I'd want to go in and see it whenever the fuck I want.
Well, that's what the great thing about universal healthcare is. You can do that, and you would do that far more often under universal healthcare.
I just don't think it's possible with our current situation when we spend trillions of dollars on our own military a year.
We would save money.
How much do you think that we spend on private insurance right now?
Who's we, like, as people?
The American people.
Like in total, or like us, like one person individually?
But in total, like, so all of the United States
annually.
I
mean, it's got to be billions a year because I mean,
yes,
mine's
yes,
like 12,000 a year.
Yeah, so over, I think it's. I'm doing the math in my head. I think it's like $4 trillion a year. So the study, Mercatus, I want to say is the name of it. They are a right-leaning think tank. Mercatus literally did a study on this and they concluded that we would actually save money by going to Medicare for all. And again, they are a right-leaning think tank. They're not some, socialist, whatever. So currently the U.S. spends roughly about $4 trillion a year on private insurance. Okay, so private healthcare. And so that is what we mean by that is you've got Blue Cross Blue Shield, I've got Cigna, and Pickles has got Aetna, and we all put $100 in a month. That means that we all collectively spent $300 in private insurance. Okay, so right now, money is going into a person's bank account, and then it is leaving that bank account and going to Aetna, Cigna, or
Blue
wherever
Cross,
the fuck, right?
Blue Shield, wherever.
Exactly, and that total for all of America is about let's just say $4 trillion a year. Okay. Medicare for All says, okay, how about instead of you spending, or all of us spending $4 trillion a year, instead, the money goes into your bank account, and then it goes to a different provider. That provider is called the government, Medicare, okay? It goes to them, right? It's less, on average, it's less money. The average American would end up saving money on health insurance because, sometimes people get lucky and they have balling insurance at a job. Other times they get screwed. Other times they had balling insurance and then their company decided at some point to change the insurance person or the insurance provider, and then they get screwed, right? And God forbid they have a family, because I have cried dollar signs hearing the stories from guys that I work with who have families that are on their insurance plans. It's insane. Holy crap. And I'm not talking about big families. I'm talking about, a wife and like 2 kids, not a big family. And they're spending over $1,000 a month.
Oh, I mean, I don't argue that medical bills are wildly insane.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's like premiums. That's just your whatever, your monthly. So the point is, the average American would end up saving money. This has been well documented. This has been studied a lot. The average American would end up saving money under Medicare for All because their overall cost would go down. Like, just imagine instead of you paying Cigna, you are now paying the federal government. And then imagine that instead of $100, it's $80. You now have $20 extra in your bank account that you didn't have before. So it's not a matter of we can't afford it or, we already spend so much money on Medicare already, and so we can't afford to spend another $3 trillion a year.
This would be in place of that.
Exactly, it's in place. You have to factor the net on that.
And not to mention the relationship with your employer would be much different. You wouldn't be held hostage by a workplace that you fucking hate because they have such great insurance or some shit.
I just don't want to be so I have no problem if, say there's a plan and someone wants to have money taken out of their paycheck for government ran health insurance. I don't want to be forced to pay for it because I want my own private plan.
The thing is, you want whatever is best for you now, but when you're fucking 60, you're gonna be, oh man, I wish we had universal because I'm paying trillions.
I mean, Social Security is a thing, and elderly people get a lot better rates than you and me.
Yeah.
I mean, like the principle that you're working with, like how far out does that extend? Because let's say that I pay for private security. Let's just say that I'm a millionaire and I can afford a private army. Why the hell should I pay for police?
Well, you shouldn't.
So my taxes should not. I should be allowed to opt out of police taxes.
Sorry. I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying like for your own. I was like, my bad. I was.
Oh well, I mean, like like I as a citizen of.
Well, if you reap the benefits of America, then you should have to pay American taxes, obviously.
Okay. And so, I mean,
but that's different from choosing your own healthcare.
So, okay. I mean, at that point, it sounds like you're advocating for a public option, which, I mean, that's like a halfway point. That was the original iteration of Obamacare, not what we actually got because Republicans gimped it, but the idea of the public option, which is essentially just, hey, do you want it? Like, do you want Medicare? Here's the Medicare plan. Do you want it?
That's what I agree with.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think you should be forced to pay into government. Health insurance.
I don't know, like because to me at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense why the choice side of things matters. I think that Americans have this we have a reflex of being like, well, I like choice, right? And so we have this well, I mean, I to some extent I get it, but also I think that we are working with the illusion of choice. How much choice do you actually have with your private insurance? Like, I don't know your situation as far as like work and stuff goes. I mean, I'm pretty much stuck with whatever my employer is going to give me because I'm not going to get a better rate on the exchanges. I'm not going to get a better plan on the exchanges because the rates that your employer gives are like bulk rates that are negotiated. So they're going to have better costs overall, period. So your employer, they kind of make that choice for you, right? Mm-hmm. And people typically generally are not about to like, leave a job solely because insurance sucks. Some might, but
they'll definitely stay if it's good. Like you have less choice in that in that same sense. You have less choice with your employer. I'd be far more excited about seeing the options that come out of universal healthcare than the private corporation who's offering me however they're making their billions. Like I don't want any of that. Whatever profit incentive is in between me and my healthcare, I think it should just be done away with. I think that's an aged system.
Then you shift. Then it turns into the government profiting instead of
the government doesn't make any profit. No.
How would they not if they're the one taking money for your healthcare?
They're distributing it back to, like they're not trying to accumulate wealth. They're not trying to figure out ways to cut money so that the government makes money. The government's just trying to distribute it.
So do you? I mean, then you're running. What it sounds like you support is socialism.
That's a socialist aspect. Yeah, social democracy. Yeah.
Are you so? Would you consider yourself a hardened socialist?
No, I'm a social democrat.
So that's just that new term is so like you can either be because there is no in between. You can't say I'm a moderate socialist.
Yeah, you can.
So do you think anybody that gets in power that's not, you think none of them are corrupt?
Yeah, corruption's going to exist no matter what.
Exactly, but capitalism provides the least corruption and the most.
No, it doesn't. It literally doesn't. No. Have you heard of the Gilded Age?
We're talking about present era.
Okay, but do you know what the Gilded Age is?
Explain. I've heard of it.
Okay, so the Gilded Age is basically Industrial Revolution, right?
Yes.
Like there are all sorts of movies where it's like, oh my God, workers in New York covered in soot and shit and, terrible conditions, child labor, all the bad stuff from the early early 1900s, late 1800s, right?
Right.
So that is the Gilded Age. So you had people that were richer than God, and you had way too many people that had nothing, that lived in tenement halls. Like that was a very common thing. So I mean, that's like the time of J.P. Morgan is also the time of the borderline depression. Yeah.
You don't have the opportunity to become wealthy in socialism like you do in capitalism.
I think you're getting hung up on the word socialism.
I think you have this like extreme version of socialism that always happens when we implement things like we've had this whole time, like the military, the fire department. That's socialism. That's a socialist.
Well, I mean,
policy.
we're mixed. You can't extremism on
and
either
I am
side
a socialist Democrat, so I believe in free markets. I believe in free capitalism, but I also believe that we should remove some industries from free market capitalism because there's no need for them. Outcomes are far better. I think we could easily healthcare.
So you think anybody that's in the private healthcare business should just not exist?
No, I believe that the insurance industry should not exist for healthcare.
But that's the beauty of capitalism. It's a free market. So if you want to get into whatever business, you can decide.
But we can still do this mixed version, right? Where like healthcare is one thing where we can remove, like that's a thing that works. We have every country that is doing this is performing better than us. So we're in the top 50. We are 50th.
How are they performing better?
In every metric. In every single metric.
So how come we're still the highest GDP in the world? And
that doesn't mean that's not a sign of how good we're doing capitalism or healthcare. We could literally be like the least healthiest, fattest country, like which we are, I think.
But then you say it's the government. But then you say it's the government's choice on if you should be fat or not.
Like no, I think that if we provided this thing to our constituents, we would catch pre-diabetes, we would catch thyroid problems, all this stuff that people don't have the luxury of going and figuring out because they don't have insurance or money, and they don't want to meet their $12,000 deductible. And this would ultimately save us all money because they would catch these things and we wouldn't be paying $500,000 to get somebody a fucking liver transplant because we caught this when they were 12.
Can you get a liver transplant for that cost in a, let's say, socialist country, England? Would it be better?
Yes.
Would you have the best?
Yes.
You think it'd be better? So
yeah, you would get faster. You would get it faster. You'd be more eligible. Yes. All of these things are true.
Yeah. So, I think that you're getting hung up on the idea that private insurance somehow means that healthcare is going to be more innovative and more nimble and more cater to the customer and all that stuff. Private insurance, it's literally, to simplify it, doctor, you, dude in the middle of that conversation saying, okay, we'll cover this much. Like instead of you just having a conversation with your doctor, there's a third party that is dictating price. Yeah. And then you're getting,
we'll give you anesthesia here, but not there. We won't approve the second part of the anesthesia, which is going to cost you like $1,000. And you're like, I love this.
Yeah. And most of the time, I mean, this is just down to how the system in America works. You don't even really know how much you're going to actually end up having to pay at the time that you get whatever it is done. Like, I mean, very simply, like even going to a doctor, I deal with this all the time where like I have my insurance card for, dog shit insurance company. And I go to the doctor for just a checkup and they're like, okay, well, we'll run your insurance and then, we'll have a bill after. And then later on, it's like, yeah, you owe $200. Like, that's insane. What the hell? Okay. I mean,
but you are getting the best healthcare in the world.
It's a checkup. It's a checkup at the doctor. It's not the best healthcare in the world.
How are there better outcomes in other countries?
What do you mean better outcomes? In what sense? I mean, we have the best medical technology and best surgeons and best doctors.
So Canada, for instance, their life expectancy is like 5 years longer than us.
Maybe because we have 300 million people and they have 70.
Would a private insurance plan that has 4 people be worse or better than a private insurance plan with 4,000?
I mean, that's just such a subjective question.
No, it's not. It's objectively true that a 4,000 person insurance plan would be far more effective than a 40 person or a 4-person plan.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. I don't know.
Weird.
Guys, I have a bunch of friendlies. There's like 3 friendlies that have been wanting to come up this whole time. I love y'all so much. I know that y'all probably would have had awesome things to say. I just don't want to crowd it. I don't want to dogpile. It gets really stuffy with 3 people trying to talk to 1 person. But I love y'all. We're going to get on to the next debate, though. Guys, we're almost at 150K. Tap the screen. Let's get popping, y'all. Hello.
How's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Honestly, I'm what you would consider a middle person. I'm neither on Democrat or Republican Party. Don't even bother voting because both of y'all's parties suck, to be honest.
What are you then?
What I take an issue with, though, is this like incessant need from both sides of y'all's party to insist that your side is so much to get, so much better than the other side. It's like, let's be real, y'all ain't really accomplished much when Obama was in office, did you? Everything doubled in price.
What are you talking about, man?
What do you mean, what am I talking about? Literally everything doubled in price. I watched it happen to myself. Gas doubled in price, the wood at Home Depot where I work.
Obama had the most thriving economy. He had the most thriving economy. Like the most consecutive months of job growth in U.S. history.
Hold up, because let me guess, what is it? The stock prices looked good, so rich people were making more money. That's what made the economy so much better.
I just gave you like actual like job growth.
Job growth. Okay, so that was the job growth from when we had COVID and people lost their job and then got their job back. No, Biden.
Can we focus here on Obama?
What the fuck are you? I said pardon my French, sorry. I was talking about Biden. You said, maybe I did say Obama. Sorry, I can be a bit dense sometimes. I'm talking about Biden's economy.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about Biden's economy. Biden got inflation from 9 to 3%. He got unemployment from 6 to 3.4, which is the lowest in 50 years.
If inflation decreased, then why did everything double in price?
So inflation hit a very big high of 9% in 2023 or 2022, one of the two. And his Inflation Reduction Act and all of these things reduced all of those things. He in fact started drilling more oil than Trump ever did, which also probably helped.
Hang on. Somebody said lumber cost soared under Trump. No, it didn't. I was working in construction at the time. I'm still working in construction. No, it didn't.
You're delusional because it did. It went up like 7%.
It went from like literally, I'm telling you right now, from the time that Biden got into office.
I worked in construction. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. I watched lumber go up. I watched the sheet in OVS went from $8 to $12. You tell me.
Let me finish. A sheet of paneling. All right, went from like literally $12 from the time Biden got into office to I think it was 24 by the time he left, a little bit over that. So if price went down, then how did that double in price during that entire my coffee? Because I drank a lot of coffee.
If you're going to look
at the construction field, coffee drinker, obviously.
You can look at random metrics, random small things that we did tariff. Trump started the tariffs on those things and Biden increased them a little bit. Those things we did increase in price. And if you agree that tariffs increase things in price, then we have a terrible conversation to have about Trump's tariffs and his economic policy in general.
Well, I haven't quite seen enough of the results of Trump's tariffs to make a full judgment. It's only been about a year since he started this kind of thing. So I want to, give it a little bit more time. Like I have no problem saying that Trump's a hypocrite and a little bit of a piece of shit. Sorry for the French. I know you probably don't want somebody cussing, but it's kind of hard. But, you know, he's literally not the worst thing to ever happen to America either. Like, things have been getting significantly bad since I was a kid. Like, this whole time, Trump hasn't been president that whole time. You know,
I don't think you're gonna sell us on how Trump is just kind of doing the same old, same old. If we look at our presidents, I keep saying that like we had Clinton, Obama, and then Biden, all pretty mild people. Y'all had fucking Bush, who started a 20-year war, and then you had Trump, who fucking called Obama Kenyan. That was his entry into politics.
I disagreed with that. I was an Obama supporter, by the way. It's just I didn't also like how a lot of his policies wound up turning out and ultimately affecting things. Like I don't
what?
think. Oh man, well, you want to talk about one thing that I didn't think, because like he took credit for gas prices going down when Trump came into office, which I found weird because he originally wound up putting a lot of taxes on wasn't it carbon tax that he did?
What are you talking about? Biden?
Obama this time. Because like Obama tried to take credit for the decrease in gas prices during the time frame that Trump was in office. But it's all like you tried to like
Can you tell me a thing
oil
companies. What did Trump do to make gas cheaper?
I'm not. I wouldn't be able to tell you what he did to make gas cheaper.
So
all I'm saying is that Obama's trying to take credit for it. Now, how is Obama taking credit for that?
It would be your job to figure out how it's not.
What? God damn, dude.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like, I'm just trying to make a simple argument here. If Obama wasn't even, because like what Obama tried to do was tax the oil companies to try to push greener energy, if you remember right. And then during that same time frame, they wound up discovering how to do fracking, which drastically reduced their cost of extracting it from the earth, which is what actually drove prices down.
Okay, and?
Well, how is Obama going to be taking credit for driving oil prices down when he had nothing to do with oil prices
the same
going
thing with
down?
Trump does the same
I agree.
thing.
What I'm trying to get across to you more or less is that the Democratic Party is not the best thing in the whole world.
Well, that's not a good example.
Of corruption. It is, because dude was lying. Dude straight up said, like, I am the reason that your gas price is now $1.90, and it's like, no,
if that's the biggest lie that you can pin on Obama, I don't know, man. I feel
more
pretty good
than
with
just that. There's more than just that, though.
Okay, well,
but it's okay.
Trump has said just like I think he did 30,000 lies in his first term, and that he just lies every day about how tariffs work still.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that, because he does lie a lot, but also I'm not even sure if sometimes he's lying. Sometimes I think he's just a big ass exaggerator. Sorry for the French.
So
again.
He's full of it too. Like, this is the thing that we all look at, all of our adversaries look at, and they go, "Dang, he's either full of shit or he's a big scary man." And it turns out he's just full of shit most of the time.
Look, these politicians that we have on the Democratic Party lie all the time too, straight to our faces.
What's the worst lie you can think of?
Oh God, there's just 8 billion of them, dude. I don't even
name one.
Give me a minute, because like I don't live my life like literally tracking every lie everybody.
Surely
tells.
one hit that you can think of. I could think of like
I did
one
give
from last
you a
week.
lie from Obama, and you didn't accept that one.
Honestly, it's not very good. I can just chat GPT how Obama affected gas prices.
What affected gas prices the most was fracking.
Okay.
I mean, fracking definitely helped. Also, us ending the moratorium, or well, it wasn't a moratorium, literally the export ban.
I think my overall issue with this whole thing, when it comes to the way that
Obama increased domestic oil and gas production. He promoted alternative and renewable energy, which gas has to compete with, which also Biden did.
Hold on, I agree with renewable energy.
He did all of these things. This is what, and then you can't name one thing Trump did besides, I can actually name a thing that Trump did.
Well, I'm not trying to defend Trump right now. Necessarily, my biggest issue with all this is the way the two sides of the party talk to each other. I feel like we're wasting a lot of fucking time.
We are. We are, because Trump just basically alludes to a bunch of lies, and I had to sit here and hold hands with MAGA supporters every day before the election and show them how Biden drilled way more than Trump. They just thought it was propaganda. They're so highly propagandized, they're resistant to actual data and facts.
So are a lot of Democrats.
Like what?
Tell me.
Well, y'all have been pushing this lie lately that, well, I mean, if we could actually get honest statistics, we might be able to tell if it's a lie or not. But I know it's definitely overblown where you try to say that 90% of the violence comes from conservatives. And it's like, I know I just got done watching
It's 70.
like so many. It's 70% either way. I know it's not.
There's actual
entirely
data
true.
on this, so I don't.
Yeah, no, I've looked into the data and I've noticed how, like, anytime you try to look into leftist violence that has occurred during a lot of y'all's protests, it goes like, yeah, no, that wasn't actually leftist violence because leftists don't believe in violence. So, no.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it is. I've seen the studies myself literally do this exact thing. And
it doesn't sound like you know what it doesn't sound like you've ever read a study on this.
Well, which one are you talking about? Because there are.
Can you
several.
show me one source that reflects your beliefs on how the crime is distributed or violence on each side? Can you just show me one?
Like I said, I don't necessarily think that it's strongly one way or the other.
Okay, all right. Well, the burden
of
proof is on you.
Is?
Well, okay.
Do you know what the Cato
I
Institute
think you're
is?
thinking that I'm trying to argue at you from like a literal MAGA perspective. I think you're both equally as violent as each other. I just think that the way y'all have been gathering data and statistics these days is entirely one-sided, because y'all will even include fucking prison violence whenever it comes to those
Yeah, if there are Nazi gangs in prison doing Nazi things against people who might be black or just not Aryan, that is right-wing domestic terrorism.
Hold on, but you do not include black on white, like whenever it's done specifically for, like, you know, oh, you're a white dude. You don't include that on leftist violence.
You would have to prove that would be the motive, wouldn't you?
Okay. Yes, you would have to prove the motive, but the
that's when those get recorded. When we can prove the motive is political.
You don't record them at all.
That?
What about the one that? Hold on. What about the one that just happened on the train in New York that everybody is desperately trying to say wasn't motivated by race?
The guy was schizophrenic.
It doesn't matter if he's schizophrenic. Everybody who commits one of those crimes is in some way mentally insane.
No.
Okay.
No.
So if you're going to go like, well, yeah, he killed her because he was white, but he was schizophrenic, so that doesn't count,
bro. Okay, he didn't hear about some anti-white.
Doesn't count.
He didn't hear some anti-white politician and do this. No, he was literally in and out of jail multiple times because he was actually schizophrenic.
Yes, he was. But that doesn't change the fact that as he was getting off the train, he said something about killing that white woman.
I know, and you guys are clinging on to it. And it's meaningless. It's harmful that you are trying to pin that on us when this guy doesn't. He couldn't even speak a coherent sentence.
I'm not trying to pin it on you, but if some crazy person goes out and kills minority people because of whatever crazy ass belief system they have, and you go, okay, that's right wing violence, and when some fucking crazy person who's of a minority and goes out and kills somebody,
we'll take that one.
White,
we'll take that one just for you. You still have like 300 more to make up to get back to where we are. Like,
what are you talking in terms of just murders? Because what about literally the billions of dollars in damages caused by
those
the
aren't
riots?
Murders.
It doesn't matter if they're murders. That's still violence.
It's not violence. That's a building.
It is violence.
It's called property damage. When there are two different types of crime. Violence. There's two different types of crime. There's property crime and there's violent crime.
So we just imagined the videos of like people hitting like reporters in the back of the heads with bricks and stuff during that whole thing. Them lighting those people, cars on fire. Them smashing the windows in on semi trucks. And we just imagined all of that.
If it's all of those people, right, were arrested, and if their motives were found to be
somebody just said violence to buildings, but how do you not know somebody was inside that building?
Okay. Still, you would have to be charged. You would be charged with like involuntary, like attempted manslaughter or attempted murder if someone was in the building. But if that's not the case, that didn't happen. So
I also got this whole bunch of people pointing out January 6th. Yes, January 6th did have violent agitators. just like these riots had violent
And
agitators.
Trump has pardoned 100% of them and said that type of political violence is my type. I like
Yes,
that.
and I don't necessarily agree with that, but y'all didn't charge anybody.
You don't
well,
necessarily
hardly
agree with it?
anybody. I think that the people who because like there were multiple videos that showed some people just wandering in as security was holding open the doors. I think those people
they bashed the windows in.
Yeah, some people did, and those people should go to prison.
If
I
somebody
agree with
breaks
that.
into your house, let's say that a bad guy, a burglar, kicks
Mhm.
down your door,
Mhm.
goes into your house, and then, I don't know, shits on the floor and then walks out, okay?
Okay.
And then, I don't know, 5 minutes later, I'm just strolling along, and then I see your door is open, and I just
Yeah, but that's
casually
not-
walk
that's
into your
not-
house and walk around and shit,
I get what
and
you're
then
saying.
walk out.
I get
Did I commit a
what you're
crime?
saying, dude. I get what you're saying. Yes, in
I
that
don't think you
instance-
did because you were talking the whole
Can
time.
I answer?
The whole
yes,
time
because
I
I,
was talking.
already understand what you're saying. You're saying if
Okay.
somebody else breaks into your home and does all kinds of shit, and then somebody else walks by and then walks into, are they committing a crime? Yes, but I'm talking about
Yes,
the
they
videos where
are.
they showed. Yes, I'm talking about the videos.
It's the same principle.
I'm talking specifically about the videos where you saw security guards holding open the doors and even opening some doors. Now, you
They're
want to
guiding
charge
them away from members of Congress that because like Ted Cruz who was hiding in a broom
the
closet.
doors that I saw them opening were right at the entrance, man. Okay,
Yeah.
like I said, if you want to go after the people who
It doesn't make
literally
it
broke
okay.
in and destroyed things, we can go ahead and do that. I am perfectly fine with
Trump.
putting people in prison
You don't get
who
to do
break
that.
shit.
You don't get to do that. Trump is highlighting and like excusing 100% of it, and that is politically divisive.
I
that
told
is
you.
disgusting, and that is not a both sides issue. We
I
didn't
told
pardon
you.
any of the BLM protesters, and in fact, some
That's
of the people
because
who
y'all
lit shit
barely
on fire.
arrested any of them.
And no, that's not true. There were like 15,000 arrests, and also the people who
How
set
many
shit on fire.
convictions?
Probably 15,000. The people who were set shit on fire, those were right-wing domestic terrorists named the Boogaloo Boys. They set a police station on fire, and they also shot somebody. Those were right-wing domestic terrorists. Those did get recorded in the database under your name.
Okay, well, not my name because I don't even bother voting for
Right,
either
right.
side.
Okay,
Sure.
But you're pushing
The
right wing
point
talking
I'm
points.
saying is that the people who were violent on January 6th, yes, they should be put in prison. The people who just wandered in because security was holding open the door, no, they should be let go. That's literally the only thing I'm saying.
Okay, and Trump says no.
I agree that he
Trump says
shouldn't be
let the
letting
people that were in prison, the ones
I-
that you say
like we're going around
should
in
be
a
in
circle
prison.
now.
He says no, let them out.
We're literally going around in a circle right now. 'cause
Okay,
I
cool.
just told
Do you know what
that,
the Cato Institute is?
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so the Cato Institute is a right-wing think tank. Okay, it's a well-known right-wing think tank. It's not some no-name random thing.
Okay.
It's a big, like, Heritage Foundation type
Carry
think
on.
tank. Okay, so they say that right-wing violence is the majority of domestic terrorism, or rather, I'm sorry, politically motivated terrorism.
Yeah, while BLM did cause a lot of people to go out, and there was a lot of stuff going on, usually left-wing movements aren't like that. So that might be one exception, but throughout the last decades, most of the left-wing movements are like, we want to feed and house everybody, or we want to save animals. So
No,
they don't
I
really
was-
get violent.
I was with y'all back then for sure.
Well, that's what our movement is.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see it as being necessarily like that anymore. The way I look at it is anytime you see somebody that disagrees, maybe not necessarily you per se, but a lot of liberals that I've had interactions with on the internet, before you even have a chance to get your viewpoint out, you're already assuming somebody is some kind of Nazi, racist, transphobe, or whatever other variation of these kinds of words you want to use.
100% of those people that I've called those names have been those things, though. I do have people that just come up here and show off their genitals,
Well,
or they
I'm
say
not
the
familiar
N-word.
with you per se, so I don't. That's why I said I don't know about you per se. I just know that is my own personal interactions with a lot of
Like 2
liberals
days
these
ago
days.
or 3 days ago, I've literally talked to a white supremacist with a German accent, and then I notably said, nobody's buying this white supremacist movement. I am proud to talk to you and let people decide how bad of a movement this is. And then some person after that came up and said how much he loved what that guy said. Like, that is what the right is doing right now. Nick Fuentes is a huge movement with hundreds of thousands of followers. He's getting so much traction because Charlie Kirk is gone, and he was like the watered down version of that. The movement on the right is so much more violent than us because they are literally looking up to Hitler. They literally like Hitler, man.
I will say I do not agree with the Nick Fuentes types for sure. I think he's definitely way too far over the edge. I'm more with anybody, it would be more of an Asmongold individual, but I don't even totally agree with him most of the time.
Asmongold is a gamer, dude.
Yeah, he is, but he does do a lot of, political talks these days. He used to be more just wow.
I don't know if you really listen to Asmongold closely.
I do. I like him.
He just advocated for 85% of people who can vote to have their right to vote stripped.
Yeah, that's one of the things I don't agree with him on. There are plenty of things.
That's extreme, man.
Well,
that's the equivalent of saying, well,
I find him amusing.
Jeffrey Dahmer, like, look, other than the whole eating people thing, I mean, we like the same kind of music. We got similar tastes in movies. I mean, it's just
how many people
thing.
come up here and say that they love Nick Fuentes besides the Nazi thing? Like,
I don't love Nick Fuentes.
That's the people you're hanging out with.
No, it's not. Nick Fuentes has how many followers in it? Only like around 500,000. Although I guess if you included some of his other apps, it would be a little bit higher than that. But there were 78 million people or 80 million people who voted for Trump, and that's only like 500,000.
Okay.
And there's only 3 million people that followed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk didn't advocate for the same kind of thing that Nick Fuentes advocates for.
Yeah, he did.
I didn't agree with everything Charlie Kirk had to say.
Charlie
either.
Kirk was able to spin it in a much better way. If we were talking about 2019 Charlie Kirk, I would agree with you. Because what's funny is Ben Shapiro, in a desperate attempt to somehow remain in the right-wing sphere, because now they're literally taking the mask off and just doing hey, Ben Shapiro, you're Jewish. We don't like that. They're literally doing that now. But Ben Shapiro tried to make Charlie Kirk seem, I don't know, reasonable. He played a clip of Charlie Kirk from, I want to say it was 2019, 2020. And it was when Charlie Kirk shut down Identity Europa fucks at a town hall thing he was at. And it was wild to see that, because Charlie Kirk was correct in his dismantling of them. But that was also 2019, 2020 Charlie Kirk, when he was still cosplaying as like a libertarian. He shifted dramatically towards the end of his life.
He was running defense for Trump no matter what, at any cost. He was even telling people that immigrants didn't have fucking rights.
I don't know if he said immigrants didn't have rights. You'd have to show me that clip. But running defense for Trump is no reason to also get shot,
In a lot of history, that has actually gotten a lot of people shot. But
yeah, it has gotten a lot of people shot. It doesn't mean they should be shot.
Brenna, what's up?
I'm sure I'm a little late to this. I would also, hi. How's it going, guys? I'm curious because I hear you're upset that people on the left will call people. You say
the
that
left and the right, they both are pretty hyperbolic in the way they talk about each other.
Okay, but so I mean, all I've heard so far is you kind of defending the right on a lot of stuff, making a lot of like accusations that are not backed up by data largely against the left, and then saying, but the left will immediately call someone transphobic, Nazi, bigot, whatever.
Yeah.
So I would love to know like what ideology you ascribe to, because I'm just hearing about like individuals, you know what I mean? Because I've
Me
been
myself,
Sorry,
I
can
would.
I just want to point out, I just want to give an equivalent. Similarly, I get sent literal, I can't say it on here, but like deep threats
Yeah.
all the time by the right.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't
pretty
like,
common on the internet from
Sure.
both parties, because I've definitely had my fair share of run-ins with crazy right wingers as well, when I'm not agreeing with any of their like crazy race-based shit either.
Sure. Okay, so you get threats from the right, and you get called. I mean, I don't know if you do get called this, but the equivalent I've heard so far is that you get called transphobe, Nazi, whatever, or someone does by the
Yes.
left. I don't like right-wing ideology because I don't like right-wing ideology. It harms people just based on all the data. The reason, like, I would not, if I was a right-winger, I would not turn, I don't believe, against right-wing ideology just because of how the individuals acted. I guess I'm just trying to set this all up to say, I hear you talk a lot about individuals and like personal attacks.
Okay.
Ideology-wise, where are you sitting on this thing?
Okay. I would honestly, even ideology-wise, I would probably sit a little more to the left. But if you're asking if there's any religious views, no, I would consider myself agnostic. I believe gay marriage. I believe everybody should have their rights, but I also do have some limits on some things. Like, I do not believe in an open border policy. I think we should be vetting the people who come in here.
When did we stop doing that?
Well, I mean, when there's like so many people in here that we don't even know who they are.
So you don't know?
Yeah, there's quite a few people who we don't know who.
No. When did we stop vetting people?
How many illegal immigrants came across the border?
You're answering my question with a question.
Okay. Dude, I don't have the exact numbers of the amount of people we don't know who they are in here.
I'm not saying, okay, 60% of these people are just visa overstays. Trump has done a lot of rhetoric involving obsessing over national security and having this nativist movement that, is similar to the Nazi movement, in my opinion. Or to any far-right movement that's going on right now, no matter how much you water it down. Trump has said some pretty alarming things, and it hasn't turned you off.
I didn't say I was a Trump supporter, okay? But I would have to ask you to...
can't figure out which one's right now. Like, that's what I'm trying to illustrate.
I don't agree with either one of y'all for the most part, because I don't agree in the open border policy, which for the most part... Hold on, can I get my point out, please?
What open border policy are you referring to?
Oh God! The Democratic Party during Biden's presidency let a crap load of people in here. Let's not pretend like they did. Not all of them.
Under Biden, let's actually use some facts. Under Biden, the border policy was the exact same as it was under Trump. The only changes that happened under both Trump and Biden were a special short-term policy that Biden attempted to extend, but the conservative Supreme Court denied him the ability to do so, which was a like
Title
special
42?
even. Sorry?
Title 42?
Title 42, thank you. That basically during times of like pandemics, quite literally, you can basically close things down even more. But Biden attempted to extend this. He was denied. Couldn't do it. Other than that, like the border policy was the exact same under both Trump
especially
and
under
Biden.
Trump's first 3 years. So like if Biden had open border, Trump did too. This is the magic that Trump has done, is he just keeps pointing at the numbers. He can't really articulate how the border was open. Like, did we let people in with red shirts?
Would you at least agree that the numbers went up during this time of people crossing the border?
COVID made people migrate. Yes.
Okay, so it was COVID that made people migrate, was it?
Yes.
Why would people come to an economy that was basically in shutdown at that moment?
Most economies were.
Yeah, most economies were. Yeah, why would they transfer then when everything shut down?
Because things got so bad that, like, in countries where they don't have all the social safety nets that we have, or they don't have a President Biden that gave us like the best recovery ever in the world, their countries were just in free fall economically.
Well,
And then when that happens, crime goes crazy too. Like gangs and all these people like start
well,
taking over.
can I ask you a question? What do you think about them going after the cartels in Mexico? Do you
This is
agree
a
with that
pivot.
decision?
This is a pivot.
Well,
No,
I,
I don't. I don't like the way he's doing
Well,
it. It's a
What does that
pivot.
have
it
to do?
relates to the immigration, in my opinion, because I think that if we actually took care of like the cartel crime problem down there, it might actually stop people from coming across the border as much.
Yeah. But he's doing the same thing in destabilizing Venezuela, and he did that his first term, and that's why he gave them temporary protective status 4 hours before he left office, because he fucked up Venezuela so bad. And then he's now undoing that and sending them back while it's still pretty bad.
Ooh, also, if that's the solution, why did he just let the why did he just pardon what's his face? God, what's his name?
You talking about the guy who's the drug dealer or previous drug dealer from, I
Yeah,
can't even remember where the
Honduras.
hell he was. I don't know. It's the same reason politicians do the same shit they do, because they're corrupt,
That's
okay?
not an excuse. Nobody sells
I'm
pardons.
not excusing Trump.
Who else?
You keep acting as though I support his ass or I'm following him. I didn't vote for him. I'm not supporting.
Where's the symmetry? Where's the symmetry on our side where we pardon people for money?
I didn't say you did.
Okay, so that's something the right especially does bad?
I guess.
Being
I
openly
don't.
corrupt?
I think both sides of the party are pretty openly corrupt.
What's the most openly corrupt thing the Democrats have done?
I don't like. Here's the thing, bro. Is I'm trying to have a more productive conversation. I would actually like
What
us to
does
talk
the
about
productive
actual
conversation look like to
solutions.
you? What does a productive conversation look
Well,
like to you?
aren't liberals about the redistribution of wealth?
Sure.
All right. I don't really see anybody discussing any ways to do that.
Well, we've been asking you about your opinions, and you're the one who keeps bringing
Okay,
up.
if you want my opinion about how we could accomplish the distribution of wealth without necessarily changing any rules, I think we could do a subscription service. Here's my thought process on that. You know how people sign up for Netflix and stupid shit like that? Subscription service, and then every bit of money that fucking comes in from that, you can give to random people. That's a great way to redistribute wealth without having to change any laws right there.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can I just address some comments, Pickles? Because I'm seeing some people like say that's not what liberalism is about. Depending on the context, depending on the context, it is or it isn't. I'm a leftist, so if we're talking in the context of like the different ideologies on the left, sure, I would say that's not what liberalism is about. When we're talking to someone who's more just talking conservatism versus liberalism and they're using it equal to left and right, then sure, we're going to group it all together.
If you generally disagree with social safety nets, you're just a conservative. So I mean, like, it feels like this is you're shaping.
I don't necessarily disagree with all safety nets. I just wish they functioned better.
Okay, and what metrics can you
like
show
this.
me? What metrics can you show me where they are failing in function?
I'm gonna give you a personal example. Hang on. So right around the time when I first turned 18, this was when the job market was an absolute shit show. Anyway, why are you shaking your head?
You're giving me an anecdote. So, like, on the other part of the country,
fine.
Somebody who was living at the same time period probably experienced the exact opposite. We want some data.
Okay. All right, whatever, man. Well, I was just going to give you a personal example, and you was like, oh, whatever.
Show me. Can you? You're just slowly showing me that your ideology is guiding you towards the fact that, like, you just kind of simply think that people are mooching the system and playing the system, and there's a bunch of fraud.
The system.
Okay, what does it look like? What are the metrics of a good economy that doesn't have a system where people are mooching? Like, can you tell me what the rate is of fraud or recidivism within our system? Do you know any of this, or do you just generally just think this is a thing?
I see a lot of this shit play out in my personal life.
You're biased.
I think
you
everybody's
surround
biased.
yourself by criminals. Do you
No,
know this?
I work in to a degree property management, so I see a lot of fraud and all that stuff come right through my door.
Okay, so you're biased. You like if I lived next to a dumpster, I would say that my city smells. But there's a bunch of other people that don't live next to a dumpster, and that's what I'm looking for. The population, like the data, the aggregate data of this, like do we have anything? Like is there anything you're looking at going, "Damn, it's like 10% right now. That's crazy." You're not doing any of that.
So
you are literally just generally thinking that this is all
just
bad.
because I say that we shouldn't have fraud in our system or any kind of like things that don't work properly, or I would like there to be less of that anyway.
That's
not
unrealistic.
Even necessarily...
You're not even tracking it, so it's unrealistic.
Okay. Why? Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, why is there a thing of like a diaper on your face?
It's a mask.
Do you think that masks didn't work?
No. I think to a certain degree they helped a little bit, but they weren't foolproof.
Yeah, but generally it's a good idea to wear a mask during a pandemic.
Generally it's a pretty good idea to wear a mask during a pandemic, yes, but also they weren't foolproof.
So is that you?
I think the one thing that
making fun of people who practice public safety?
No, how am I making fun of people who practice public safety if I'm wearing a mask?
It's covering your whole face, so it's like a caricature of a mask?
No, that's not why I did it at all. I have no problem with people wearing... Just because. I have no problem with people wanting to practice public safety with masks. I will say the one thing that was probably definitely in error during that time was not letting people go outside, because UV exposure did help kill the virus, did it not?
I guess, but it was also very pathogenic.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like we stopped the spread at all. And then we also 80% of the
slowed the spread. Firstly, it was slowing. The goal was to slow the spread, not like fully.
80% of the population was expected to catch it, and then not even notice they caught it at all.
And then also,
well, why did we mandate vaccines if 80% of the population was going to catch it?
What also came with that?
What are you talking about?
We had a 9/11 every day. People died.
I would argue that the death tolls are probably exaggerated a bit, but it's hard to say.
Well, that's a conspiracy. Unless you can give me some good data on this, that's a strong position to have.
Well, there are some people who came out and said that they were incentivized to put COVID on the death certificate, even if they didn't, had nothing to do. I don't know the validity of that, but it is something that I had heard.
I'm fairly certain that we actually saw the opposite, that it came out later that COVID-related deaths were actually being hidden because people wanted to lower the reported numbers.
Do you have evidence of that? Because I didn't.
Trump
see that
himself
one
actually alluded to the fact that less testing meant better numbers.
Cuomo,
but
everyone hates him. People on the left and the right. Cuomo did exactly that. He hid numbers in the retirement communities.
Cuomo's always been an idiot.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't like.
He did that. I'm just saying. You. How about you? What's your example? Because you said that people came out and said that they were told.
Well, like I said, it is some of the things that I had seen and heard. I also said I did not know the total validity of it.
Okay, so sure. I just gave you an example. If you can't provide an example of that happening, you understand. Do you think maybe you should readjust your thinking on this?
Yeah, it's a strong position to have, like a kind of, I don't know, like
what's the strong position that I have that I need to reposition on?
That the COVID excess deaths were fudged.
No, because I'm not even 100% on that. Like I said, I heard it. It may or may not be true. And the thing you said,
I don't really wonder if it's true or not. I just the whole world experienced it. Like thousands, millions of scientists have had their hands in on this. Nobody's really even claiming how this is not true, but it absolutely needs to be true for you to continue doing this. And
also,
and
what is the point in having a conversation with you if you are willing to admit you have a possible belief that you admit has no proof for it, you don't have any proof for it, and you are unwilling to like examine that belief and perhaps come to a different conclusion. Like, what is the point in anyone speaking to you if you're just saying like, well, this is just a belief I have, no evidence for it, and I'm not going to like attempt to possibly investigate that and find what the correct answer is.
Yeah, like, gee, I wonder what the truth is. I'm just gonna not look anywhere. Sheesh. Melanie, thank you for the kick. Melanie says, I am a PhD level epidemiologist, and overall deaths were increased. In an industrialized nation, there's nothing outside of a pandemic that would explain this marked increase. And I can show y'all the CDC has a great little chart on this. It's excess deaths, and it's just this huge mountain of people dying. And the years before and after, it's normal. You'd have to explain that.
Also, you'd have to get the entire fucking globe in on the conspiracy to. Anyway, thank you, Pickles. I was just getting ready to film something, and this guy rage baited me into coming on here. So, thank you for letting me up.
Always a pleasure having you.
Likewise. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Nemo.
See ya.
Here it is. You see this mountain right here? This is where you're gonna have to explain away. All right. It wasn't the flu. It wasn't the cold. It was something that did this. And you would need more than like an anecdotal, well, gee, I don't know, I heard somebody said that they can fudge the death certificate. Like, have you ever looked at a death certificate? That's not how that works. If I thought there was such scandalous things going on, I would look at it. I would look it up. Hello? Hello? Clean that grill, baby. You clean that dirty little grill. Get that dirty grill. Hello? Thundercat dog?
By the power of Grayskull.
Oh, God. You're welcome to come try again. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't think it's worth looking into. Like, where it came from is all going to be a conspiratorial hole of nothingness, because China's never going to let anybody investigate it. We all know what they do. So, yeah, it's not worth worrying how it got out. Like, if you want to survive the next time someone maliciously releases a virus like that, then you should see if like the vaccine that they offered us was good or not. I think it's worth looking into. If you were one of the people who made the wrong decision, wouldn't you be interested in knowing?
Yeah, I mean, just roll with the conspiracy and be like, yeah, that totally China. It was a weapon. Mm-hmm. Yep. And shouldn't we come up with a good defense?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Let's dump money into defense for that thing. Kind of like the Golden Dome, but for your immune system.
Was there something that came out about that train thing again today or something? Yes, Elon Musk retweeted it. God, what a fuck, dude. What a fucking disgusting human.
Yeah.
Using a mentally not okay person's words for your political movement is fucking bottom behavior. Clown shoes behavior.
I do take like a little bit of dark solace in the knowledge that Elon is going to be dramatically affected whenever the AI bubble pops. And he likely will not be a trillionaire. I mean, like, once the AI bubble pops, homeboy, he'll still be a billionaire, but yeah, no.
Guys, American Advocate, I can't ever tell if he's a troll or not. Like, it really does bother me. And it's once a day. I just can't do it. Sometimes I need a day off. I need a day off. It's too much. I need space. Respect my boundaries. What did he say? Sometimes I think I hear him like laughing. And he's literally a caricature of MAGA. Nemo doesn't sleep. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's just because I'm more desperate for tips. I scrape them from every little panel I can shove myself into.
Transportation Secretary started in his first statement. He's a piece of shit. God damn. Can they go one day without fucking targeting marginalized people for a political win?
Did you hear about Carolyn Levitt and her like sister-in-law?
No.
Oh. Okay. So this is like targeting marginalized people. There's a high likelihood that Carolyn Levitt got her sister-in-law, I think. Yeah, sister-in-law deported. Yeah. So I think it's Carolyn Levitt's brother's wife. Hold on, let me double check this. Levitt, family member ICE. Here we go. Okay.
It says it's her nephew's mom, so it makes it sound like it's a sister-in-law.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Okay. So Bruna Ferreira came to the U.S. from Brazil as a child. By all accounts, lived like any American. Okay. She was taken into custody by ICE agents earlier this month as she left her home in Boston to pick up her son from school. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Her former fiance, the father of her 11-year-old son, is the brother of Carolyn Levitt.
Whoa. Yeah, man, she came here on DACA, and then apparently she wrote a bad check like 16 years ago, and that's what they used as an excuse to pick her up. Like, and it was like a really like a $40 check. It was really stupid. So I wanted to make a point though. Like, you guys are talking about something that's really serious, and I want to point it out so that way people can recognize it a little easier. That the entire structure of this country, like the bones that this country was built on, is white supremacy. It's racism, and it's wrapped in the laws and policies and procedures that disproportionately take away from marginalized communities, right? So the entire history of this country is rich white people telling poor white people that their problem isn't rich white people. They're telling them that their problem's black and brown people. And it's been like that since forever ever, right? Since the existence of this country. And when we see the richest man in the world posting stuff on X like he did today about black people attacking white people, that's what's happening. It's rich white people telling poor white people that their problem is black people in this country. It's not. It's rich people. That's what we need to focus on. Fuck Elon Musk.
I always bust out the Johnson quote. Like, LBJ, he nailed it. It was like prescient. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best black man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's,
and that's
Lyndon Baines Johnson back in the goddamn 60s.
We need to fix this shit in the white community. We need to start focusing on the things that white people are doing in this country, in this world, and not paying attention to what other cultures are doing, because we just need to leave other cultures the fuck alone, right? Pay attention to what the white people are doing, fix our own communities, get together with the other cultures, and rise against the rich people. That's what they're afraid of. That's why they keep us fighting each other.
Remember when Trump said that the plane crash with the helicopter was DEI before he knew anything about it? It is another product of DEI. How is it not obvious? It was DEI. That's your problem. He's drafting the big beautiful bill to give himself a giant tax cut. He's making billions through crypto. And you guys are all fighting over DEI, which most of y'all don't even fucking know what it is.
I don't know why they're so upset about it. White people benefit most from DEI anyways. Like it literally affects us the most. Like we benefit from it the most. Why are people so willing to get rid of it? Like, are they gonna see if we get more education, because DEIA allows white people to get education as well? We might see what the fuck's happening. Like, is that the? I don't know. Yeah, DEIA. Did I miss the A? I apologize.
Sorry.
In the A. I shouldn't miss that.
Yeah.
DEI is corrupt trash. I bet you $1 million. Couldn't tell me why. Bet you have no idea why. I bet you have no idea.
I could actually tell you why I don't like DEIA. Like, I think it has its place, but it needs to be tweaked. It's not doing what it was meant to do. But they couldn't explain. They would explain that because it's not merit-based. They don't understand what it actually is. That's why they don't like it. I don't like it because I understood how it still disproportionately disenfranchises marginalized communities, except for specifically white women. It wasn't built for white women. It was built for everybody. So let's include everybody in it. And until we can fix it till it includes everybody, I'm going to say, yeah, it's not the best. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to crash everything up.
Oh, you're good.
You were having a lull.
Yeah. MAGA, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Green card interviews end in handcuffs for spouses of U.S. citizens. Wow.
Dude, like, how does that even work? That's insane. They are doing a green card interview. They are literally following the law in real time.
Well, what's up, TikTok user? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for him in the last election. That's right.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Yeah, I like his. I like what he says about immigration. I like the.
You like what he says about immigration?
Yeah.
Like that they're poisoning the blood of the country and that they're vermin?
Yeah, like when he said that, I actually agree with him to an extent.
You know, that's like a Hitler rhetoric, right?
Sure, yeah.
You comfortable with that?
What was the question?
You're comfortable with that?
I mean, I think that he's just right on the issue. So, like, for instance, I don't really think that we should. I think there should be zero illegal immigration, and I think that there should be probably even less legal migration than we currently have. So,
why do you want that?
I just feel like the country is going downhill with the amount of immigration that we have, and I feel like it's separating the country into fragments.
Are you a white nationalist?
No, no, no. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not like a race person at all. I don't really see race or care about race.
Okay, so in what ways can you point how immigration is affecting the country's well-being? Can you show me like a metric or something?
I mean, to be honest, like because there's information that agrees with both sides. Like for instance, some people say, well, illegal immigration is actually good for the economy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then other people would argue that it depends on where they immigrate from, and they actually, I think that they have the statistics on net contributors versus net detractors. So,
even if you don't even look at any of that, population decline is worth 100%. We could literally use more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the population decline isn't like. I think that that's more of like.
That is an existential threat.
Yeah, but I think that why that's happening is more of like a symptom of a bigger issue with what I think ultimately the issue boils down to economics as a.
You'd have a hard case to make. You'd have a hard time making a case for that. We have a lot of studies on how to increase the birth rate, and a lot of countries struggle with this. And it doesn't all the time mean that a better off populace reproduces more. In fact, they found out that a less educated populace reproduces more, and that's why they cut the DOE.
Sure, yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't disagree with some statistics that you have a study for or anything like that.
Well, they just came out and said it.
Sure, yeah, like I said, I'm not really arguing that, so I appreciate the information, but I mean, I guess like my main argument would just be the fact that regardless of what political aisle you stand in, ultimately the biggest benefit or the person or the people who benefit the most from immigration and particularly illegal immigration, they're the people who own things, because the biggest thing that these people have to pay is labor. And so if you can import,
it's not just labor. It's not just the they come in, they create a demand. That's a very simple, sorry to be blunt, but uneducated way to look at it. They
I'm not sure you even let me finish my point.
They comprehensively help the economy in like every way. It's not just some business owner getting free or cheap labor. It's small businesses. It's even consumers seeing that there's more of a demand, so prices go down, or there's more things available.
More of a demand, so prices go down. Is that what you just said?
Yes. So like,
when demand goes up and supply stays the same, what happens to the price?
Right, and supply would never just stay the same. They would.
So what is the answer to the question before you move on?
I'm sorry?
If supply stays steady and demand increases,
correct.
What happens to the price?
Prices go up.
Answer the question. Okay,
correct.
Perfect.
Yeah. So if you actually just look at an actual analysis of what economists think will happen when these people are deported, you'll see that prices will go up, jobs will be lost, all of the things that are counterintuitive to like a fifth grader's understanding of economics.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of funny because when I talk to people on the other side, like I try and explain my viewpoint and just kind of say what I truly believe, and I'm open to being wrong, but like one of the reasons why I could never ever vote on the left side is that even when I have good faith conversations with people like yourself, it is absolutely true in 100% of the conversations. They cannot help themselves but to insult the intelligence of the other person. And so I think that when you insult the intelligence of someone that you're trying to have a conversation with, I think that it actually speaks a lot more about yourself than it speaks about my point.
I think that it was a soft blow, and I think that your president has made this very popular, right? So your president has shown.
So now you're justifying why you're doing that.
Right, your president has made a lot of young people
right now.
You're sitting here telling me how my side does this, but you're the one who championed somebody all the way to the Oval Office for doing it, calling someone's wife a dog.
Well, and so it's kind of like I normally would not champion people like that, but I actually don't think. I think that the remedy to people like you is just somebody who will do it even bigger and better than you guys, because like you can't actually have a conversation with someone like you because you immediately retort to fifth grade elementary. This is just super stupid conversation.
You want to talk about the actual like you guys tone policing?
So it's like, what do you
tone
want?
Policing a debate in politics right now coming from the right is so hypocritical. It's laughable. You can just stop and we can continue talking.
You're still justifying yourself.
Can I present an idea?
You won't apologize. You don't see the issue with it.
I just
and that's how you operate with other human beings, which is pretty fifth grade.
Can I present an idea to further this conversation? Instead of attacking people who are coming here, quote unquote, illegally, and you're suggesting that we're using them for slave labor, which is just a different conversation.
I didn't say that. If you
I
want to
know,
put
but
words in my
you're
mouth, that's
going
totally
there,
fine,
man. I have these conversations all the time. You were going there, right?
Great. So you've had these
Are you advocating for
conversations with
slave
other
labor?
people,
Let's
so
go-
you know everything that I'll say.
do you hear words?
So,
do you hear
perfect. Why are we
words?
even
Because I
talking?
can't hear what you're saying when I'm talking. So save your breath, guy. I can't hear. Just wait till I'm finished. And we remember the adult conversation you were talking about. You wanted to have. That's when you
before I got
let me
insulted,
finish
that's
before
correct.
you start
I was
talking.
trying to have a
right?
conversation
Right,
with people that would be
So instead of
good.
attacking the people who are coming in here, why don't we expedite the process and protect their labor rights so they're not taken advantage of by the corporations? Which one do you want to do? Attack the people or attack the corporations who are taking advantage? Which one sounds better?
I want to forcibly deport all of them.
Oh, so attack the people. Gotcha. Okay.
Well, not
that
the
wouldn't
people,
do
not the
anything.
citizens. But
There's
if you're
no-
not a citizen, then we should forcibly remove you.
Okay,
Or throw you in
and-
prison. You could do that too.
Okay, and what's the net benefit of that?
The net benefit is that we uphold the law, which is essential. It's probably actually the
All right.
first essential thing
okay.
on the planet.
All right. So if I wrote a bill tomorrow and passed a bill that everybody that wears a Trump hat should be locked up and sent to prison, and it's just the law, would that be good enough for you? Or do you want to like give me some actual like standpoint
I
where like
genuinely have no idea what you're trying to say.
you've got to make a case for how mass deportation is so necessary right now and such an like worth the $140 billion we're spending on dividing people and dividing families, all that stuff. You would have to
It's
just
not a
make a
money
case
thing.
for that. It is a money thing. Every one of these things cost money. So you would have to make a case for
I know
why
that,
we're doing
but
this.
Yeah, my position on they should be forcibly deported isn't like
It's not free.
I'm not sitting. Yeah, I know. Do you want to say that again before I talk, or do you want to
No.
wait until the middle of my next sentence? Yeah. So, like I was trying to say, I don't really have a position. It ultimately doesn't stem from economics. It just stems essentially from the belief that if it's a crime to illegally enter the country and it's illegal, then we should enforce the law. And
So it's just a
the
bumper sticker
answer,
Yeah,
hang
I
on.
get
So
it.
the remedy to people coming in illegally is removing them. And if you can't see how that is just an equal but fair way of handling things, then I think that you
All right.
I don't
get
know.
it.
I mean,
I get it.
immigration would be a
I get
difficult
it.
topic.
All right. Yeah. So here's what I always counter this with. People
There's
right
no
now,
counter. It's a belief. It's a principle belief.
I got it. I get it. You're solidified in this. So I get.
Yeah, well, you can't change that. That's the principle, right? You can't change that if you come here illegally. That I think you should not be here. So there is no remedy to that other
Right.
than
I'd have to fight your
It's just an
feelings.
expensive.
I got
It's
it.
expensive thing to uphold 1,000% that. Like I don't know. Here's the thing.
Everything's expensive, man.
Yeah, I know. So
Take out a loan,
speeding.
print some money.
Here, let me make
Get 'em
my
outta here.
case. Let me make my case. 48,000 people die every year because they die to car crashes from people speeding or not properly obeying traffic laws. So I would say we could take
Sure.
$140
Totally
billion
irrelevant. Okay.
and we could save 48,000 lives. And it would also, I don't know, it would cost a fortune. It would probably slow down trade. It would make things really expensive. But it's the law. It's the law. If I just stood 10 toes down and just concentrated
Yeah, I
on one
mean,
law, I
like-
can do the same thing and show you how a detriment to society it would be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my obvious contention there would be that the people who die in car accidents, it's not because they're like breaking the law. Like coming into the country illegally is breaking the law. Dying in a car accident
No,
can be accidental.
it's because
So
of
it's a totally
speeding
unfair
or because of
comparison.
drinking
If
and
you think that that's a fair
driving.
comparison,
It's-
you don't
it's a
know
fair
how
comparison.
to make fair comparisons.
It's a perfectly
Sure.
fair
Okay,
comparison.
then let's use the house comparison. So let's say someone comes into your house and they want to use your
Just kidding. You don't get to make one because someone paid to kick. Will, with the $40 before we get to his racism, let's kick Will, thank you so much. We love you, Will. Hold on.
See, a rich person has. My bad.
Go ahead.
A rich person has convinced him that rich people aren't the problem, that brown people coming into the country are a problem, because I promise you, he's not a billionaire, but he's simping for the billionaires. He's up here saying the same shit the billionaires are saying. It's fucking wild.
Also, I bet you if we talk about Trump's criminality with his fraud case, that he'll tell me how everybody does that crime and that he was politically persecuted. He'll excuse him. But we shouldn't adhere to the law in every case when it comes to rich people. Only poor people.
I love Saturdays with pickles. And Nemo too. Sorry.
Why
Nemo,
did you
I
mute
forgot
and
about
kick
you,
your
man.
guest?
You've
Someone
been
paid.
so quiet.
Someone paid $40 for me to kick that guest. Chat. That's how the channel works. If you're just catching on, Chatty, you've been here for months. You should know. You should know this. Saturdays with pickles. Capitalism, baby.
Did you have a good turkey day?
I did. I went to go
Bro,
see my dad.
I would hate to be at your dinner table on Turkey Day. I would
Yeah.
be I would be dropping so much shit. How many of you old fuckers tipped over buses in the 50s, huh? I'd have been talking so much shit.
Subsidized pickles. That's a movement I can get behind, chat. Let's go, baby. By the way, chat, I need a Christmas tree, and I have a tiny Christmas tree on my Amazon wish list, and if y'all want to get me it, I would love you forever. It's like $20. It's a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. I want it. I need it. I said I want you. I need you.
What's a Charlie Brown Christmas tree?
It's like a twig with like 3 branches. Hello.
I love you. I love you. That sounds so weird in my headphones, though. My earbuds.
I don't have any pickle ornaments to put up, but I do have like a weed pipe that's a pickle I could put at the top. Hello?
Hello, I was invited up.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
His immigration policy.
Why is immigration so important to you?
Because I feel like borders are just a foundation of our country.
It's a nice like saying, but I mean, nobody's trying to remove the borders. You know that usually when people like obsess over national security and the border, it's because a right-wing politician has tricked them to do that.
I don't think that's necessarily the case.
I think it's like almost always the case. It's called like a nativist movement, and they point to like one crime and play it on repeat on TV for like 3 years, and they get you guys to obsess over it.
Well, is the idea that you focus on one group of individuals or just anyone in general?
Whatever's probably acceptable. So like if Trump said that the people south of the border are rapists and criminals, some might be good people. But the statistics show that only like 3 of them did murder that year out of 12 million. I would say that, yeah, it's people don't really care about the facts. They just care about the movement.
I mean, maybe so. I don't know what the public data shows on who believes, you know, what each person is in your example, right? If it's that many versus that many that aren't. But I would say just the general idea is that I don't think the vast majority of us think all that. You know,
You've excused it. It's not a deal breaker for you. So that's actually very harmful. If you just know anything about history, just saying those things, it's harmful, and political violence happens when you say those things. And Trump like kept doing it over and over, and we kept telling y'all how bad it was, and then right-wing political violence soared to like a skyrocket high over the last few years, and you still think it's okay, and then you just point out the one instance of political violence that the left did. Not really paying attention to that, are you?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily pay attention to that. I thought we were talking about the immigration policy. I didn't think we were talking about political violence.
I'm trying to think. I'm just talking to you about how you came to believe that immigration is so important, and it's basically people who believe that or a watered down version of that rhetoric.
I mean, maybe so. I think the idea that we should self-regulate what comes in and what comes out of the country is extremely important. I think the idea that us settling for this idea that people can just come and go in and out of this border.
I think that's I think that's a straw man. That's not a thing either.
Rather than paying, the proper costs and fees to have these documentations created, I think that itself is dangerous, that we don't support that idea or that law that's in place.
You wouldn't be able to make a case for how dangerous it is because there's no indicators of crime or anything like that going up. So you'd have a real hard time, and you'd also have to illustrate how we don't advocate for people being checked at the borders. We also do that too.
Well, I would say that you'd have to make the strong case on your side as well then.
Yeah, Biden actually deported 50% of the people that tried to come through the border, and Trump did 47%. So we were more vigilant, even with more people.
Okay. Do you think that the increase in deportations is far beyond the border at this point during the Trump administration?
No, I don't think anybody is well informed on how many people are here, especially when Trump lies about it all the time. He's said things like 20 million people cream across the border, like huge baseless lies. So I don't expect anybody to have an actual like realistic view on your side when Trump also tells you to not believe any of the media. So anytime I try to show you the actual statistics of how many people came, you just don't believe it. You more want to just trust whatever Trump says on Truth Social.
I don't think it's that. I just think that we're not naive and we understand that those numbers don't accurately reflect. And you would probably agree that there are individuals that aren't represented in that number whatsoever.
Okay, it doesn't mean there's 20 million. That's dumb.
I mean, maybe not, but again,
that's a lie.
I think we both just agreed that
that's not okay.
You can't say that from 100% standpoint that those numbers are 100% accurate.
Yeah, you can't prove to me that there's not a unicorn flying out in space right now. This is not the type of politics we do. We do whatever we can prove or whatever is like realistic. Might be acceptable from a politician, but saying that is literally violent. It's making people feel like there's an invasion that didn't happen, and it's like what Hitler did when Hitler alluded to the fact that Jews did all sorts of crime, and while they might have did a few crimes, like you just said, the numbers don't actually show they were higher represented in the crime statistics, like Hitler just kept saying over and over again.
I mean, I don't think any of us are under the perception or even the idea that everyone that comes in is a violent criminal, nor that they are, worthless to this society. I think we just want the support and the clear definition of we have borders in place. If you would like to come into our country, you need to go through the proper paperwork and channels. And yes, that may come with a cost in applying for those applications and those forms. But at the end of the day, that's what needs to be done. You can't decide. You can't decide that, I'm going to take an alternative route to get here.
You're just obsessing over the process. Again, like you're not really the justifying the means doesn't really happen here.
Do you think that processes serve a purpose in society?
Yeah, and Trump doesn't. Trump hates that. He just has to cut all the corners he possibly can. He told us the other day that he just doesn't know if he has to follow the Constitution. Just doesn't know if he has to.
Okay. A little bit of a pivot. So do you think that processes in place of coming to this country should be in existence or not? I mean, that's
Yeah,
kind of
I think it
this.
should be easier. Like this is again, like this is so broken for you to say it's a thing where people aren't filling out the proper paperwork. The net negative is what? The crime that's not happening.
Nobody
What
is
is it?
associated with crime. Everybody just wants the idea that we have a process in place and you should
Okay,
follow
so
it.
Can
a
I
lot of
ask a
people
question?
speed, just like I was saying. A lot of people speed. They should follow the law. I don't obsess over that. I don't lay awake at night going, all those motherfuckers are speeding. I don't do that. And there's worse outcomes. People die. So I don't know. Why don't we obsess over that? Why don't we obsess over people dying from bees? Because more people die from bee stings every year. In fact, 3 times more than people who are killed by immigrants who are unlawfully present. 75 people died last year from bee stings, and you guys are not doing anything about it. And quite frankly, I think it's bee apologist behavior.
Is there a process in place for us to, keep those bees at bay? Is there something that we
have
can do?
EpiPens, and we could give everybody who is allergic to bees EpiPens.
Then why don't we?
I don't know, because you guys are bee apologists, disgusting bee apologists, obviously.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty clear that you agree
We're
that there's a
getting really far
process
off
in
the
place.
conversation. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure, go for it, bud.
So, like, your whole intention here is to just be a contrarian, or do you actually have numbers and like, do you understand how the border policies work? Can you tell me which border policy we are now under?
Who's like in terms of like what the title or whose
Yeah.
policy in
What
general?
title?
Yeah, what title does the American border under right now?
I don't think it's Title 42 anymore.
It rhymes with Title 8.
Yeah. Sounds just like Title 8. So if we already have policies in place, and we've had them in place, these are the same policies we've had in place since the 1980s, what makes you think that they're just not doing their job all of a sudden?
Well, I think it's quite obvious, right, that we have people that have been in this country for years, if not decades, and have never become legal citizens. For what
There's
reason?
no pathway.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
because they're limited pathways.
What
So are
is
you
that
advocating for
pathway?
opening
What
up
is that
pathways to
limited
citizenship?
pathway? What is the limited pathway?
Are you advocating for opening up pathways to citizenship?
I'm asking you, what is so limited about the current pathway?
The
well,
cost.
your answer is going to help us understand why no Republican will ever allow us to ease up the pathways for citizenship, including Joe Biden, who tried to do this, and they just straight up didn't. They shut it down. If you want people here lawfully, we're gonna have to start making it like pragmatic.
Yeah. Can you tell me what the pathways
how
are for
would that be?
citizenship?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Can you tell me what the pathways for citizenship are?
Well, I guess there's a couple ways you could go. It could be anything from a work visa to a long-term transfer. It could be, you could be here on temporary assignment. You could be married to
Those aren't
somebody who
citizenships.
is a legal citizen, and you apply for permanent status. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can go about paying for these forms and filling these things out. Is there a selective process in order before you get here to apply for those things?
Yes, they vet
there
you.
is. There is. And so, I mean, to your point, again, you tell me these are burdensome. I want to hear the burden that you're saying. You're just saying to your crowd, oh, it's burdensome. That they don't know how to do it.
Right. It could cost up to $30,000. Do you think people who are financially
Do you think
like
people
they're
walked over here
literally
on
having to
barefoot
walk-
have 30 grand?
Yeah, they're walking here through the desert with sandals on. Do you think they can afford $30,000 when they get here?
I would assume not, since they're walking through the desert. They've chose a cheaper route.
Do you think that would be
Correct.
an obstacle to their pathway?
Okay, maybe so.
So would that be burdensome?
I mean, it depends.
Yeah.
I think.
To
I
be
think
honest,
we
hey
all,
man, I want you to have a very honest conversation. I'm going to ask you that one more time, and if you say it depends, I don't want to have this conversation anymore because you're being dishonest.
Then
So
no,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
ask you
think it's
again.
burdensome. No,
Do you think that would be burdensome to somebody who can't afford a fucking plane ticket into the country?
I don't. No,
You don't think a $30,000 charge for citizenship would be burdensome to somebody who walked through the desert in sandals?
Cheddars, do you have 30
I would like
grand?
for you to. I would like for you to go ahead and back that claim up that the average cost for citizenship is
It's like 10.
$30,000.
It's like 10. You got 10
Oh,
grand?
it's 10.
You got 10 grand?
grand.
You
It
got
could be
Not 30
10,
grand.
10
you
to
have 10
30,000.
grand cheddars?
I do. It's called savings. It's called saving for
Nice.
something you want.
How many people in the United States have 10 grand? Just average, on average.
I would guarantee you it's less than 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an unrealistic expectation of people, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think that society itself should recognize the financial burdens that are at hand on them. So again, I think it's kind of crazy that your friend up here would push a false $30,000 narrative.
No, somebody in the comments literally is saying they paid 30.
No,
grand.
it's literally
It
10 to
can.
30,000,
It can
depending on
cost
lawyers
30
and
grand.
such.
Yeah, it varies.
Okay, it varies, but you don't have the statistics, so don't sit up here and say that there's
I
some
can show you.
obstacle
You've
from a
produced
financial
no statistic
standpoint.
the entire time you've been up here.
Yeah.
I'm not the one making statistic claims. You're the one up
You
here
were
saying
literally
it's
claiming that
$30,000.
Alicia's right here. Took $30,000 in 8 years. That's anecdotal, but it's still there. You go,
Okay.
man.
Okay, again, if you guys don't think that saving for something you want is worth the trade-off, then that's,
Bro, do you not understand
Again.
how other countries they're
How
poor?
how long did it take you to amass the 10 grand?
Who are you asking, me personally or someone who's coming from
No,
over?
I was asking the mouse in your pocket. Yes, I'm asking you.
How long it takes me to accumulate 10 grand?
The 10 grand in savings that you claim that you have. How long did it take you to get that?
Maybe a year.
Dog, you think that's normal for people in economies
He got it in a
south
Christmas
of
card
the
from
border?
Grandma.
You think that's the
of
you
course
think
not.
that's a lot like something they could do? Here's a list of the things that you have to pay when you migrate here. I-140 petition, $700. Adjustment for status consular processing, $1,100. Work authorization, travel docs, $600. Attorney's fees, $5,000 to $15,000. Perm labor certification, that is $2,000 to $6,000. Job advertising requirements, $1,000 to $3,000. And then you got to get medical exams, travel to consulate, and then you got to get document translations. This easily reaches 20 to 40K per immigrant.
I mean, I don't follow the math there unless you
40K.
take.
Damn,
I don't
I was
follow
off
the
by
math there
10,000.
unless
Look at
you
that.
take the 15. I mean, I don't know where your money's coming from.
I'm not gonna lie. I
So
just use
again, I don't know if you want to
ChatGPT.
break that out on a calculator.
ChatGPT add this up for me. I'm good.
Yeah. 10 plus 15 is not 40,000, but okay,
Wait, when did we go from 30 to 40?
Apparently Pickles
Apparently
calculation.
just now whenever it became inconvenient?
right
What?
here.
Apparently
Right
Pickles
here.
calculation is
Look,
just completely wrong.
This easily reaches 20K to 40K per immigrant. Here you go. This is the list. Okay. And we're making the case that it's expensive. You're making the case that it's not. And I think the case for us is that it is. Not everybody has 20, 40K, especially if you're fucking coming here on fucking foot. You don't have it. So if you're chilling in a country where like gangs are harassing your sister and your mother for prostitution and gangbanging and stuff, you're not going to worry about like saving up. You're like, listen, mom, I really want to save up because if they catch me, it's a $250 fine. We got to wait.
Yeah, I mean, like the concept of saving up also, like that's just fucking laughable because like exchange rates alone. I think that the average amount of money that somebody's making a month in the worst parts of Central America is less than 100. It's less than $100 a month. And you're saying, well, $10,000 took me a year, bro.
So privileged.
So privileged, or
Yeah.
just
Do you live with your
just
parents?
blessed
I
to have,
guarantee this motherfucker lives with his parents.
just blessed to have the U.S.
Blessed?
economy to
No,
help
privileged.
me. Just blessed to have the U.S. economy help me get there.
The U.S. economy and your parents.
Happy to
Did
have
you
my
just
happy
said
to
it
have my
yourself?
employer.
You just said it yourself that only 25% of these people, they all live in the U.S. economy. Only 25% have what you have.
Yeah,
You just
and I would
acknowledged
say that's just poor financial decisions on their part, honestly.
You're
So,
just
I mean-
victim blaming people who came here from like horrible economies.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying the average stats. You asked me what the stats were here in America. I'm just saying I think Americans as a whole don't financially save or prepare themselves. So
If we
no,
all had $10,000, $20,000, that would be great. But Republicans have made the wealth cap so bad that that's not the case.
This is just another case of rich people sitting here telling white people, poor white people, that their problem isn't rich white people. That's all that's happening right now. He's pointing at people coming across the border and saying, this is the problem, and this is why we can't make money. And it's not. It's literally rich people.
1 out of 5 kids go hungry every night. And he's like, what? I have 10 grand. Everybody should have that.
I mean, I don't
Got a
think
budget,
everyone
bro.
should, but I think you should
Got
definitely.
a budget
do
way
that.
out of starvation.
You do. You literally have to budget. You
It's
can cook
fucking
at home
amazing,
very
dude.
easily.
It's either you are a nepo baby or you have read Ayn Rand for the first time in your life, and you think that you are about to like be in Galt's Gulch, and you are totally what's his face Galt. Yes, that you are
Is that
him.
Rand Paul's book?
Right? Yeah, Ayn Rand. Yeah, legit.
Yeah, same
that,
person.
I'm pretty sure that's how Ron Paul picked the
Hey,
name.
Bubba.
Legit.
Hey, Bubba. Yeah, I mean, I think we have enough social programs here to support anyone who wants to have a savings goal. 100%.
Yeah, that's why kids are starving tonight. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're
That's why
right.
20
Social
million people are on
programs.
Snap. You're right.
People to have a
When I
savings-
was 6, I was like,
Yeah,
like
is
nobody's
Snap
shaming
not
kids for
to?
not working and saving.
Is Snap not meant to provide families food and benefits?
Yeah, you
I,
guys
I
just
was confused.
you
I was
guys
confused
claw
on the
away at
purpose
it
of that.
every time you're in office. You guys claw. You guys are. You
I
guys
was
can't
confused. I
stand
was
the
just
fact of people
confused.
getting SNAP benefits that who don't deserve it. So you take it away from people who do.
I'm not even here claiming that people do and don't deserve it. You're the one making that claim.
You literally are, though.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
no,
what
you
are SNAP
literally
benefits
are.
for, Nemo?
You are.
What are they for?
You are. You said that 75% of Americans don't make good financial decisions, and
Correct.
then you were also talking about how immigrants don't make good financial decisions, which is the only reason that they don't have $10,000 whenever they
never said
trek
that.
across God knows what to get here. And
Never said they didn't
that's
make
okay.
good financial decisions. I just wanted you to back up your claim that it's $40,000 to get
Yeah,
here.
no, this is you now being disingenuous because
That's not
exactly what you
disingenuous,
said.
Nemo. It's just you not
That's
listening.
exactly what you said.
Dog,
It's all right, little
what
boy.
you need to do is find a great like right wing extreme article that shows us how cheap it is to get here. That would be a good way for you to fight this, but it's not. You don't have anything. You're just alluding to the fact that what we are showing you is not true.
Well, Pickles, if you'd like, I can DM you after this, and maybe we can exchange messages. And I'm happy to get online and break down the cost of all those
Stay out of my
applications.
DMs, dude.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah,
grinder
okay.
situation.
Because you don't want to know the real application cost.
Or you could literally just look it up right now.
You're
I'm on
welcome
my
to
phone.
come do this.
I'm not going to get off
when
my
I'm doing
phone. I'm
debates.
trying to have a conversation with you.
Well,
800 people in here,
you
man.
are a privileged person, right? So I assume that your phone is capable of having multiple apps open at the same time.
Correct, but I don't want
What's
my
wrong?
teacup
Very
to come
good.
on.
So then maybe you should, I don't know, pull up whatever it is that you're talking about.
I don't need my
You're rich. You
teacup.
get a second device.
It's all right. You're right. I am. Thank you for pointing that out. Anyways,
Yeah.
it's all
Well,
right.
your
If you don't,
parents
if
are.
you don't want,
Let me
to- if-
rephrase that. Your parents are rich, and you live
if
off
you
of
don't-
them, so
if
you
don't
claim that
wanna see the
richness. But
average
it was
cost,
not your
Pickles,
labor.
That's fine. That's your right to deny just average.
It
average
sounds
cost.
like you're denying us that right now.
I mean, let's see. We got quoted from 5,000 to 15,000.
Who
I
quoted
mean-
you the 5?
That's a pretty big delta
Who quoted
in
you the
terms of
5?
cost. You did, Pickles.
No, that's one of the fees. The lawyer fees
That was one
start
fee.
at 10.
No, you said 5 to 15.
Okay, 5 to 15. And then on top of that, you got 2 to 6 and then 1 to 3, so that's at least 3,000 more. So we're 8. And then we have about 2,000 in government fees. I'll just go over this with you on the top. It's all here, dude. It's all here. All right? It
And
easily reaches
some
10.
of those you have to reapply for, so it's like an annual thing.
Yeah.
Right. So you get denied. You get denied your request to come. You get denied your visa, correct?
Yeah, so it can get even more expensive.
Ah,
That's a point for
okay.
us.
Well, a visa and citizenship are entirely different.
Okay,
Okay.
being here legally
But thank you
is
for
what we're
agreeing to
talking
something
about.
you don't understand.
We're talking about becoming like a pathway to come
God.
here legally.
Okay.
Not everybody has that privilege. And I just illustrated to you what most people are going through when they come here is extreme poverty and the crime rates that come out of extreme poverty. What are you doing, dude?
I'm pretty sure he's fucking his phone at this point.
Dude, are you building an IKEA furniture?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Anyways, what were you saying? That you think that you think that poverty that you think that poverty and crime go hand in hand, and that morals are not in place. Is that what you think? Is that the lie you've been told?
That in a society,
is that the lie you've been told that if you're poor you have to commit crimes, that you can't be an honest person?
we literally just have data on this.
I would love to see data in other worlds, other regions, all that. I would love to see something beyond just here in the United States. Where people
Have
think
you
that
never
they're
Googled
entitled.
this?
I have, and I've met plenty of people.
These studies are not United States centric.
Do you know a lot of rich people that do carjackings and burglaries? Is that do rich people steal food from grocery stores and get arrested? Is that what you're saying, Cheddar?
I haven't lifted in a hot minute.
I often see billionaires shoving steaks in their pants. Don't you guys?
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying, Cheddar?
Ain't
Poverty does cause crime.
that I'm not poor.
Why does it? Because you think that what? Here in the United States it shouldn't, right? We have these social programs. We shouldn't have crime.
No,
we shouldn't
that's not
have
how that works. You guys
shouldn't
claw away
have
at these. You guys claw away at these every year.
We shouldn't happen to have that, right?
No, you guys claw away. We have the worst social programs out of all developed countries.
I think you guys can't come to the fact that people can make moral choices that are far beyond your comprehension, and that you've been sold a lie that, oh, because you're poor, you know what, you're going to commit a crime. Is that what you think about poor people?
No, it's just the reality of human nature, and we can track this.
Okay, so that's what you think about. For all the poor people in the chat, these guys assume that you're going to commit a crime. So go ahead and get it out of the way.
Do you know what a straw
man is? Do you have an
is?
issue with that?
Yeah, I have an issue with people committing crimes.
Why?
100%.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Do you have an issue with people committing crimes?
Yes.
Oh, then what's there?
No.
I bet we have the same. I bet we have the same answer, dude.
I'm not answering my question for you. I want you to answer my question. Why do you have an issue with it?
Because we have rules in place.
Okay.
We follow these rules. I mean, it's that simple.
We just so happen to break these rules
also
5 times more
Donald
often.
Trump.
Yeah, well, that too. We just, as a country, just so happen to break these rules 5 times worse than every other country.
So it's a cultural thing.
It just so happens that we also have a lot of poor people.
Because you just said that all this data is worldwide, yet I challenged you on that idea, and you're saying that here in America, we're 5 to 6 times more likely, meaning our data is 5 to 6 times higher than what it would be worldwide. So it's not a low poverty versus crime. It's cultural.
Dog, you are literally,
that's what it is.
You have no basis to say how this is not the truth. We have nothing but science on our side, and you just have this like weird.
Well, let's
meme.
follow the math. Let's follow the math. You just said 5 to 6 times more likely here. Let's follow the math.
Yeah,
Hey,
America
Nemo,
does a lot of crime with guns.
Oh, it's guns now. It's guns now. Okay. You weren't specific. Now you're gonna say it's guns.
Yeah.
You guys are jokes. Honestly, I think I'm wasting my time talking to just 3 idiots right here.
Here's some good stuff on this. All right, this is this is Google. Poverty can lead to high stress, mental health challenges, and substance abuse, which can impair judgment and increase the likelihood of committing a crime. Reduced opportunity. In some cases, individuals in poverty may turn to crime to meet basic needs, such as shoplifting for food and essentials. Community and social factors. Communities with high poverty often have fewer resources and weaker social controls, which can increase crime rates. This is outlined in theories like social disorganization theory. Vicious cycle. High crime in a poor community can further trap the community in poverty, creating a cycle where crime and poverty reinforce each other. Systemic criminalization. The justice system can criminalize the everyday actions of those in poverty, such as being unable to pay fines, which can lead to further punishment and vulnerability. So, like, just how Trump got bailed out on all of his 88 felonies and didn't have to sit in jail. Some poor person, they would be rotting the rest of their lives in prison because they don't have billions of dollars to hire the world's best attorneys to harass judges.
So
Just real quick, Cheddar, can you tell me the last time rich people were like committing mass amounts of petty crimes?
last time rich people were committing massive, probably never.
When's the last time rich people were just like stealing cars and stealing food? Can you tell me?
I don't think stealing cars is a petty crime.
Of course.
Okay,
So can you tell me the
stealing
last
candy
time
bars.
there's been mass amounts? Hey,
yes.
cool. Okay.
Is it a yes or a no?
Oh.
Do you think that stealing cars is a petty crime? Yes or no?
I think that's a deflection from my question.
I don't think
so.
that's
Can
a
you tell me
deflection.
the?
I
Yeah,
think
cool.
that's just
Hey,
a-
man, you're
I
like
think that's a
really, really
flaw.
interested in not answering any questions because
I'm-
somehow
I'm
being a
just calling out your
contrarian, somehow being a
examples.
contrarian. Hey, bud, I can't hear you when I'm talking. My mic works much better than yours. So somehow being a contrarian has replaced being an actual fucking intellectual. And I don't know how that or when that ever happened, but here we are talking to Cheddar, and he won't answer my question. So I'll ask it again. Can you tell me the last time there was just a rash of rich people out committing petty crimes?
Well, I wouldn't say carjacking is a petty crime, so then I would say no to your question. Just to clarify, through your example you gave prior. I just want to make sure you're.
So no.
When you
So you
speak,
don't have
you're
an
accurate.
example.
So
No, because they
examples,
don't. I don't think rich people commit petty crimes.
right? Do poor people commit petty crimes to survive?
No, I think people that commit petty crimes do it out of just their own thought that they deserve it.
Got it.
Poor people are greedy. That's what it is. They're not doing it for survival. Gotcha.
Someone said
Yeah.
Rick Scott. I love that. Okay, that wasn't petty though. That was the world's. That was like the nation's largest Medicare fraud. You guys love him for
Right.
it.
You could point to tons of fraud. You can point to tons of like embezzlement and shit like that for rich people. But you're not gonna see a prison full of rich people who were there for 3 strikes and their last strike was stealing food. Right. That doesn't exist. So we can say, why not? Well, because rich people don't commit petty crimes. They commit the big crimes, and when they do get caught, they typically get away with it, or they get sent to a camp, what are they called?
So we have far more
bullshit.
resources going towards fighting petty crime than we do crime on large scales for rich people.
I'm sorry. Last time I checked, I don't think majority of the states even process petty crime. I think we've seen countless states where individuals just flat out walk in, take whatever they want, and walk right out with no consequences.
This is
Correct.
separate. So
That's
if
petty
you,
crime.
I would
don't
love to
think
talk
that's
about. I would love to
separate.
talk about that. So Democrat states do this far better than Republican states, and the reason is, in Democrat states like California, it's $950 before it's a felony, and in my shitty Republican state, it's I think $2,500. So they're a lot more laxed on this.
Right. So I don't understand where your friend's point is in targeting this ultra well
a link to
in-
an Axios article that
in
covers
terms of
this.
the idea of
Got a
our
nice little
society as a
interactive
whole. We have accepted petty crime as a norm.
No, we haven't. You just see these videos and you're very easily tricked into thinking this is a Democrat thing when all you have to do is just look at it in another lens. And when you're a corporation and you have loss prevention and you deal with the first time somebody maybe tries to assault one of your police officers or one of your store employees, that you have to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars to those people. So then your new policy is to not pursue these people and that you just file insurance claims because that's the best case scenario.
Right. Instead of the best case scenario being that nobody does it at all.
Yeah, okay, well,
Right.
how do we get there?
As a society, we agree that that's not tolerable.
Okay, we already
dude.
That's not.
We pay people more money for what their value of their labor, bro. So that way they earn more income, and they're not put in situations where they have to steal food to survive. They're not having to squat because they can't afford. You know what the number one cause of houselessness in this country is, Cheddar? You're going to be shocked. It's the inability to pay rent. So if we just pay people more for their labor when they go to work, they won't be houseless. We can solve 60% of houselessness within 30 days.
Yeah, and how so?
By paying people more for
What's the
their
number?
labor. I'll slow it down again.
What's the
By
number?
paying people more
He's
for
talking
their
about the
labor.
amount of people who have a job and are still houseless. Those
I
people,
know, and I'm
if they
asking
all of a
him
sudden made enough money
what
to
that
pay
number
rent,
is. What is that number to make that happen? Or do you just like to
It
just
depends
think,
on the
oh, that's
location.
my solution?
resolving homelessness in the United States costs $100 billion a year.
$100 billion a year.
Yes.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you should see what we're spending on ICE.
Well, I think ICE is temporary. I think we all agree with that.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so to a certain extent. I think we're here to kind
To a
of.
certain extent?
I think we're here to show a message. I think we're here to
What
kind
message
of.
is that?
I think we've. Do you agree that we've never seen anything like this before?
Like what?
A media display of us rounding up individuals that are in
Yeah, we've
question
seen
for
it.
status.
We saw the 1930s. Yeah, we've seen this before.
Okay.
We've seen this happen.
Were you alive in the 1930s?
There's
No,
pictures.
but I read books.
Oh, okay. So we haven't seen this, right?
No,
haven't
We
seen
read
this in
about
our
it. Those of us
lifetime.
who read about history, we're familiar. Some of us who
Nice.
don't, maybe not.
Oh, attacking my intelligence. That's cute.
I didn't
How
say.
old
I
are
was
you, Cheddar?
alluded to the fact you might not know some.
You
about some of
alluded
that.
to it. The point is that
Cheddar,
we haven't seen this in our
did you say how
lifetime
old you
ever.
were?
Correct.
Did you say how old you were, Cheddar?
We haven't seen this in our lifetime ever. No, I didn't.
yeah.
I did not.
Well, how long is your lifetime, Cheddar?
My lifetime's been 34 years.
You're 34.
No way.
Yeah.
No, you reach this old ass age and you haven't picked up a fucking book yet?
Yeah, I have. How do you think I got my job?
Other than the Fountainhead.
How do you think I got my job? How do you think I'm rich? How do you think I can afford all these things?
Your father.
Nepotism?
You think I just got here on my own luck? Or by
Yeah,
my
I think you were
parents?
born into it.
Yeah, for sure. Two teachers definitely got me here. Again, judge a book by its cover. I bet that feels kind of stupid of you guys. That almost seems like
A cover?
that
Dude,
almost
we
sounds
can't
like
see you,
guys.
dumbass.
That almost sounds
Well, we're
like
judging you based on
that almost
everything
sounds like
you're
a
saying.
party you're against. Where
We're
they judge
judging you
people-
based on your character, the things that are coming through the microphone.
No, you're not. You have nothing about me.
We've
You know
been
nothing about
speaking
my
to you
character.
for like half an hour.
You know nothing about my character. You've just made assumptions.
We know plenty of things about your character by now.
You just
We
made
know you're
assumptions.
disingenuous.
That's all you've done.
No, we know
Okay,
you're
You know
disingenuous.
what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me.
That's a fun
That's
thing
brilliant,
to say.
man. Did you come up with that on your own?
No, I didn't.
That's
actually.
fucking brilliant. Can I use
I'm
that? Can I steal
truthful.
that from you? You must have came up with that
You
on
can't
your own.
gonna
steal it
charge
from me, but
royalties.
you can definitely use it. Feel free.
Fucking brilliant. That was
it's
a
good
brilliant
one.
take, man. I've never heard that take before.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
I know.
Yeah, but I know you guys. I know you guys gotta go. It's fine. I gotta go too.
Tic Tac, did you know there's actually a similar saying that's it's pretty good. Warning labels on the back of Clorox, actually fake news. Not real. You can totally drink it. It tastes just like sweet tea. Hopefully Cheddar doesn't avail himself of that.
But does it say sweet tea on the back?
If you drink enough of it, it does.
Or is that just another?
Did you know
bullshit thing that
antifreeze
you
is
have to
really
say?
sweet? Tastes like Kool-Aid?
That is true.
That's cool. But you guys keep pushing false, quotes, false numbers, just whatever you feel like you need to lie to try to get your
False
point across.
numbers, like Trump does.
It's fine for you guys, I get it. It's cool for you. It's not cool for everybody else.
I
And
mean, it's
that's-
apparently cool for the president of the United States.
Yeah. I mean, It's cool for you guys, but it's not cool for everybody else. We get that. And just on the record, remember,
You're
if
you're
you're
just going to
poor,
ignore the fact that Donald
if you're
Trump uses
poor
false
in
numbers
this
all the
chat,
time,
remember,
Cheddar?
if you're poor in
You're
this
just going to
chat,
ignore
go
the fact
commit a crime.
that Donald Trump keeps using false numbers?
Don't worry. If you're poor in my chat and you're like me, I just recently fucking ripped off Amazon. I sent back an electronic. I literally stole from them.
Bro, shut up.
They can S my D. I don't care. Would I have done that
That's
if I
moral
made fucking
values.
300? If I made 300 grand a year, would I have done that? Nope.
Sick moral values, Pickles. Sick moral values.
You literally
care.
voted for Donald Trump.
I don't care.
I know you don't care because I know you don't have moral values, and that's the difference between
Bro
me
up
and
here
you.
voted for Donald Trump, talking about values, moral
That's
values.
the
Literally
difference
voted for
between
Trump.
us. You
Literally voted for
guys
Trump.
want to live in a society without moral values. I want to live in a society that has moral values, that follows the law.
You don't.
And what it is
You
what it is.
literally don't.
Voted
that's
for
okay.
for the rapist. Yeah, man.
That's okay, guys. That's
yeah,
okay.
show your values.
You know, it's cool. It's cool. Go keep telling everybody that's poor that they can commit crimes. It's not a big deal. They're poor. That's the reason they're going to do it. You know, there's nothing else to it.
Mhm,
You know,
mhm.
these social programs that we have out there to help these people get into a better place. You know what? It's cool. Even if you have them, fuck it. Do it. You're poor. That's
Yeah,
what
cool.
you guys think.
If you ever see somebody stealing food, no, you didn't. That's what I have to
would
say to
never tell on somebody for stealing food
that. Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
they stole
'Cause they're
like a
probably
$90
hungry.
steak or something. Then I might have something to say. But
Why is there
I
a
would-
dollar limit? They're hungry.
if you're
In
stealing
your- in
luxury
your- in
items
your
to
example,
eat,
they're
that
hungry.
if you're stealing luxury items, that might be a line I wouldn't cross. I don't know. I would even maybe point to the fact that it might be even better to steal luxury items.
Okay. So there's a dollar limit, right? Well,
I
I'm
don't
glad to see there's at least something in you, Pickles, that says you might have, some type of, brain cell.
Yeah, don't
some
steal
type
from
of
small companies.
inclination,
Small businesses are
Yeah.
a no.
Yeah,
You
steal
know.
from Walmart, steal from Amazon, steal from Target, steal from
Yeah.
everybody who dumped DEI policies after Trump started his bullshit anti-DEI movement. Steal from those people.
Yeah.
Pirate everything.
So you think DEI was the solution for us?
Every study I've seen shows that DEI makes companies more profitable and productive.
And you don't think that should just be something that a company takes on themselves versus...
That's what they do. Why are you having the government threaten them to stop?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you don't think that, a company that's, say, a small business that just only hires those in their region, why would they need DEI, right? I'm a small town business owner.
They
I'm only
don't.
gonna hire
No one's
people in my small
enforcing that.
town.
Nobody's doing that.
Versus if it was a
That's
large
not a thing.
corporation.
It's not a thing. If you're a private company, you do whatever you want. Trump is sitting here harassing private companies, private institutions, private colleges, and that's the difference.
So state-run colleges, it's okay to attack?
No, I'm saying that especially private colleges, private institutions, you have no say in their hiring practices, just like you admitted. And that's what Trump is doing. He is even writing letters to other countries telling them to dismiss their DEI practices. And they're saying, fuck you, no thanks.
But do you think
Yeah, he did
it
that to
creates the best
France.
outcome?
What?
Do you think it creates the best outcome for all?
Show me a study where it doesn't.
Wait,
I'd have
did
to
you
go
just
get one
ask
for
if,
you.
if attacking marginalized communities creates the best outcome for all?
No, I didn't.
Because that's what Donald Trump wants to do away with DEIA. You understand that's an attack on marginalized communities, right?
No, I feel like that's not.
Okay, explain that.
I at the end of the day, I feel like the best candidate is who should be hired, regardless of,
Yeah, that's
of
not
where you're,
DEIA.
regardless of where you're from.
So
who
you don't know
are.
what it is. Is what
So
you're
you
saying.
don't know what DEIA
No, I don't
is.
think it's an
Gotcha.
attack on marginal communities. That's what I'm saying.
It's like a dog whistle at this point because nobody knows what it is, but they hate it. You hate it. You have no
No.
idea what it is.
Do you think that a company that participates in DEI has a quota per se?
It's
of a-
DEIA. Can you tell me what that stands for?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
What's the A?
I don't know what DEI is. I know what DEI is.
Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. It's literally DEIA, the entire thing. You
Okay,
don't
what's
know what you're talking about, man.
DEAI? What is it?
It's accessibility.
Accessibility. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what is accessibility target in this?
People with disabilities.
Okay.
Right.
And
We're looking for accessibility to the outside world.
Okay. And is the disabled population a marginalized community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In what way?
Do you understand what marginalized means?
Yes, I'm asking you in what way?
What does it mean to you? What does marginalized mean to you? Let's get a basic.
Explain to me what you think.
Okay, I'll go ahead and say it for the 900 people in here. Marginalized community is a community that is treated differently. They are set to the side and acted as if they don't matter. So when you're talking about disability communities and you have cities that don't have accessible sidewalks because they have curbs in front of them that wheelchairs can't get up, that's literally accessibility. That's all it is.
What do you think just on average, what buildings do you think in the United States don't have ramps, elevators, accessibility?
Hundreds of thousands.
You think hundreds of thousands?
100%. So do you know what the Capitol crawl is?
You think 100%?
Hundreds of thousands of buildings don't have access. And on top of that, the ADA, when you go to these buildings, the ADA doesn't really have any teeth. So you can tell them, hey, there's this building here that doesn't have accessible bathrooms, doesn't have access into the actual establishment. The ADA doesn't do anything. It's actually on the person with the disability to file a civil lawsuit against that company. So it doesn't have any teeth, but it does allow us to pursue civilly.
And do you think that we, as Americans, are targeting these individuals to no longer achieve jobs? Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Yeah, by just by the like blanket disavowalment, like this strange mob culture of just like hating DEI, not even knowing what it is. Yeah, these people are collateral damage. Yeah.
I mean, I think we have a clear understanding of what it is. It's that if you have some type of criteria in place for a candidate, it automatically excludes other candidates.
No, that's not what it is at all. You're wrong.
I mean, I think that's a pretty fair summary. If I say I'm going to hire 60% women, that's 60% men that are not going to be hired.
Okay, we don't have that anymore. That's not DEI. That's not a requirement of DEI. Most companies don't do that at all. That's a silly caricature and like 8th grade lunch table politics. No one does that. Can you name one company that does that? No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Name one.
STM.
What's that?
STM Microelectronics. Look it up.
And what do they do?
They're a semiconductor company.
What do they do? What's their DEI thing?
They have a quota for women versus men in terms of job hirings.
Oh. Yeah, that's a private company. That's not DEI. That's like Hooters only hires women. That's
That's
not a thing. Like if it's a woman-owned company and they want to do this, that's a thing. DEI is more like having blind named resumes. So instead of reading people's names, which may sound very cultural, because we have studies that show that you're 20% less likely to get a call back if your name sounds like black or something like that. So having blind resumes, that's DEIA. Doing things like posting the job in a bigger radius and hiring remotely so that somebody that you may never have found could apply for the position, or doing this before hiring your son. That's DEIA. It's not some stupid thing where people forget to check their merit before they hire.
Okay, and again, you say private companies, so there's no say in this matter. So why does it matter?
Why does it matter? Why does Trump say it all the time?
Well, so why are you pushing for a nameless resume at that point?
Why wouldn't I?
You don't think that a name is important?
No.
Yeah. So what I just call you, shithead, when I read your application?
You
Dumbass.
can say applicant 1, applicant 2, and then when you bring them in, you can ask them their name. But half of the struggle is getting the call back.
And you think it's due to their name?
It's literally due to their name. We have studies on this. Yes.
Mm-hmm. What kind of studies? Can you give me someone who's published? You don't have to bring it up. I'll go.
I
look
will.
one up.
I'm gonna do it.
Just give me the name of one. I'll go look it up. I'm happy to.
He'll never look it up. He doesn't care enough.
He'll never look it up. He doesn't care enough.
Yeah, you don't care enough. So do you know what the difference between
Yeah,
DEIA
you don't
and
care enough.
You know I'll just drop you, right?
Wow, you're such a big guy.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna deal with your fucking childish shit, right?
Well, I'm not
way
going to
too
deal
old
with
to
your
deal
little
with that.
childish shit either.
I don't care what you
Don't act like a child,
the
and you won't be treated like
the
a
little
child.
Harvard-
two peas that are bouncing around. I don't fucking care.
A 2016 Harvard study did this. Okay, when a name found that when a name suggesting Black or Asian heritage, they were replaced with white-sounding names, the number of interview callbacks increased.
Okay, Harvard 2016.
There was a 50% gap in callback rates with those with white names and Black.
Okay, like I said, I'll go look the study up. That's fine by me. I just, to my case in point, I think a name is rather simple. It's rather important, and from my perspective, right, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a name.
Yeah, Harvard says you're wrong.
Well, they said I was wrong in 2016
About
what I just said now. So again, I'm happy to read your study. I'm not going to say, oh, this data is not real.
yeah,
You
But
just found
again-
out this study existed 30 seconds ago, and you're like, but it was in 20. You're already trying to break it down. Remember when I said the whole contrarian replaced being an actual intellectual? That's what's happening right now.
You remember when Trump alluded to the fact that Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, were eating cats and dogs?
No, I didn't hear this.
Yeah, he did this in the presidential debate. He thought it was so important that the 1 hour you're allotted to present yourself to run for the highest office in the land of the world, he thought it was worth bringing up that Haitians are eating cats and dogs, and there were 30 bomb threats called in on Springfield, Ohio, that following week. And Tanner, thank you so much for the $60. And he said, do it fart. Baby, it does anything you want for $60.
Praise be. Thank you, Tanner.
Mine wiggled a little for that much. You
Build
get
a
a tip
monument.
on that kick.
In his name.
Tanner, you beautiful son of a bitch. W. Tanner's in chat. Yellow.
Hello?
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. Hold up. Give me one. Give me 1 sec.
I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling about this one.
I want to have a conversation. I waited 30 minutes. Just give me a sec.
W. Fart's in chat.
All right. Hello?
All right, man. What do you like about Trump?
First off, before we have this conversation, I need you to accept the fact you are privileged.
I am privileged.
Okay. That's what I firstly needed you to accept. And I agree. I think my great-great-great-grandparents were immigrants. And then I was able to make a good amount of money. So I like that Trump supports the working class. And I can expand on that.
Go ahead.
He a lot of the stuff he does is to push people who already have money and wealth He's not focused on helping people who are not working on helping themselves. So therefore, people who are working and who already have a means to an end are pushed above the people who have less.
So I just think that this is a kind of like a racket. People who are not like making ends meet are there because of some sort of
The fuck?
My fault.
You're saying that they're there because of their own choice, not because the highest reason of like bankruptcy in this nation is from like healthcare. Like I don't think you can choose to not have cancer or something like that.
Were you crying on election night?
No, somebody spams my chat and says that.
Okay, I just need to make sure I wasn't talking to a baby Beck.
What if I was?
Remember when I said I had a bad feeling about this?
Yeah.
What? Oh, you have a bad feeling because I'm going to beat you in a debate? I mean, I don't know what, you don't like me or what? You can
No,
speak
I
for
think you're gonna
yourself.
crash out and slur pretty quick. It's coming.
What have I said or done to give you any sort
You
of
literally just
conclusion?
called him a baby back bitch for no reason.
I didn't
out of
say
nowhere.
I didn't say the B word. I did not say the B word. I just said baby back.
But it was. So are you
So why don't
that
you
big of
don't
a
put
coward?
words
You
in my
can't even
mouth.
admit that that's what you said.
Don't put
Like
words
that's
in
what
my
you
mouth.
said though, right?
Everybody in the comments can say all I said was baby back. Don't put words in my mouth, please.
Yeah.
Keep
no.
going.
Okay. You're right. You didn't say the bitch part because you're a coward. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, cool. I literally don't care about you, so I'm talking to the host. So can you rebuttal that?
What am I rebuttaling?
I mean, I pretty much explained to you why I really do like Trump, and you're not really rebuttaling. And I heard earlier you said you were poor as a kid. So I think that's why you have such a strong emphasis against him, is because they did not help you. The party did not help you.
What are you talking
that
about?
Sucks.
What party didn't help me?
The Republicans. You are a white team man.
Sure. Yeah, Republicans do their best to claw things away. Like they just clawed away my mother's Social Security. They're probably.
Oh, they did that.
Yes.
Not your mother.
Now, how did she do that?
I mean, I think if we could have a conversation, you got to learn how to take responsibility for the situation you're in.
Okay,
That's
so you're shifting blame, and we are trying to do that, and the Republicans who roll back like the retirement age or steal money from these programs all the time, they were the ones who did it. You got to take accountability. Correct.
Yeah. Take accountability for the situation you're in. I mean, I don't know your mother personally, but I would assume if she's less fortunate or poor, her financial situation wasn't the best. I mean, she had to have had a part in that.
All right. Again, you're just victim blaming. So like 1 out of 5 kids.
No. I'm not victim blaming. I'm blaming her.
The poor people's fault.
Yes, it's the poor people's fault that they're poor. So like 1 out of 5 kids.
You can use whatever word you want. Yes, I'm
1 out of 5 kids go to bed hungry every night. Is that
and that's their parents' fault. That's their parents.
Okay, but it's not their fault.
Well, they're a byproduct of it.
Okay, and what if their parents are in just so much medical debt that that's a situation?
Well, what did their parents do to get in medical debt?
Cancer.
Okay, well, that's genetics.
No, it's not.
Wait, cancer isn't genetics, so how does it get passed down? Huh?
Cancer doesn't
You
get
wanna speak
passed
up?
down, you fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, so why is it that there are a lot of mothers who their mother has breast cancer, then the daughter will have breast cancer, then it passes down? Huh? Why don't you go look that up? No. Fact check. You were pulling your computer out all day. No.
You
Host,
literally
host,
just
you were
implied
that
that
pulling
it's
your computer out all day.
hereditary. It's
Why don't you
not.
go look down and see if cancer
Oh my
gets
god,
passed down?
can you calm down?
No, host, do you do
No,
that?
you can't
You were
calm
on
down?
Google all day. Do it. That's what I thought. Why aren't you typing away?
Your strategy was to freak out and
I'm not freaking out. I'm asking.
yeah.
Why
no,
won't you look at
asked the
it?
same question like 50
How
times.
does it either way make it okay that these people or these kids would be starving?
I think it does make it okay if if the reason why someone is in a bad situation is because it doesn't matter if they put themselves there, but someone directly connected to them did not do what needed to be done to get to where they needed to be in life, or got addicted to substances, or didn't go to
There it
college,
is.
or didn't
There
go
it
to
is.
any of that kind of stuff.
Okay. All right.
You need to look in the mirror.
Your
Look
side
at the man in the
literally
mirror.
champions not going to college, but go off, King.
So you're taking it personal because you were in that situation, huh?
What? No.
I hear
Expected.
what you're saying, Jordan. I hear what you're saying, man. What you're saying is that when their family members came over to this country, their family they dropped the ball, right?
I don't
They
care
either
if they're
squandered the
immigrants or
money, or
American.
their grandparents they went to the casino and wasted the family inheritance and weren't able to pass that money down from the leg up they had in this country. Is that what you're saying?
Well, actually, that's what I'm saying halfway. I'm also talking about regular Americans too. So if you want to throw immigrants in there, cool. I don't care.
No, because you started the conversation with you're an immigrant. Your grandparents came over here and they did really well, and that's why you're doing well. Wasn't that the start
No,
of your
not true at
argument?
all. I'm just saying I haven't been rooted here. I'm just saying that it's possible, right? There are people in my family who've
Yeah,
not been as
but we
successful,
have the
but I have made a
numbers.
lot of money.
Yeah, we have the numbers though. While it's possible, it's unlikely.
What's unlikely?
Escaping poverty. We're about to almost not have a middle class. So for you to just like sit there and genuinely, full chest, say that we have the same struggle that our
Middle
parents
class. What do you
had.
say is middle class?
Hold
Can
on.
you stop
For
interrupting?
you to say that we were having the same struggle that your parents or your grandparents had is not true. You could go fucking bag groceries in the 1980s and go buy a house. That is not the same thing as now. You could go bag groceries, 4 different jobs, and still not pay rent.
And whose fault is that? Why are you bagging groceries? Why can't you be creative? Like I'm creative. I realize that the traditional
Look who
route
you're
would work for
talking to,
me.
dude.
What? What am I talking to?
Yeah, why don't you be creative? I'm a content creator.
Okay, are you bagging groceries?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
why are
not
you
sa-
taking
I'm
offense
saying
to
there
it?
is there is a percent of our population that is going to be filling those jobs and that is going to be living in poverty. That will never not be the case.
So let me ask you something. So here's how I think. Here's how people who are successful think. So you want to. So let's talk about wealth, right? So you're talking. Oh, wealth. Okay, wealth. Who wants to be rich the most? Poor people, right? What do poor people want the most? A quick way out. So you can either sell the dream or you can sell the shovel. So you can just create a YouTube channel, sell a high ticket sale, promise them money like I've done in the past, and sell a course. It's not that
Okay.
hard to make money.
That's
Like,
stupid.
rob
Not
people?
everybody gets to do that. Okay, magically come up with a computer. Magically know how to intuitively make.
No, I didn't magically come up for it.
Yeah.
My parents bought it.
Yeah.
A PC. When I was
All right.
younger.
Not everybody
When I
has
was
a free
younger.
PC from their parents.
It was like $2,000. What?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Exactly. Holy
It's a month and a half rent.
shit.
Yo, what?
Holy fuck! How privileged you sound. It's only
Yo,
$2
you're so
grand.
mad. You're jealous.
It's only $2 grand. I'm
Yeah,
jealous.
for a PC, that's not that bad. When you have to get a CPU, a GPU, and you have to get the case and the LED lighting, and you also have to get a monitor
yeah.
and
He's
Yeah.
just
the
explaining
keyboard
his,
and the
his
mouse.
There you
privilege. That's all
go.
he's
There you
doing.
go. It's privilege. Not everybody has just $2 grand.
It's
lying
not
around.
privilege. Here's
Not
the problem.
everybody
Here's
has
the
$2
problem.
grand.
Privilege equals I'm mad because my parents didn't work hard enough. That's what privilege equals. So stay mad because you're mad that my dad makes
Jordan, why
hundreds
are
of
you
thousands per
whispering?
year.
I can tell you've had this conversation a lot. Oh my god.
Are you whispering because you're at work or because you don't want to get thrown out of your parents' house?
Work? What the heck? No, no, I talk like this because this is where I feel comfortable. And I don't need to scream to get my point across, unlike someone named Tic Tac.
Nobody's screaming. You're just kind of whispering like this the whole time.
Yes,
you're in it,
because I
talking really
respect
fast.
other
It's kinda
people.
weirding
Because
me
I
out. You
respect
sound creepy
others
as
people.
fuck.
I respect others people's.
Others
Other
people's?
people.
Who, like the guy you were talking to in the background?
Yeah, the way you dismissed me that way.
What?
Is that how you respect other people's opinions? The
Who?
way you dismissed me when we first started talking?
Well, I don't
Is
see
that-
you as a person. I'm trying to talk to those.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm less than. I got you.
Are you? Do you make money?
Yeah, man, I'm filthy fucking rich.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
I know what
no,
filthy rich is,
100%.
and you don't sound like
I've
it.
invented many things, sold patents.
You've never
filthy
been on
rich.
it. You've never been on a PJ. I can tell.
Filthy rich.
So what? So see, what does privilege mean to you?
I actually really like Tic Tac's version of what privilege is.
Something you don't have?
No, it's just the experiences you don't have because of your privilege. Like you will never experience what it's like to be a woman, right?
Oh, thank
'Cause
God.
it's a male privilege. You'll never experience what it's like to be in a wheelchair because that's
Thank
an
God.
ableist privilege. Like these are just and you'll never know what it's like from a black person's perspective because you're white. That's
Yeah, that
privilege.
made
That's
so
your white
much.
privilege.
Wow, bro. Bro just said the simplest, most understandable things to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to break it down so you'll be able to grasp it. Yeah.
So here's the thing, though, right? Moving on to what I was saying. So if you would just be creative in this generation and understand that going the generic route isn't going to get you money, and actually saying, okay, I'm going to go build something because I have the resources to.
Bro, I'm filthy rich. Why are you telling me how to make
I'm not
money?
talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh,
I'm
who are you
talking to the
talking to?
host. I haven't mentioned TikTok.
Are you filthy rich? I should be giving this advice. I'm the rich one.
I wouldn't say filthy. I'm only at like 25 to 30K a month. That's not
That's
filthy.
broke as fuck, dude.
Oh
Are you
God,
kidding
I
me?
know it is. I'm targeting 50K.
I pissed that.
I'm targeting 50K, but I'm not going to get there unless I create more content and sell more courses.
This guy's like
You've got
modern
200
day
followers,
Amway.
man. You're not a content creator. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, bro,
Who are
you think
trying to
this is my
kid?
main TikTok? I could not say what I want to say without losing followers.
Why?
Because
Why?
I understand that I don't have the popular opinion, so I have to go on an alt account.
So you fraud people. You scam people.
Just
I
casually,
think
this
selling
is
live
just
trades
scamming
isn't a
motherfuckers
fraud.
on
I guess
YouTube.
He's
selling
scamming.
your trades live is a fraud. I guess, even though they get access to my trades.
Selling your trades live. Oh, so you're a day trader? Is that
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
your scam? Oh, I got you.
Scam? I guess US
Are
30
you
the
like
Dow Jones
Ricky
Index is a
Ricky
scam.
Gutierrez? I used to watch him. He was pretty good.
More like Mob FX.
I doubt it.
You can doubt it all
If
you
you're playing
want.
with $25,000, you're not doing too well, bud.
I'm not. I actually trade multiple six-figure accounts through prop firms, but you don't know what that
Yeah,
is.
$25,000. Okay.
25 isn't. No, I was funded 25K when I was 15. 25 ain't shit.
There you go. Privilege.
How is that privilege? You know how hard it is to pass a prop
How many
firm?
people?
My daddy.
How many people get to do that?
It's not my fault. You can't use the internet to learn.
Yeah, not everybody got to do that. Everybody, while you were playing on the internet from your daddy's play toys, they were like figuring out how to live, how to make sure their mom got to the hospital or something, or make sure their little brother got to daycare and shit. They were like raising their siblings and feeding them breakfast before taking them to school.
Oh my God.
And
Yeah.
you got to, I don't know.
Why should
to
I
play on the
care?
internet.
Though? Wait. Why should I care? How does caring
The thing
help
is, you
me?
have to acknowledge privilege.
No, I don't.
You
I
have
don't
to acknowledge privilege, and if you want everybody to have the same like intuitive success that you have, we should give that to
I don't
more
want everybody.
people.
Here's the thing: for me to win, people have to lose. Why would I want others to win? You don't get what a winner's mindset is.
Oh my
Machiavellianism.
God.
Everything
Guys,
I
buy
do
this
needs
guy's
to push me.
course. He's trying to make you lose.
Everything I do, everything I do, and comes out of my mouth has to put me forward and above. You don't understand Machiavellianism. Go look it up. That's
All
how you
right.
win.
What
Cool,
was the
man.
name of the book that Machiavelli wrote?
Oh, I'm not talking about the author. I'm simply talking about the word Machiavellianism. You can go look at the definition.
You're a special kind of stupid.
Oh, I guess I'm a special kind of stupid. What was Apollo's 13th Amendment?
Apollo's 13th Amendment? What?
You don't know?
What?
You're goofy.
Isn't that
as
where
hell.
is it? Hold on. No, I know this one. That's where he said Houston, we've had a problem. That was Apollo 13th there. Wasn't that?
Why are you
am I
talking
right?
about Houston?
There was
There's
no
no Apollo
Apollo's 13th Amendment. There, I just googled it.
Yeah, I know. Dick, what? You actually Googled that? Oh my God. I could tell you came from welfare, bro. Holy shit.
I can tell that you
This
learned
is stupid.
what Machiavelli is and you don't actually know
Oh, I
anything
know. Oh,
about
tell me right now the
origin.
definition of Machiavellianism without searching it up.
Machiavellianism? Do you want me to describe it to you?
Exactly. You couldn't tell me.
Okay, tell me the definition. Exactly. Good job, dumbass.
I know the definition.
Oh, okay, then tell me.
Not the acute
Exactly.
definition,
Good job,
but the
dumbass.
not the acute definition.
Oh, what happened? What me?
A
Hands are up here.
big, huge shout out to Lindsay with $75 for the kick. I'm just
Nice.
loving it today. Chat, I love you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're trying to support me, my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, they're in the link in my profile. If you're trying to buy me stuff, that's how you do it. We're going to go to the next guest chat. Tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. We're the coolest live debaters on TikTok.
So what that guy was preaching was it's called class collaboration. and it's one of the tenets of well, it's not an actual tenet. It's one of the ways that fascism is structured in countries. Class collaboration is where there is no middle class. There's only rich people, and poor people are there to serve the rich people. It's a hierarchy. It's a hierarchy that's promoted by fascism. That's what that guy was saying. He just didn't know he was saying it.
What's up, Bert?
What's up?
What do you like about Trump?
Just I don't like the left.
And what do you not like the left?
Y'all are a bunch of neo-Marxists.
Okay. Can you name one person in Congress that's doing that?
All of you. You're all neo-Marxists.
So can you just name one?
Do you know what a neo-Marxist is, my friend?
I get the gist.
What is it?
It's like the new version of socialism?
No.
Okay, what is it?
What's NEO stand for?
You're
Can you tell me, Bert?
New.
Oh, okay.
You're basically
All right,
a cultural Marxist, my friend. You view everything through an oppressed lens, and I think it's pretty bad. I don't like
wish
it at all.
Pickles was. I've been trying to catch him over to our side further, but he won't do it.
Well, you guys been talking about privilege a lot this whole time.
Yeah, so we do have to acknowledge when politicians start oppressing minority classes because it's telltales of fascism. And we thought we did away with it a while back, but Trump came back and revived it and did CPR and probably even did some butt stuff.
Just because he's getting illegals out the country?
Not just that, no.
What else?
I don't know, sending people to third countries, sending people to prisons with no due process. He's basically any backlash from the public on this. He does smear campaigns directly from the White House on individuals. He's used executive orders to target law firms and colleges if they don't bend a political knee. He's doing this everywhere.
I don't know how that's a minority thing, that part, but yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have came here in the first place, man. I mean, there's consequences to life.
That's not a thing. You can't. You can write that on a bumper sticker or something, but that's not the law. Like no matter who you are, you get.
Well, the
due
law is
process.
that you can't come here illegally.
Yeah, and then
Just
if you
claim
do,
citizenship.
what's the law?
You get out.
Okay, no, there's a law. You have to follow all of it. You can't just skip parts because it sounds cool. It's like it goes together in a poem or something.
Yeah, but
you don't get to do that.
Shouldn't you follow the law that negates your access to come be a citizen here first? And then if you break that,
even if you did, 60% of the people.
Oh, and then even if you do, you somehow get new
get
accommodations granted to you or something.
No, you can't say this person is an illegal immigrant and without process or out trial, you send them somewhere random. You can't do that. No matter who you are, that's what we're fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he should be kicking out just legal migrants. If he finds someone that he knows is an illegal, then I mean, get him out. I mean, that's my view.
Okay, but again,
I don't think that you guys would like that. I mean, look, if
he's reversing to 500,000 people's legal status to kick them out too. It's getting a little weird.
Yeah,
and
man.
Then he's reduced the amount of people that we take. No, they're here legally. In fact, he made them legal. He's the one who invited them. He gave them temporary protective status, Venezuelans, 4 hours before he left office. They flooded our border when Joe Biden was here, and then Joe Biden renewed it because we, of course, fucked up Venezuela when Trump was in office. And now he's like, hey, all of you people who I invited after I fucked up your country, you're all kicked out. All going back. Get out of here. Same thing with Ukraine. Ukrainians getting sent back to Ukraine. You think that's okay? You think they're ready to go back? You think Ukraine's cool right now?
No.
Yeah. Why is he reversing their TPS and sending them back?
I don't know what's going on in his brain, but the foundation thing is, I mean, if you come here illegally, I'm sorry, but you got to get out.
Okay, but you got to follow the process. You got to prove they were here illegally. All that stuff.
All our tax dollars are going to prove that they're here legally, even though they're not.
Yeah. So
like, I mean, we
I
can't
know it
get
sounds
we can't get the potholes fixed.
It sounds inconvenient to follow the law every time an authoritarian tells you. It's just so inconvenient to follow the law. We got to start cutting corners here. People's rights, people's human rights to say, hey, the judge told me that you specifically can't send me to that country. They didn't do that part.
I mean, I don't know how they determine that they're illegals. If there's cameras that they have some significant AI intelligence behind that they can like identify and then tell us where they are. I don't know how they do it, but if they can assuredly come to the conclusion that these people are illegal, then I say get out. I mean, I don't want to spend all this money paying for all the legal whatever things.
I absolutely no.
To make sure that they're.
If there's one type of person that doesn't have due process, no one has due process. That's how this all starts. No, you can't do that. You have to. You have to. If you, Trump has no problem spending $140 billion and then spending more than any president in history has done. You can't tell me it's not because we can't spend any money.
Well, yeah, I just don't think we should be spending it on that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's just spending it the wrong way.
How long does 500,000 people, especially when, like, if he has good reason to believe and he can prove that they are illegal,
no.
Like I know you want to go through the process, but it's like, how long is that going to take?
I'm talking about people who are illegally here.
And how much money is that going to take?
500,000 people who are already legally here, who we know who they are because they've applied for this already.
Okay, well, if they're legally here, that's fine. If they're legal migrants, I have no problem with that. But if
so why is he using all of our money to eject all those people? Because that's expensive. You just acknowledge it costs money, right?
I really don't know the story behind this. I don't know what to believe on what you're saying.
Rhyme
I'm not going to
reason. There's no rhyme or reason is what I'm showing you.
Well, I'm not going to take your narrative on it, brother. I mean, I'm going to have to read into this on my own because you could be twisting this for your own narrative.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
so do you know what temporary protected status is?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, cool. So TPS is granted to people from certain countries, right? The president more or less has unilateral control over what those countries are. They can amend the list, whatever. So Trump revoked TPS for a bunch of people that were already here. So they were here. They were granted TPS. So they were given basically not a green card, but an entry card. They were allowed to stay here as more or less refugees. Okay. And they were here legally following the law. And then Trump revoked TPS for hundreds of thousands of people. A lot of them were Cubans, which, God, that's ironic. But yeah, once he revoked TPS for them, now all of a sudden they are subject to deportation.
Okay.
Now, does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, it made sense the first time. I don't know why he did that, or I mean, how long was denoted by whenever he says temporary. Like, I don't know, like any of these details. So, I mean,
he's also taking in white Afrikaans from Africa, and he's reduced the amount.
Aren't they getting prosecuted?
No.
About the black people there from apartheid?
The word is persecuted, and no.
No, that's a lie too. It's
what did I
weird.
say?
He lied about it. He lied. He showed fake. He showed fake news articles too. Really weird. Really weird stuff.
Well, yeah, but they have been.
Yeah,
so I don't know if they're getting amnesty or what.
The only way ICE is finding these people is by going after them at immigration hearings and green card holders. Yeah. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for the $10.
Yeah, he was sharing fake news articles to and it was debunked in real time to his face by like in the Oval Office on live TV
by a reporter, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, wasn't it?
The leader?
Was it the ANC? Fuck. Hold on.
Okay, but that does famously go on over there.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Yes, it does.
Okay, you say famously. Give me one example.
I read Trevor Noah's book. He talks about it.
Again, example.
Talks about what?
You want me to look? I'll try to find some right now if you want.
I just read the book 2 weeks ago. It's Born a Crime. What did he say?
Yeah, he talks about how his family were separated. They had to walk across different sides of the street from apartheid and all these other things.
Oh yeah, that's well known.
That's Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to find out where they're persecuted?
Yeah. So
I'll find some if you want.
everything that I found points to about 6 killings last year, and that's out of and I think along with those there were like 48 people who were black who were also killed that were help on those farms. So it doesn't look like any of them really make a case for they were killed for being white. But that's about it.
Do you want me to find some?
What?
You want me to find some?
You want to help me find some? Sure.
Yeah, I'll help you.
So is he looking for attacks on white people in South Africa? That's what he's looking for?
I guess deaths, I guess.
Oh, okay. So he wants to show that black people are attacking white people in a country that experienced apartheid less than 30 years ago. Is that what he's trying to, like? I don't understand.
I don't know. I don't
trying to prove
know
here.
what he's connecting, because like if he's talking about Trevor Noah and Trevor Noah talking about growing up in South Africa during apartheid, well, yes, bad things were happening then, and there was oppression based on race. White people oppressed black people based on their race under apartheid South Africa, like a lot.
Yeah, but aren't the roles now switched? I don't know much about this.
No.
Okay. Well, if they're trying to get amnesty and they're being persecuted, then
They're
I don't
not.
see and that's why they're coming here, then I don't see any problem with that. But if people are just flooding in here, I have a problem with that.
Right. The white people from South Africa, you agree with their amnesty, but other people who are seeking amnesty from other countries, you don't agree
Well,
with?
how do I know that these Venezuelans are escaping?
Because they're vetted.
They're vetted?
Uh-huh.
So just because they're
just like the
Venezuelan,
South
they're somehow
African
getting, like,
asylum
they're getting
seekers were
persecuted
vetted.
or something?
Yeah, the people
By
from
who?
Venezuela, they come. Hey man, the people from Venezuela, they come here under the same asylum process and get vetted the same exact way the South African people did, right?
Wait, so you know that they're escaping some sort of persecution?
Yeah,
because whether
they have
I'm
courts
wrong,
on.
because whether I'm wrong or not about the apartheid thing doesn't really matter. I can concede that I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is that they were escaping persecution. So I have no problem if someone's escaping persecution. It doesn't have It doesn't have to do with white or anything like that. I don't see the world through that
It's
lens
not
like
a
you
good-
do.
it's- it- but it's very weird.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
But it's very
You
weird.
asked me
I
a
don't
question
see-
and then
I'm
you went
not-
on a
I'm not
rant.
done.
So
I'm
go
not
ahead,
done.
Bert.
I'm not done. So if they're escaping persecution, I don't care if they're white, brown, purple, green. Doesn't matter. If they're getting just persecuted just from having a color of their skin, they should be able to come here. I could be wrong about it. I don't care. But it seems like you guys just want to have people flood into our country when they're not escaping any persecution at all.
Nobody has made that position. And I just don't think the answer to this is spending egregious amounts of money, like hunting them down to show off the numbers and stuff, like having Dr. Phil like chase them around with a camera. That part's not cool.
Yeah, well, them taking a lot of our jobs isn't cool. A lot of American
Jesus
Native
Christ.
people's jobs isn't cool.
There's not a finite amount of jobs, bro. When they move to a place, they also create jobs.
Do you think they're infinity jobs?
Yes.
Oh, so there's just infinity amount of jobs?
Yes, when
That's
people,
impossible,
when
bro.
a
There has to be a
population
finite amount
grows,
of jobs.
so
What
does
are you
the job
talking about?
market. When the population grows, so does the job market, dude.
Yeah, but you're displacing other
Hey,
people.
Bert, can I ask you a question, man? Do you think if we round up all the people who are immigrants here and who are migrant workers and the people who came here illegally, if we round up all these people and we kick them out, do you think the corporations all of a sudden are just going to throw up their hands and be like, well, you figured us out. We're going to have to pay you better now?
It doesn't even matter to me about getting paid better. I just want to see Americans flourish.
Really? Because you're not concerned about the corporations taking advantage of their workers and hiring people coming here illegally for underpaying, and they're taking our jobs by doing that? Because that's the argument you just made.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you did. You said
Wait,
they're
we
taking
can
our
go back
jobs. So
on
how are they
Pickle's
taking our
YouTube if you
jobs
want.
if
We can
they're
go
just
back on
lining
Pickle's
up? You
YouTube
think
if
they're
you
giving
want.
people who
I never said that,
are
did
not-
I? Did I
Hey,
say that, or
Bert.
are you straw manning me?
Dude,
Hey,
the thing
Bert.
is, Trump is explicitly giving those people on farms a pathway to citizenship so they can stay and literally take those jobs.
Look, all I'm saying is I don't want to be straw man because I didn't say that.
No, you did. You said they're taking our
No,
jobs.
no one said that.
Did you say they're taking our jobs?
If you would, no, I did not say that. I didn't say that they're getting paid less to do it.
Okay,
I
you
don't
said
care
they're
about anything.
taking our
I don't
jobs.
care about any of that.
How
I
does
just
it?
How
wanna
are they
see-
taking our
I just want to
jobs?
see Americans flourish. I don't want to see them displaced by someone else if they are getting paid the same or less. It doesn't matter to me. I
Okay,
want to see
that's
Americans
not a thing.
flourish.
How many undocumented migrants are in the United States?
Probably like 20 to 30 million. I don't know.
Okay, it's about 13 to 15. And how many people are in the United States?
350 million.
And what percent of that is undocumented?
Probably like 4%.
And you're worried that how many of those people work? By the way, not all of them, right?
I mean, but what is it going to be in 10 years?
Again, it was the same
Oh, it
about
doesn't
10 years
matter. It
ago.
doesn't
It was
matter in
about
10
the
years.
same 10 years ago. We can track
It doesn't
this.
matter in 10 years.
No, it does. We can check. First of all, we're in population decline, so hopefully it doubles. But it's not.
Oh, so it's not going to increase?
It hasn't.
So you don't think that it's going to increase?
Dude, when Trump
No.
left office, it was 11.7 million. When Biden left office, it was like 10.5. And I think the next report will probably say something like 13 or 14.
Yeah, and then they're also reproducing, and we're not.
But those
Americans
are U.S.
are.
citizens.
Wow, this is just.
This is
flat out white
what you
supremacist
just said
talking.
is
Yeah.
called great replacement theory. That's white
Yeah,
supremacy.
he just tipped his hand.
Yeah.
They're
Wait, how did
reproducing.
We
I
saw
tip
your
my hand?
cards,
You're
man. We
you're
saw your
determining
cards, Bert.
citizenship based on skin color.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about? It's about
They
it's-
are reproducing, and
yes,
we are
they
not.
are. If illegals are coming here and they're
And
reproducing,
they reproduce. What's that make
and then
their
you get
child?
birthright citizenship,
And that's
Yeah,
a
that
legal
makes their
Yes,
child a
that-
brown
that is
citizen.
an American citizen. yes.
especially if they're changing the culture over time, the language, the
Once
customs.
again,
I mean,
there it
once,
is.
White
once you
supremacy.
Okay.
you wouldn't want Muslims to be here because I
There
mean
you
they
go.
treat their women.
How many
There you go.
Muslims have you hung out with?
How many Muslims? I have a few Muslim friends.
Yeah, name them.
Why would I? What does this matter?
Okay. This
They
is,
don't
this
have.
is,
They
this
don't
is-
have Arabic names.
Okay, what
But
you're
real
doing.
quick, because I want to make a point, if that's all right, because you guys are over talking me. You guys think that all cultures are the same, but if we had, I mean, did you know that the incest rate in the Middle Eastern countries is between 20 and 70%? Saudi Arabia is 65%. Should we allow that
Bert,
culture
what
to
is
come
the
here?
incest
Why are
rate
we
now?
Should
talking
we
about
allow
brown
that
people, man?
culture to come
Bert,
here?
Yes.
what is the incest
Especially
rate in
whenever they
Appalachia?
have such far right extremist views that
Hey,
don't
Bert,
agree with your
Bert,
views.
I got a question
Would
for you,
that be
man. Did
okay
you
if they
know-
came
I
here
just
and they
looked this
expressed
up.
their culture in the same way? No.
Okay, I just
I
looked
want
this
you
up
guys
the
to
other
answer
day,
that.
man.
No, really quick. I
No,
want you
I'm
guys
not
to answer
going
that.
to because you're attacking
Oh,
brown
because you
people.
can't
That's
answer
all
that
you're
because you're
Hey,
scared.
Bert, shush.
Because you know
So
that
that's
not all
interesting. You
cultures
said,
are the same.
Hey, Bert.
Because you know that not all cultures are the same,
Dog,
brother.
you're talking about radical versions of those cultures, and I can point to just as extreme.
That's not a
crazy...
radical version of
Yes,
it.
it is.
That's a very prevalent thing.
I
there.
know 0 Muslims that are inbred, that practice incest.
Ooh, that are here.
Hey,
Right.
Bert,
Okay, but
real
what if
quick.
ones come from outside the culture, outside of our United States, from Middle Eastern countries, and they want to express that culture? Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
If they want to have incest,
I think that you shouldn't have children that are incest.
if they want to beat the women just for looking another man in the eye, is that all right?
Oh, that's also a Christian thing.
So there's differences in cultures,
Hey, Bert,
right?
real
Pickles?
quick, I got a question for you,
Wait,
man.
Tic Tac,
Did you
I'm
know
not talking to
34
you, brother.
Christians,
Brother,
can somebody else talk?
Respectfully, brother, I'm talking to Pickles real quick because I just want to talk to him about this. So
Yeah, okay. So I've been trying to say this for a minute. You want to attack
Yeah, but-
brown
but you're
countries.
not
The
really-
thing is,
brother,
hey,
brother,
Bert,
brother, you're
just
not-
let me finish this, man.
I'm not going to answer, so you can
So
go.
here's the thing. 34 states in the United States of America actually allow child marriage. 4 of those states don't have any age limit on that child marriage. Do you care about that? But why don't we talk about the problems in America? Why are we pointing at other
I
countries?
just said that I wasn't going to talk to you. I'm talking to Pickles really quick.
Oh,
Okay, well, pretend
Well,
like
hey-
I just said that.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
pretend like
Pickles,
Pickles said
because I'm
that.
trying to ask you a question. It's 3v1 up here, and I can't get a solid answer.
Bro,
So
you
can
haven't
we
stopped
admit-
talking for 3
so
minutes.
can we admit that we don't want to emulate all cultures, right?
You're
No.
straw
We
manning
really
the mixture of
emulate
culture.
Christianity cultures, right?
Yeah, Christian cultures are also just as bad and vile in certain pockets of our country.
Do we do those sort of things?
I'm sorry?
Do
You
we
guys
do
do
those sort of
champion
things?
those types of things, yes.
We do?
Yes.
Who does?
I don't know.
Can you
guys
name a single
most-
person?
Yeah, you guys mostly Trump's most
Name,
recent
name 3 people that think that we should have women, that we should have incest. 20 to 70% of all their countries are that.
Oh no,
and
it's
that we
not
should
just
be able to
incest.
enact
That's a deal
That's a
breaker.
lie.
to where women have
He's
no
lying.
rights. To where women have no rights because
Bert's lying.
these people are
Your
far right.
The Bible,
right?
the Bible just says the exact same thing, doesn't
Where
it?
does it say that?
That women shouldn't speak up in church. Women are second-class citizens. Stay
Okay,
at home.
what's about that? Does it say second-class citizens?
I mean, they don't have those verbs back then. No,
Oh, okay, so you're making it up
no, I'm summarizing.
It's literally
because they
I mean,
shouldn't speak in church. Is that
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
that's your
I
big
think
thing?
the ability to speak in church should be allowed regardless of sex, don't you think?
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't think so?
I think
Wow,
the
your culture
leaders. I think
sucks.
the leaders in church should
The
only be men.
leaders? What if
Yes,
the
the
leader's a
leaders.
woman? Oh, they don't let
Well, yeah,
women
we
be
don't
leaders,
allow
right?
women. There's got to be some boundaries, right?
Wow,
You
yeah,
know?
your culture really fucking sucks.
Wait, but you said okay. So
Yeah,
do you
we
think that
definitely
we should
shouldn't
bring in
emulate
their
that,
cultures or
that
not?
psychotic right-wing shit that just came out of your mouth. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can we look at your
Second
view?
Timothy, yeah, go to hell.
Wait, can we look at your view real quick? So are you
Sure.
just like a moral relativist?
Yeah,
A
hell
moral
Satan. That's my
relativist?
view. Hell Satan.
I said moral relativist. You have a funny tendency to try to like hang up on semantics or like pronunciation issues, huh, Nemo?
No, I was
I said relativist, brother. So are you a moral
yeah,
relativist?
I know. I was repeating what you said back to you. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Do you want to like clarify what you mean by moral relativist?
Yeah, can you give me a second?
Thank you, Serenity.
So far, this guy's been the most annoying.
Fuck, I could have Googled it by now, dude. Jesus.
We got a fucking hillbilly up here trying to talk. He's trying to get philosophical. He's trying to do Phil bro shit. It's boggling my mind. I don't know how he thinks he's going to get away with it.
The hillbilly
Thank
thing,
you.
I looked it up because I was curious. Rates of incest in Appalachia, 38%.
Yo, boys.
Oof.
My friends are here.
38%
You're a moral
in Appalachia,
relativist, and that's why you suck and it'll never work. Peace out.
Step on Legos.
Yeah.
Let's talk about universal health care. Get somebody up here. Let's argue that. That's my favorite. That's not my favorite.
Guys, if you're friendly, hop out of the box. If you're a debater, stay in the box. Secret and Nettie. I'm not sure if y'all are debates or what. Yeah, he left. I don't know what he said.
Yeah, the other guy might have been good too.
I literally thought he was doing a character at the beginning.
His name's Bert.
So, have y'all heard about this closed airspace above Venezuela?
Yeah, over Venezuela. Yeah.
Hello?
He warned pilots. He warned pilots not to fly over Venezuela.
Secret?
Hi.
Hi, Secret.
Hi.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a Brussels sprout supporter.
You're a Cabbage Patch Kid.
I'm 20.
The fuck you are.
In dog years, she's actually 7.
Oh boy, Rick. Hooey. I'm 6'7". Guys, we're actually coming up on 5 hours, and I might be taking off shortly after this.
Damn, that's a long ass live, man.
I dare y'all to follow Nemo and Tic Tac and send them all the love. And thank you to Beth. I don't know if she wanted a shout out, but thank you for the Christmas tree. Thank you so much. Somebody bought my Christmas tree. Thank you so much. And Dolphin, thank you for the $2. I totally forgot to bring up your question, but we just kept moving, and I didn't want to go back in the conversation. Thank you so much, Dolphin, though.
Yeah, one of my friends in the chat just said we're going into Venezuela. I don't see anything on it, but I don't doubt it either. Like, to restrict that, yeah, I think we are too.
Skylar's coming to Texas very soon. W.
Yeah, let's not mention the Honduran ex-president that he just released, so that way he can influence their election coming up. That's also he wants a somebody bought and paid for in Honduras.
Yeah, and homeboy's a D-rug trafficker dude.
400 tons. 400 tons. That was like half my supply, bro. I was so pissed when that happened.
Speaking of which, chat, if you want to know what to get me for Christmas, I'm low. I need it.
Yeah. 200 tons at least.
Not that stuff. Just the green stuff.
Fuck. All right. Oh, all right. Is it legal there yet?
No.
Yeah.
The opposite. They just did away with all the other stuff. As of next year, no more hemp-derived products even. Do I garden? I do garden.
What's the closest state? Louisiana? New Mexico?
Maybe. Yeah. Oklahoma, I think.
Oklahoma?
I think they have it like, you can get a card and get it.
You're going to have to get somebody to like say that you live there and then try to prove that you've had residency there for 6 months or some shit like that. I don't know.
We know where to send the cops. The cops, dude, I saw a hit and run the other day and I called the cops. They're like, yeah, we got a website for that. You just file. What do you think they're going to tell you when you say, I know somebody who smokes the herb? They're going to go, oh my God, we're going to send SWAT. False. They don't give a shit.
Was it vehicle versus vehicle or what?
Yeah.
All right. That's not that bad.
I was alive when it happened.
Really?
Yeah. I'm in Oklahoma, so I got you. Let's go, dude. Doesn't mess with that. Actually, the DA won't charge for it. Hell yeah. I've been tested and busted in for cereal. They won't. Oh no, Melissa. Damn, that's wild.
Thanks, Ron. Did you guys know? Do you know what they call a turkey in Turkey?
Huh.
They call it a hindi.
It sounds violent.
No, because so like the origin of turkeys, nobody really knew where they came from, right? So in Turkey, they thought they came from India, and in India, they thought they came from some part of Asia, and then like the rest of the world also thought it came from India, and they like the French word for turkey means the turkey of India or the chicken of India. So like there's a lot of people that actually thought the turkey originated in India, and in all reality, it originated in North America.
Oh,
like the Mayans. Yeah, the Mayans were breeding them for poultry long before. So yeah, it originated in North America and then somehow got over to Europe, and nobody knew where the fuck it came from. So everybody just called it from what they thought it came from, because it was a flightless fowl. And similar to the chicken, and they're just like, it's a huge chicken. So they called it from, they thought it came from here. They called it that. Oh, in India, they actually call it a Peru, which is really fucking weird. I forgot that part. Yeah.
What's up, Divine?
Yo.
Did we just talk?
No.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
He has a more conservative position on abortion, and due to his decisions, the Supreme Court overturned Roe, and because abortions are wrong, I would agree with that. It's good enough reason for me.
Okay, so you are pro-lifer.
Yeah, I think elective abortion is wrong.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Because I think the fetus is significantly harmed by the abortion, and I think unjustly causing significant harm is wrong.
Do you think they could experience this harm?
Experience harm? No, it would depends on what gestation. I don't think you need to experience harm to be harmed, though. You could be harmed functionally, counterfactually, deprivationally.
I don't really have moral consideration for things that can't experience like the negative outcome of what's happening.
Okay, so do you have an argument in favor of that? Otherwise, it's just a claim.
Sure. Like if I step on an ant, I know that it's ending its life, but I don't think it really conceived of anything that just happened. And I think that its fellow ant friends also don't have some sort of like negative feeling about it. I think that that is why I probably just don't care. And I feel the same thing about like a fetus. If it doesn't have any sort of feeling or thought, or if it's not going to be a future person, I don't feel like bringing harm to it is justified. Or
fetuses
or it hurt,
are unjustified.
I'm sorry?
You're saying it wouldn't be unjustified if
Sorry,
it was an experience,
unjustified.
though.
Yeah, sorry.
You said if it's not going to be a future person, you don't think fetuses are going to be future persons?
Not if you end the pregnancy. No.
Wait, but you said it's... Hold on. You said it's permissible if they're not going to be future persons.
Correct. Yeah. So if it's not going to be a future person, if you end the pregnancy entirely, but if you're pregnant and you like smoke, for instance, that is causing harm to a future person. That person will grow with developmental problems, most likely.
So impairment to the future is wrong, but deprivation to the future altogether is not wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this apply to born people, this principle? Like if you had like a newborn in a coma, let's say?
I think there's more moral consideration there because the newborn has the ability to launch consciousness, and I also think that you weigh in the effects of like the family too. So people who are human, they look at a human and they say, "Oh my gosh, this is a thing that I'm going to have an emotional attachment to," and then when that life is lost, then there is harm.
What if the fetus had no? What if the newborn had no family? And you said the ability to be conscious. I mean, the fetus would have that ability also. By ability, I'm guessing you just mean to do it in the future?
The ability to launch consciousness, yeah.
The fetus has that?
No, not until like 23 weeks. 20 to 23.
Okay, so when you say ability here, are you referencing the necessary brain parts to be conscious?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we could just say the newborn has the brain development of, let's say, like a 16-week-old fetus, but we know in like 8 weeks it's gonna have the correct brain development to be a conscious individual. Now, would it be okay to kill that newborn? If I had no friends and family, of course.
I think that you are mixing the two scenarios up, right? So, like, in one instance, you are the death of the newborn is a result of no longer receiving free nourishment and labor from another person. So after that is said and done, yes, I think that your options are to help it. If that doesn't require your bodily resources, it's a different dynamic.
That's now like I feel like that's like a position switch, because 1 minute it was it's not morally wrong, or you can't harm something unless it experiences it. But now you're saying it's wrong to do even though it doesn't meet your criterias for wrongness or harm. Why would it be wrong? I suppose that's the question.
Why would it be wrong to deny it? Because like in both scenarios, to be equal, you would just simply deny it nourishment.
Yeah, but it's wrong in virtue of what to kill that newborn I described. How could that still be wrong?
So again, like this thing is its own agency. It's not the same dynamic. If this newborn relied on somebody else's natural resources, or I'm sorry, just bodily resources, then it's much different. It's
so if the newborn needed breastfeeding, you could kill it.
I'm sorry?
The newborn needed breastfeeding for a few days, then you could kill it.
No, I don't think anybody, like, is there a law that would require a mother to give their child their own breast milk? Or can we just do...
Yeah, well, it's irrelevant what the law is. We're talking about what it should be. So
do you think it should require mothers to give their own breast milk, or could they do formula?
Yeah, so if the only way to sustain the newborn was to breastfeed it, let's say the mother and the newborn were like alone in a cabin in the woods, or it had a condition where it's a real condition. Somebody'd have to remind me of the name, where some babies can't have formula, they're allergic, they can only have breast milk.
Okay.
Do I think the mother has to give the breast milk? Yes, absolutely. If she starved her newborn to death, that's evil. Would you not agree?
I think that you would have a case to make with like self-defense. So like in this scenario, let's say that the mother has a condition where it's really painful to do the breastfeeding. I don't think anybody should compel her to do it. I think that if we require her to nurse her children, we should give her the necessary means to. Like we should just literally just send her the food, and if then she doesn't do that, and if then she starves her child, then I would say that's negligence. But
How
in this
painful.
scenario, it's not negligence.
Well, first of all, now we're invoking a pain threshold. I mean, a moment ago it was you don't have to give your bodily resources. Now you're saying that like if there was no pain involved, she'd have to, but if there is, she doesn't. So to
No,
clarify, if there was, just hold on one second. If there was no pain involved in breastfeeding the kid, now is she obligated to do it?
No, I still don't think that you are required to give your bodily resources. No.
So it's permissible to starve your newborn to death if it needs your breast milk for 2 days.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, that's obviously absurd.
Okay. Well, I don't know. We have to draw absurd conclusions, I guess, from like these vague hypotheticals, but I don't think that they're truly parallel to this. Like, I think that there's a good case to make for self-defense in just about any case where a mother wants to abort their child. And at any point of development, I think it is justified simply because you don't want to push an 8-pound bowling ball out of your orifice.
Okay, so now we've agreed that it's permissible to starve newborns to death. What's the, you said that abortion would be self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be the threshold that would make something self-defense?
And any threshold. I think that it's subjective, so I would say anything. Even if the experience, you don't want a negative experience. If it scares you to be pregnant, you can opt out.
So if something scares you, you can kill a human being and claim self-defense?
Yes, in fact, that's how it is, right? If somebody comes into my house and they scare me, I have the right to kill them, and that's what society has all agreed that is correct.
Well, that's because they're invading on some kind of property there. But I mean, your own child, I wouldn't say that.
Is your body not your property?
I wouldn't consider humans property. I think it's very slippery.
I think my body, I deserve autonomy and to decide to do with it what I want.
No, I agree. I just think the limit is like significantly harming others without justification, right? Like, for example, let's say you invited your child into your house. I don't think you could now kill them and claim self-defense because you were scared.
Yeah, if
right?
you ask them to leave over and over again, and they are just helping themselves to your food, then you absolutely can use physical means to push them out. And if that means they starve to death, then that means they starve to death.
Yeah, that wouldn't be self-defense, though.
It absolutely would be.
No, self-defense would be a significant aggression upon you, posing some significant bodily harm or mortal threat.
It doesn't have to be bodily harm. No.
Well, if you're just claiming that any amount of fear, you can claim self-defense. So if I think, let's say I'm walking in the street and I see somebody, and I say they're scaring me, if I stab them to death, is that self-defense?
Again, we're talking about like your personal agency. So if that person were to come all the way inside of you, then you would have a case. Yeah, if he injected an 8-pound bowling ball inside of you, you would have all the case in the world to defend yourself.
Well, that's just special pleading. You're saying now that it's self-defense in pregnancy, but not out. Why?
Because in pregnancy, your bodily autonomy, you're sharing your personal resources, and you're doing free labor for this person. And in no other scenario besides, I guess, breastfeeding, you owe anybody, especially by the force of law, to give them your resources.
Wait, why do you owe the child breastfeeding but not the uterus? What's the distinction?
The uterus is a far higher threshold of like what you would be giving somebody.
Can you identify that threshold? And false, by the way. Breast milk gives way more calories and nutrients.
But you can still do the alternative.
Not if there was no food around. Oh, wait, did you already agree? Oh, no, you agreed you can starve your newborn to death. Yeah.
Sure. I just don't have a defense for that yet. But
okay, so what's the threshold?
The threshold of, again, what are we talking about?
Identify the threshold that would justify you claiming self-defense. Can you lay that out for me?
Sure. I would say it's rather low. I would say if I am being threatened by somebody taking my resources.
Okay, so breastfeeding, in the case I gave you, it would be self-defense to kill the newborn?
No, not kill. Like if you didn't want to, in this same scenario, to be parallel, you would simply not give the newborn your breast milk.
Yeah, sorry, refusing your breast milk would be self-defense, according to you.
Yes, and there are alternatives. There are always alternatives.
Well, not in the case. First of all, that's disingenuous. In the case I gave you, there's not. And there are many cases where women have been alone with their kids, and there's been no alternatives. Right, on islands, after crashes, I mean, being stuck in the woods. I mean, you can just research. There's been thousands of cases throughout history. But the point is irrelevant whether or not it happens. The point is just, ought she have to do it? And I would say, obviously, it's unintuitive and absurd to say that if a woman starves her newborn to death because it needed her breast milk, that she can claim self-defense.
The difference is there are two different agencies that are like completely separate from each other. Like the woman doesn't have to carry this thing inside of her all day, every day. And I think the threshold would be the obligation to the child. And if it's simply offering breast milk rather than fucking carrying that person inside of your body for 9 months and then shoving them out.
But that's just a descriptive difference, right? There's nothing different in principle there.
Then pain.
Okay, pain. So what's the threshold of pain you have to feel to be justified in killing someone?
Any pain. I don't know. Any pain at all.
Any pain.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any pain. Okay, so if there's like a 5-year-old who's like, I don't know, let's say that they are sitting on my hand, and for some reason, I just can't move them. Let's say my hand is just dead, right? And I can't move them for like 30 minutes because they're causing me a little bit of pain. Can I be justified in taking the other hand and blowing them across the room with a shotgun?
You'd have to have a justified reason of fear. So no one would believe that you had such a fear for your life that when a child sat on your hand, you had to unalive them. But you actually can make a case for a child unaliving you during pregnancy. 1,200 women do it every year. And we have the worst rates of doing that here in the United States than most other developed countries.
You said 1,200 women in the US die a year from pregnancy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's 1 million abortions a year in the US. So it's 1 million to 1,200.
That's a dishonest number, though. So
it's a crazy ratio.
The difference is when we do like DNCs, these also count as abortion. So like literally everybody who miscarries, that goes into the abortion numbers. Everybody who needs their uterine wall scraped after they miscarried, which is like 25% of all pregnancies, that's also an abortion that goes in that bucket. Nobody really thinks that there's a mass unaliving of actual babies happening.
That's not true. That's not true. The CDC.gov, who do the abortion surveillance in the US, they define abortion as not including miscarriage care or ectopic treatment.
Let's see if that's true. CDC.
Type in CDC definition of abortion. Go ahead.
And this is the number that you're getting for the million? You're also getting listed.
Yes.
How many?
Also, a moment ago, I was trying to clarify. You went back to like being like reasonably scared of that 5-year-old who sat on your hand, but you said that feeling any pain would justify as self-defense or a threshold.
I think a measure of fear. Yeah.
Okay, so the 5-year-old sat on my hand because I feel minimal pain. I can use my other hand to blow them across the room with a shotgun, right?
No, you would have to substantiate a reasonable fear.
Yeah, I am. I don't like the pain. You said feeling any pain. That was your claim. That's
with a mixture of, I guess, then I'll amend it to pain with a mixture of a reasonable fear.
Yeah, my reasonable fear is that I have health anxiety, and my brain has convinced me that my hand's going to go numb, and I'm going to need my arm chopped off from a lack of circulation. So I just like use my other hand instead of waiting 30 minutes for the 5-year-old to move, and my hand to regain feeling. I just use my other hand to grab a shotgun and just blow them across the room.
All right. Well, then we'd have to just charge you with murder because you could have simply just moved your hand.
No, I couldn't. My hand was dead.
Yeah, your
and I have reasonable fear. No, it is in this situation.
Do you think you'd be able to convince a jury that was the case?
No, because it's obviously stupid. I agree. Yeah. I agree, but according to you, that would be self-defense.
Yeah, I think that you're just trying to strawman my version of what self-defense is, because obviously during pregnancy, there is a level of self-defense that you can invoke, and I can easily verbalize it. You're just trying to bring this outside of the context of a pregnancy.
No, I'm not strawmanning it. I'm just using the threshold that you identified. And I'm showing you how it's obviously absurd. Your threshold was any pain. That was your claim, not mine.
It's hard for any one person to like identify these things from the hip. So yeah, you're
Well, if you
catching
can't
me off
identify
guard.
if you can't identify a threshold for self-defense, then you can't claim something is self-defense.
Yes, you absolutely can. So anything during a
No, you
pregnancy, I think that pregnancy obviously warrants self-defense in every single case, and the reason is because the end result is either being cut up and having something extracted from you, or you push it out of your orifice. And if you don't want to go through that, that is self-defense.
You're claiming the act of abortion would meet this threshold of self-defense because of the descriptive truths surrounding pregnancy, but you aren't identifying the threshold. You're giving an example. You're not giving
threshold
the threshold.
would be giving birth.
That's
Self-defense.
that's circular. That's circular answer. I'm asking for the threshold.
Okay, the
and you're just
pains that
repeating it.
you would go through on average by giving birth.
The pains that you would go through on average. Okay, and what is the threshold? Is birth the lower end or the higher end?
Birth
that
is
the minimum or the
definitely
maximum?
the higher end of pain on the pain scale.
Okay, so what's the minimum threshold that would justify self-defense then? Is it birth?
I don't need to say that. I'm just saying what it is for this scenario.
do,
For me to
because you-
justify abortion, that's what I'm justifying, and self-defense is what I'm using.
No, that's not justified. If I say that this is a threshold of self-defense, and you ask me what is the threshold, and I say the thing that we're talking about, I didn't tell you what
Okay,
the
the
threshold
threshold
is.
for
That's a circular
self-defense,
answer.
the threshold for self-defense would be a uterus dilating. I think it's like 8 centimeters. That would be my
That's an
threshold.
example. Wait, so if a uterus dilates 7 centimeters, is that not self-defense anymore? What are you talking about,
when it
man?
dilates, similar to that of pregnancy.
That's such a vague answer. Can you give me
That's
like
a pretty good
okay,
one, right?
So,
I can just Google what that is, right?
okay, so your uterus dilating is the threshold for self-defense. Okay, so if somebody stabs me in my arm and I kill them, is that not self-defense because my uterus didn't
If we want to talk
dilate?
about what like assault laws in general, we can do that. But we're talking about abortion laws, and if we
talking
want
about
to talk about
assault.
what's justified in self-defense, 100% of abortions are.
Okay, you keep making that claim, but you haven't told me what self-defense is. You've said that self-defense is your uterus stretching, or expanding,
I
or
don't
dilating
think you
even.
should owe anybody your bodily resources and free labor, a combination of those two things,
already made that
against your
claim.
will, against your consent.
Yeah, that's why you agree to starving newborns to death.
Mm-hmm.
So you've agreed starving newborns to death is permissible if they need your breast milk 48 hours. You can't identify a threshold of self-defense, but you believe abortion is self-defense. How is this a justified view? Absurdity and lack of explanatory power?
I honestly, I don't need to justify withholding nutrition from a newborn because a newborn has its own agency and it's separate from the mother.
Yeah, you said agency?
Mm-hmm.
What is an agent?
Somebody who has the ability to act and make decisions.
Newborns have the ability to act and make decisions?
I think so. That's probably a bad descriptor of agency.
So if I'm under general anesthetic for surgery, I guess I'm not an agent temporarily. Newborns don't have agency, bro. They're moral patients, not moral agents. Come on now. Like, I'm just being real.
They choose their own actions. They set goals, pursue those goals, effective circumstances.
That's how you're defining agency?
That's how ChatGPT just gave it to me, so it kind of backed what my
W-
definition was.
Pickles GPT. Yeah, so agency is what? Sorry, repeat that again.
The philosophical, psychological meaning would be referring to a person's capacity to choose their own actions, set goals, pursue their goals, and affect their circumstances. So like when a baby cries and wants food, that's agency.
That's instinctual.
It's also the ability to do that.
No, it's instinctual. It doesn't make the decision to cry.
It's absolutely is learn and is being taught. It's learning through its own experience, right? Like if it cries and then eventually it receives nutrition, you're teaching it to cry and reach out for nutrition, and eventually teaching it to do something else, to reach out for nutrition, or say when you're shit your pants. These are things that are taught too. It's not strictly instinctual.
Yeah, so and when a newborn is first born and it cries, that is completely instinctual. Eventually, once it learns, I agree, sure, there could be a level of agency there. I'm not denying that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying that just like crying for food is proof that something is an agent. That isn't true.
Okay. And you're saying babies don't have agency?
Another way that I would define moral agent, no, newborns would be moral patients. An agent is somebody who can set goals, ambitions, have desires, and work towards those things. right? I don't think newborns can do that. I'd say they're moral patients, just like an animal. Like I think a puppy is a moral patient. I think a newborn's a moral patient. I just want to clarify. If we like go all the way back, you said originally that in order to be harmed, you have to experience harm, correct?
I suppose.
Okay, so in that case of the newborn who does have the 16-week fetus developed brain, the brain development of a 16-week-old fetus, how could they be harmed by death?
So you said a 16-week-old fetus.
A newborn baby with the brain development of a 16-week-old fetus. It's not conscious now, but
how can they be
in 8
harmed?
weeks.
Can they experience harm?
I don't think they can experience. Well, it depends what you mean by experience here. If you mean experience like predicated off of some conscious evaluation, no.
Okay.
But by experience, like, can they functionally be harmed or deprivationally? Sure.
Yeah, sure. But I don't have moral consideration for something that completely relies on another agent to continue its existence for that.
But you do, because in the newborn breast milk situation.
Okay.
So this is the point. Like, it's irrelevant whether or not it depends on something. We're just talking about can it be harmed. Whether or not it depends on a machine or a person is irrelevant to can it be harmed. That's like a completely different question. I'm asking you, can that newborn who has the brain development of a 16-week-old fetus that will be conscious in 8 weeks, can that newborn be harmed by death?
Yeah, sure.
Then that's a contradiction. Because you said that the capacity for consciousness is necessary to be harmed by death, and you've just contradicted that. Because it doesn't have the brain parts consciousness.
I'm reading up arguments against what you're saying.
Coming in crazy.
Yeah, the mother's health or survival is directly endangered. That's the delineation. Alternative safe feeding methods is what I brought up.
But that's not relevant to the question, can it be
not
harmed?
abandonment, but shifting to a safer method. It's ethical philosophy, self-defense about preventing the unjust and unavoidable harm to oneself with no less harmful option existing.
You made the claim that you can't be harmed unless you have X, but then you just said that something has been harmed even though they don't have X.
My philosophy in this is not well-rounded. Okay, so you're asking me these philosophical questions that are tripping me up, and I'll admit it.
I agree.
I don't have an answer for all of these things, but I still hold to the self-defense.
Okay, so we would just say then that you've been unable to substantiate why abortions are morally permissible in most cases, because if we just go through from the beginning, you said that you need X to be harmed, then you said an entity was harmed even though they don't have X, which is a P and not P contradiction. You then said absurdity, you can starve your newborn to death because it needs bodily resources, and then you couldn't identify a clear threshold of self-defense. That's the 3 blunders, right? So I would say...
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $50 for the kick. And it says, you're one of the few men I really don't mind hearing discuss this topic. This guy is just an educated debate bro. Put this forward towards some Xmas trees, and good night. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Thank you. Gemini, and I should have it one up this whole time.
Oh my.
What's up, Gemini?
Hi. I was really curious to see what guest would say, and he brought some of his little fetuses into the chat, by the way, so they're still here, clinging on. But I was curious to see what he'd say about the fact that you can actually induce lactation in males. So I'm putting forth some legislation today, call your Congress people, everyone, that every potential father-to-be has to try to induce lactation in case they're caught in a cabin with their future newborn and there's no access to any other nutrition. And if any men refuse to do that, they're apparently okay with infanticide. So anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
And here's some good debates from ChatGPT. I'm not going to plagiarize. Self-defense is only justified if a safe alternative feeding method is available. So the moral justification strengthens when formula exists, pump milk is possible, donor milk is available, baby milk is left out. What you're alluding to is like forcing women to do like insane things to the extreme, and then liken it to simply switching, like preference on whether or not they want to breastfeed.
Completely. fucking absurd. I mean, should
Yeah.
we run also the hypothetical if we're on Mars and there's no access? I mean, it's just completely fucking absurd. But yeah, no, I think we should force all fathers to you can induce lactation in men. And so from here on out, that's exactly what we'll do, just in case, they're in a cabin and mom unalives. Yeah. So anyway, if he disagrees with that, then he's okay with unaliving newborns. And that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I think he kept saying the only alternative to breastfeeding was starvation. I think that's
No, well, right. And also that women, for all of human existence and in all mammals, a lot of women can't or don't get milk. Their milk doesn't come in. So it's not even just a matter of choice, although that's obviously a huge factor here. And not so much even self-defense, but just autonomy, by the way. It doesn't have to be self-defense. We don't have to justify it that way. But when it comes to lactation, a lot of times that just doesn't work. And that's been true throughout all of human history and all, again, of mammalian history. And we've always had alternatives, even if it's just the proverbial village, right? So it's ridiculous on its face. But always fun. It's easy to pick off a Philbro here and there.
okay. So here will be my new position. When serious harm is imminent, no less harmful alternative exists, and the defensive action is proportional. And I think that covers most of the bases when trying to point out
I don't even think
absurdities.
you don't have to even word it, I don't think, as self-defense. It's just autonomy. It's opting out. Again, there's no parallel in which men are forced to give of themselves or their body. I like the kidney transplant example, right? If you're found to be a match for, again, a fully formed human being at this point, no one's going to argue that, which, again, it's not a perfect analogy, but the government can't compel you to give your kidney.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of self-defense. It's just a matter of autonomy, opting in, opting out.
Yeah, or your stem cells or anything that, like I could have and I should have, I guess, flipped it back on him with that question, but yeah, these are things that will help me evolve my position, I guess.
Oh gosh, well, it's just they're exhausting with their little pee and not pee. Yeah, they're got a little pee. That's what's going on. Anyways, that and also don't forget you're a wormitarian, right? Didn't we convert you to the tribe?
That's right.
So yeah. So we don't believe that men, specifically men, by the way, can use antiparasitics if they get worms like RFK, peace be upon him, in his brain. You can't terminate the worms because we consider them in our religion to be godly. But women can't because we don't have the constitution. Men were really built to host parasites like that. They have more body mass. You understand. So specifically with men. Yeah. Just because it's inconvenient maybe for them or a little uncomfortable, that's not a good enough reason. I'm also working on something technological called the deuterus that I'm hoping will allow us to implant fetuses up a man's rear end, but they can safely, hopefully, harbor that pregnancy for 9 months pretty soon. And so we'll just implant all the unwanted babies into their deuteruses and they can take care of it from there. So anyways, a lot of things we're looking forward to here in the pro-life and pro-worm community.
Love that for us. Guys, do pick up your worm feed on my merch store.
You actually probably should sell something on your merch store. It's just jelly beans or something. But anyways, big things coming up in 2026.
That's right.
All right. Have a good night. You should go eat something.
All right. I think
rest.
I'm going to do that. All right. Good night.
Okay. Thank you. See ya. Bye.
See ya. Chat, if you enjoy debates, give me a follow. Even if you like watching me get steamrolled. If that's what you think would happen, you should give me a follow. We are here doing these debates 5 days a week, sometimes 6 or 7, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Don't forget to join our Discord. We have movie nights all the time. It's actually been less frequent, and I'm working on it, chat. I promise. I love chat. I love you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Fridays? Saturday? Enjoy the rest of your Saturdays, chat. Peace out.